Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Gourmet Hunter in Sailing World. 1GH. 1 Pirate World. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. God, do you want to play with me like this? Okay, I admit that I like watching One Piece, but there's really no need to throw me in directly, right? I look up to the sky speechlessly, wanting to cry but without tears. It happened to be the weekend, and he was resting leisurely at home, with the small air conditioner blowing and his legs crossed, listening to music, drinking milk tea, and reading the latest One Piece comics. I don't know how nourishing he was. But he didn't expect that the computer chair he bought for more than 1,000 soft sister coins was so weak. He just changed his sitting position, and the computer chair suddenly fell apart, causing the back of his head to hit the ground. Passed out. When he woke up again, he had already come to this world, possessed by a 7-year-old boy also named Bly, and this boy also had an adoptive father named Sengoku. The name Sengoku is certainly familiar to Bly. Dazzling words such as the resourceful general, Big Buddha, Marshal Marine, and other dazzling words are used to set off this name, but Bly still wants to say but. But this guy is obviously from the comic book world, right? Why does it appear next to me? Or his adoptive father? It took Bly a few days to admit that all this was not a dream, but that he had really come to the world of One Piece. His adoptive father Sengoku was really the famous Marshal Marine in One Piece, Buddha's Sengoku. However, Sengoku has not yet become Marine Marshal, but is one of the only 2 Marine Admirals currently known as the Resourceful General. Together with Black Arm, Zephyr, they are the strongest combat force in Marine. Of course, in fact there is another one, but that one himself does not want to become Admiral. From a time perspective, it is still more than 20 years before the beginning of One Piece's main plot, that is, when Luffy goes to sea. Thinking of his bizarre experience, Bly couldn't help but think of one word. Yi Gong is a dragon. Yes, he does like One Piece, but this does not mean that he is willing to be thrown into this world. The world of One Piece is indeed passionate and exciting, but it is also full of endless dangers and unknowns. Compared with the law-governed society of the previous life, this world is too dangerous. For those strong men who can destroy cities at every turn, ordinary people are like ants. Generally, it can be destroyed with a wave of the hand, and even the aftermath of a random battle may be the end of the world for ordinary people. Just like a person accidentally steps on an insect while walking, he will not even know that he has stepped on an insect. This is no longer a simple measure of good and evil. Ordinary people are just like bugs in this world. Bly, who is only 7 years old now, is undoubtedly just an ordinary person. Even if his adoptive father is Marine Admiral, the resourceful general, Sengoku, it cannot change the fact that he has no power. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Bly was worried about his unexpected arrival. You know, the family members of another Marine Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr were all killed by the pirates, Revenge. If faced with the same situation, Bly doesn't think he will survive. God knows if there will be someone who wants to take revenge on Sengoku and will come to find him. If he does, he won't even have time to cry. Damn it, I have to find a way to start practicing as soon as possible. With my cheap dad's position in the Marine, I think it shouldn't be a big problem if I practice, but if I just practice step by step, I want to have the strength to protect myself. It can't be achieved overnight, isn't there any shortcut? Bly frowned in distress. While thinking about it, he picked up a piece of sizzling golden barbecue from the barbecue grill in front of him, put it on his plate, picked up a piece and brought it to his mouth. Let's eat first. This was brought back from the sea by Cheap Daddy, so it must taste very good. Being the adopted son of Sengoku, the Marine Admiral, comes with some risks, but there are also many benefits. At least Bly doesn't have to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation, and he definitely enjoys it much more than most people in this world. No, Sengoku just went to sea and brought a lot of small gifts to Bly when he came back. At this time, Bly was grilling one of them. Hiss, like it. A mouthful of meat was put into his mouth and it melted in his mouth. Bly's eyes immediately lit up. This wonderful taste cannot be matched by even the smoothest lamb meat. No, at least it's several times more delicious. Just as Bly was immersed in the wonderful taste of barbecue, a string of golden words suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is enjoying food, and the food system is being initialized. The type of gourmet cells in the host is being identified, identifying, successfully identified. The gourmet cells in the host are derived from the ancient gourmet demon, Sabaody, which swallows the sky and the earth, and dissolves all things. The current awakening level is 0.01%. The initial mission has been activated. Enjoy 3 kinds of food, mission reward, a random low-level, food skill. 2 Gourmet System. What happened? Bly was sitting on the stone bench, but he was suddenly startled and stood up. Because what just appeared in his mind shocked him. Food system, gourmet cells, food skills. Why did these words look so familiar? Damn it, isn't this something from The Prisoner of Food? Why did it suddenly appear? Bly was shocked. The Prisoner of Food is his favorite comic besides One Piece. He also knows the plot by heart, but he didn't expect it to pop up in this way. Just like the 2 main power systems in the world of One Piece, Haki, and Devil Fruit ability, the main power systems in the prisoner world of Gourmet are also 2 types, namely, Food Technique, and Devil Fruit ability, Dark Skills. It was enough for him to find it unbelievable that he had inexplicably traveled to the world of One Piece, but now there is something similar to an upgrade system, and it also comes with the skills of prisoners with delicious food. This is too messy. Come on, could it be that some god in the world is just idle and bored, taking advantage of me for fun? Bly thought speechlessly. Put your chin on your hand and look like you are thinking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. FK you sister, don't think about it anymore. Love whoever you want, watch as much as you want. Grandpa, I'm not afraid of being watched by anyone. Bly only maintained his pensive state for 3 seconds before he became impatient. This is an old habit of his. When he encounters something he can't figure out, he just doesn't think about it. Of course, this old problem has also benefited him a lot. At least he has lived a prosperous life. However, judging from the current situation, this sudden food system has no negative impact on him. On the contrary, it may solve his current urgent need. Make yourself stronger as soon as possible, and at least have the ability to protect yourself, so that you won't be killed by the minions who can't be called casually. Can you get food skills by completing the mission? You can really get whatever you want. Many of the food skills in Prisoners of Gourmet are very heaven-defying, like the Gourmet National Treasure, Festival's Invincible Pressure. The violent beast Jiro's anesthesia point that can stop the rotation of the entire planet in an instant, the universal gravity of the strongest man in the world Ikiryu. Bly became more and more excited as he thought about it, his eyes shining brightly. If you can really reach that level, even Marine Admiral will only be beaten. But it shouldn't be that easy. The reward for this initial mission only indicates low level, eating skills. I don't know what will it be specifically. Bly pondered and thought. Compared to the One Piece world, the captive world of Gourmet is actually more martial. Therefore, if Bly can make good use of this gourmet system, in terms of strength alone, it will definitely be enough to make a name for himself in the One Piece world. But that's a thing for another day. For now, the most important thing is to complete the initial mission released by the gourmet system as soon as possible and find out what the low-level food skills are. Bly has been struggling to find a shortcut to quickly improve his strength. This unpredictable food system seems to be a good shortcut. As for the origin of this system, is it important? It was as if he didn't understand why he suddenly traveled to the world of One Piece. Since he couldn't understand it, he could only try his best to adapt. The top priority is to become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger. However, the food mentioned in this mission obviously cannot be just ordinary food. I have been in this world for some time, but it was only when I ate this piece of barbecue that I was detected to be enjoying it. Food, and successfully activated the food system. Other foods I ate before this were obviously not classified as gourmet, so what kind of food can be judged as gourmet? Bly was a little confused. Just as Bly was deep in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ha! I caught you. A little Lolita with long pink hair jumped out of nowhere and looked at Bly angrily and said, "Humph, Brother Bly, you are actually eating secretly here alone. If you don't call Hina for delicious food, Hina will be very angry and the consequences will be serious." Looking at the sudden appearance of the little Loli, Bly had a headache. Unlike Bly, who was originally unknown, the little Lolita Hina in front of her will be one of the backbones of Marine in the future. If nothing happens, she will probably become a Marine Vice Admiral level figure in the more distant future, with unlimited potential. But now she is just a little Loli who likes to pester Bly. Hina's father is a Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, so like Bly, he is considered a Marine child of this headquarters. They both grew up in Marineford. Because Bly has the soul of an adult, he usually can't play with those little kids, but for some reason, Hina is very fascinated by his slightly unsociable character. In Hina's opinion, Bly is cool. He is the kind of big brother, so he loves to pester Bly. This makes Bly himself very helpless. If he was entangled by future Hina, he might be a little relieved. After all, judging from the comics, this little Hina will also be a beauty in the future. But now Hina is only 5 or 6 years old, and he really can't have that idea. "Three little Loli, girl, come and eat together." Bly was helpless, but she still doted on this clinging little Lolita and waved to her with a smile. Just eat." The little Loli wanted to vent her anger with Bly, but when she saw the greasy golden roast, she finally couldn't resist the temptation and sat next to Bly. Bly immediately cut a few pieces for her, put them on the extra plate and handed them over. After the little Loli took it, she forked a piece and put it in her mouth. Then her eyes lit up. "Wow, Brother Bly, your barbecue skills have improved again." After eating the delicious food, the little Loli immediately forgot about her previous dissatisfaction. "It's not that my skills have improved, it's because of the meat," Bly said with a smile. "This is a little gift that Father Sengoku brought me back from the sea, isn't it good?" "Has Uncle Sengoku gone to sea again?" Has Whitebeard appeared again?" Hina asked while eating, her 2 little cheeks bulging, looking like a cute little goldfish. "Eat slowly, there is still plenty." Seeing her like this, Bly smiled and shook his head. "Not this time. It seems that a country has invaded. Father Sengoku is going to help quell the chaos." Oh, little Loli nodded sharply. "That's right, Brother Bly, have you heard? The new youth training camp here at our headquarters is recruiting people again. Brother Bly, do you want to participate?" Youth training camp. Bly rubbed his chin, recalling the name in his mind. If they remember correctly, this youth training camp is used to train younger Marine children. It is similar to the concept of primary and secondary schools in the previous life. However, the content of the training is not mathematics and physics, but training for becoming Marines in the future. Do some advanced training, because at least one of the parents of these Marine children is a Marine, except when they are stationed in Marineford, they are away from home all year round, so naturally they don't have much time to educate their children. In order to make up for this lack, the youth training camp was born. The headquarters will dispatch Marine officers stationed in Marineford to take turns training and teaching these children, including basic knowledge teaching, common sense teaching, and introductory exercises, etc. The training direction is of course towards the future Marine direction. Come, it would be really good if you could participate. In addition to exercising yourself, you can also further deepen your understanding of the world. The world we know from comics is, after all, relatively one-sided, and Bly already understood this not long after he came to this world. Brother Bly, please come with me, okay? Hina is so pitiful alone. Little Loli put down the plate and looked at Bly with starry eyes, looking very expectant. Okay, just sign up for me and join together. Bly had already made up his mind and said with a smile. Okay. Hina was so excited that she almost jumped up and volunteered. Then this matter will be taken care of by Hina. You can't go back on your word, Brother Bly. Hina agreed to sign up for the youth training camp, but Bly didn't intend to just wait. Anyway, judging from what Hina said, it would still be some time before the youth training camp starts. Taking advantage of this time, he planned to complete the initial tasks of the Gourmet System first. Without any skills, I really can't suppress those little brats. Don't go back and suffer a loss in the youth training camp. It will be a big shame. Bly shook his head and said to himself. The original owner of this body was a guy with no sense of worry at all, and he had no idea what amazing changes the world would take in the next 20 or 30 years. Even this naval headquarters Marineford was no longer absolutely safe place. But now Bly knows this clearly, and he also knows that among this group of people who are about the same age as him, there are many little guys who should not be underestimated. He is neither a demon fruit power nor has any foundation in cultivation. I am afraid that he cannot convince others just because he is mentally more mature than others. He does not want to join a youth training camp and be bullied by a kid. That would be too embarrassing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10 days later, Bly visited all the restaurants in Marineford and ate the special signature dishes of each restaurant one by one. But what troubled him was that after eating so many special signature dishes, none of the food conformed to the food system. Gourmets judged. Boom. Bly punched the table in front of him, a little annoyed. 34 restaurants, 1 or 200 dishes, but not one of them meets the requirements. Are you kidding me? It can be said that he broke his leg in the past 10 days, but the result was that he ran in vain, which made everyone angry. I thought that if a barbecue I grilled casually could be judged as a delicious food, then it would be easy to find 2 more delicious food. Who knew it would be such a result? Little Lele, why are you so angry? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I will help you vent your anger. A smiling voice suddenly came from behind Bly. Before that, Bly didn't hear any footsteps or anyone approaching him, until this smiling voice suddenly sounded point for his marine very free. Corazon, you damn B asterisk 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 D, how many times have you told me, don't call me little Lele, my name is Bly. Hearing this grinning voice, Bly cursed. The owner of this smiling voice is the closest person to the original owner of this body besides Sengoku. In terms of title, he is indeed Bly's eldest brother. Because like Bly, he is Sengoku's adopted son, and he is several years older than Bly. Even Bly is no stranger to this big brother, because he has been mentioned many times in the comic plot. Corazon, formerly known as Don Quixote, Rocinante, is a user with the Silence Fruit ability. His biological brother, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, was Heavenly Yaksha, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who later became famous in the Grand Line. He was also a middleman in the underground dark world and had the code name of Joker. He is one of the famous pirates. In addition, Corazon and his biological brother also have another identity that is unknown to most people, the world's nobles, celestial dragons. As one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family has always had the status of the world's noble celestial dragons. Until a few years ago, Corazon's father, Don Quixote, Honogu, suddenly proposed that the celestial dragons should also live like ordinary people, and set an example by taking his wife and 2 young sons to leave the Holy Land Mariajoy, wanting to integrate into the ordinary people, human life. But sadly, he underestimated how much ordinary people hated the celestial dragons. The resentment accumulated over generations will not be diluted simply because of his unrealistic ideal. The Don Quixote family, who lost their status as celestial dragons, were made things difficult and hated by people, trying to put all the resentment here. Take it out on the family. Before giving up their identity as celestial dragons, they were world nobles and were protected by the world government. Anyone who dared to harm them would face the pursuit of Marine's strongest combat force, the Admiral. But when they lose this prominent identity, and when ordinary people find that there will be no consequences even if they hurt them, tragedy is born. When his mother died of illness, Doflamingo, who had been oppressed, finally broke out unbearably. He blamed his father for everything, blaming him for giving up his identity as celestial dragons without thinking, causing the whole family to suffer. In the midst of suffering, Doflamingo exploded and unleashed his inner demons. He killed his father with his own hands and tried to exchange his father's head for the forgiveness of other celestial dragons to win back his identity as a celestial dragon. However, this move failed and he was still driven out. Since then, Doflamingo has embarked on a bad path. After witnessing his father being killed by his brother, Corazon fled from his brother's side and was adopted by Sengoku as his adopted son by chance. Compared to Bly, Corazon is older and is now a real Marine, and also has the rank of Marine Ensign. However, no matter what Corazon's strength or military rank is, in front of Bly he is just a big brother who has a bit of bad taste and likes to play pranks. Regardless of what we know about Corazon from the comics, Bly can also feel the kindness of this big brother, because he has absolutely nothing to say to Bly. In the memory of this body, Bly can see that the original owner of this body was bullied several times because of his withdrawn personality. The key point is that those who bully him are also Marine children. Even Sengoku, who is an admiral, cannot take it seriously because of such a fight between children. But Corazon refused. Whenever he found out that Bly was being bullied, he would desperately seek justice for his younger brother. Even if he knew that he was no match for the other party, and even if he was beaten with bruises, he did not want to see it. Bly was bullied for nothing. It is precisely because of having such an older brother who seems to be mean but actually cares about him so much that Bly gets out of a lot of troubles and fewer people dare to bully him. Of course, strictly speaking, Corazon helped the original Bly, not the current Bly, but he could still feel the family affection despite fully accepting the memory of the original owner of the body. Therefore, despite the curses on his lips, in his heart he was not really angry with Corazon for such a trivial matter. Hearing Bly's annoyed reaction, Corazon walked to sit opposite him with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "I got it, little Lele, don't be angry. Marine is so free, why do you come here to harass me?" Bly no longer cares about Corazon's name, because he knows that with Corazon's evil temper, if he is more serious, it will make him cross. It's getting more and more exciting, so it would be better to just ignore it. I just came back from a mission, and I heard that you, little Lele, are eating and drinking like crazy. Aren't I worried that you were bullied again or stimulated in some way? Corazon said sternly. Bly knew that what Corazon said should be true. 5 Make a feast with Poseidon. His behavior in the past 10 days was indeed a bit abnormal, so it was no wonder Corazon was worried. It's okay, no one bullied me. Bly shook his head. Really? Corazon was dubious. Really not. Bly said, Father Sengoku brought me some small gifts from the sea a few days ago. Among them was a kind of meat that I used to barbecue and eat. It was very delicious, but the meat was not enough for me to eat for a few days. I was still greedy after eating, so I wanted to find something delicious. But I found so many restaurants and ate so many signature dishes, but I always felt that something was missing. Bly hid the matter of the gourmet system and explained it to Corazon in a 70% true and 30% false manner, so as not to worry Corazon. I see, you kid made me worry in vain. It's true. Corazon waved his hand, half lying on the backrest behind him, and said with a smile, this is actually normal, and you don't. If you had asked me earlier, you wouldn't have had to run around like this. Huh. Bly heard an unusual meaning from Corazon's words and asked quickly, you mean, you know what's going on? Of course, I am your omnipotent big brother, little Lele, Corazon said proudly. Bly resisted the urge to punch Corazon in the face, gritted his teeth and asked, so why exactly? Perhaps because he saw that Bly was about to go crazy, Corazon stopped teasing him and said with a smile, what Daddy Sengoku can bring back to you on a special trip is mostly meat from Sea Kings, but in ordinary restaurants like Marineford the so-called signature features are all made from ordinary ingredients. I think you should understand that for cooking, the ingredients themselves have a great impact on the final taste and texture, and the meat quality of most Sea Kings is completely incomparable to ordinary ingredients. Although your barbecue is simple, the ingredients used far exceed these so-called signature features, so it naturally feels different. Ingredients. Bly's eyes lit up. Yes, if it was because of the ingredients, it would not be difficult to understand why he had eaten a lot before but had never activated the gourmet system. Sea Kings. The more he thought about Bly, the more he felt that Corazon's statement was probably right, because it was indeed the most reasonable explanation. From this point of view, the gourmet system determines gourmet more than I thought. It would be a lot of trouble, but fortunately I already have some ideas. Thanks for the reminder, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Bly said thank you to Corazon and left in a hurry. Hey, you just left me here. Corazon shouted dissatisfied at Bly's back. It wasn't until Bly's figure disappeared from sight that he shook his head and smiled. This kid, why are you always you're so hot-tempered, have you changed your gender? No matter, if you don't want to eat, I'll eat it. Looking at the barely touched table of food in front of him, Corazon rubbed his palms and licked his lips with his tongue. Let's start. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After Corazon's reminder, Bly realized that the problem might lie with the ingredients, and immediately changed his strategy and stopped randomly traveling between restaurants. Instead, he aimed directly at the Sea Kings. His current understanding of the gourmet system is still too one-sided. He cannot know what kind of food satisfies the gourmet system's judgment of gourmet, nor can he tell what factors will affect the gourmet system's judgment. Therefore, the easiest way to do it is to copy the food that was judged as a gourmet, for the first time, his homemade barbecue. In this regard, Bly is still very self-aware and does not feel that his barbecue skills can really surpass other restaurants and reach the judgment limit of the gourmet system in terms of skills. Since the reason is not cooking skills, then obviously the root cause is mostly the ingredients. This is also the reason why Bly reacted immediately after Corazon reminded him. He didn't want to understand this at first, just because the authorities were confused. After being awakened, he immediately gave up the meaningless behavior of running and breaking his legs. The next target is set on Sea Kings. Sea Kings are very common marine creatures in this world. They are extremely large in size, come in many varieties, and have various appearances. Most of them have extremely ferocious temperaments. They are the creatures that ordinary sailors fear the most, because when they encounter Sea Kings, it is often accompanied by great danger. Fortunately, most of the Sea Kings are gathered in the calm belt, on both sides of the Grand Line. Although they are spread throughout the sea, they are relatively scattered outside the calm belt. If this were not the case, the sea would probably become a restricted area for most people. When Bly decided to turn his target to the Sea Kings, he naturally did not want to hunt down the Sea Kings himself. He was not so overconfident. Indeed, the Sea Kings are quite vulnerable in front of the world's top powerhouses. Even the rarer, super large Sea Kings are not enough for a powerhouse of Admiral's level. 6 feet Momosugi, Gion. But that is only for the strong. What if the target is replaced by ordinary people? Even the small ones are tens of meters long, and the large ones are even hundreds of meters long. If you throw it on the earth in the previous life, it will be a super monster no less than Godzilla. It's already good enough that ordinary people can stand in front of such super monsters without being frightened to the point of weakening their legs, but they still want to fight against it. Stop it. Therefore, Bly never thought about obtaining the meat of Sea Kings on his own. But just because he's not good at it doesn't mean that the people he knows can't do it either. Don't forget, he is the son of Admiral after all. There aren't many people he knows who can beat the Sea Kings. The only question was, who should he turn to for help? Sengoku, the cheap dad, is definitely the person closest to him. Needless to say, this cheap dad has a slightly old-fashioned personality. If he wanted to eat Sea Kings, for no reason, not only would he not succeed, but he might also have to be taught a lesson by Sengoku. Based on his understanding of Sengoku, this possibility was extremely high. So Father Sengoku can be eliminated first. Can't find it. What about besides Papa Sengoku? The second closest person to Bly is undoubtedly his evil eldest brother Corazon. However, Corazon is only a teenager now and is far less powerful than when he went undercover in Dressrosa more than 10 years later to work for the Don Quixote family. Although Corazon's military rank at that time was only Marine Lieutenant Colonel, in terms of strength, he could easily defeat Colonel-level figures, so his strength had at least reached the general level. If it was him at that time, it would be easy to help Bly hunt down a few Sea Kings, but now. Even if Bly made this request, Corazon might really give it a try, but Bly I haven't gotten sick to this extent yet. Therefore, Corazon can also be ruled out. After excluding Father Sengoku and Corazon, the first thing that came to Bly's mind was a figure with a sweet smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hey, Little Bly, why are you here? Come here and let me pinch you. The girl with thick black hair and super long legs looked at Bly with surprise. Hello Gion-sama, Bly greeted with a grimace. As if the long-legged girl couldn't see Bly's expression, she walked directly in front of Bly, bent down, pinched Bly's little face with both hands, and rubbed it. When rubbing Bly's little face, the long-legged girl looked particularly excited, like a little girl playing with her favorite toy. But Bly can't escape the evil claws. He came here this time to ask for help from the long-legged girl. Another one, with his little strength, even if he wanted to break away from the long-legged girl's claws, he couldn't. Because this long-legged girl has terrifying strength that is completely inconsistent with her sweet appearance. Momosuke, Gion, Naval Headquarters Commodore, is the top swordsman in charge of the famous sword, Kinpira. Although his current military rank is only Commodore, he has strength comparable to Vice Admiral. The main reason why it is currently only a Commodore is that it is too young and easily criticized. Otherwise, at only 19 years old, she might already be the youngest Vice Admiral in Marine. Even the monster who is currently in the limelight, Aokiji, Kuzan, is not as young as her. Moreover, if Bly remembers correctly, when Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji sat on the throne of Admiral, Momosuke was already Vice Admiral and was listed as alternate Admiral. The Vice Admiral who can be listed as a candidate Admiral is at least as strong as the top Admiral level, far exceeding the ordinary Vice Admiral. This shows how terrifying this, Momosuke, is. Although I don't know why I didn't get the Admiral position in the end, it has nothing to do with strength. However, the original Little Bly didn't have much idea about this. He had lived in Marineford since he was a child and had no idea what the outside world was like. He didn't even know the strength of his father Sengoku. He only knew that he is just the largest officer in the Marine besides the Marshal. And this girl with terrifying strength, Momosuke, in the eyes of the original Little Bly, is just a weird sister who likes to pinch her face, which often makes the original Little Bly distressed. Unlike Aokiji and the others who later joined Marine, Momosuke, Gion, like Bly, is a Marine child and grew up in Marineford, so it can be said that Bly grew up watching her. Playing with Bly, a little boy, is one of her greatest daily pleasures. Little Bly, why do you have time to come to play with your sister today? Have you not seen me for a long time? Do you miss your sister? Just tell me if you miss me. It's better for my sister to come and play with you. After squeezing Bly's little face, this Gion, a long-legged girl with terrifying strength, picked up Bly again, sat on the sofa, put him on his lap, and continued to poke Bly's face. Gion's move immediately made Bly feel a little overwhelmed. If he were to change to the original Bly, facing this scene should only be distressing, but now he has the soul of an adult. And this terrifying girl Gion has a devilish figure, especially those long pair of her amazingly long legs make people nosebleed. 7 long legs. Being placed on such a pair of long legs was too much for Bly. However, the long-legged girl herself did not have this consciousness and did not think about it at all. In her eyes, Bly was just a little brother she watched grow up. While Bly was chanting wildly in his mind, "Color is emptiness, emptiness is color," he said to the long-legged girl, "I came here this time to ask for your help, Sister Gion." Help? You little guy has actually learned how to ask for help. It seems that you have really grown up. The long-legged girl said with a smile, "Tell me, what kind of help can you do?" "As long as I can help you, sister, just ask." "I want you, sister, to help me hunt down a few sea kings," Bly said seriously. Immediately afterwards, he repeated what he said to Corazon to Gion. "That's it. I thought you were bullied by someone and wanted me to help you seek justice," the long-legged girl said with a disappointed look on her face. "Bly has a black line on his head. Will you always be bullied in the eyes of others? But it's normal. The original I was too honest. I was the kind of person who didn't dare to complain even if I was bullied. It's no wonder that I was bullied all the time even though I was the adopted son of Admiral. This kind of thing, there are not many people who have an enviable status and are so honest. If you don't bully me, who will you bully?" Bly recalled the memories of the past and couldn't help but sigh. "Okay, don't be so sad, I'll just help you with this." The long-legged girl responded. Really? The long-legged girl agreed so quickly, but it was Bly's turn to be a little in disbelief. TCH, when have you ever seen my sister go back on her word? The long-legged girl curled her lips. Thank you, Sister Guillaume. Bly was so excited that he put aside his dignity and showed off a cute smile to the long-legged girl. Seeing him like this, the long-legged girl could no longer control her devil's claws and rubbed his baby fat little face again, with a look of excitement on her face. Bly could only endure the humiliation at this time, ignoring the fact that he was pinched in the face, and continued, Sister Guillaume, can you not tell Father Sengoku about this? Ha, are you afraid that Lord Sengoku will scold you? The long-legged girl asked with a smile. Yeah, Bly admitted. Don't worry, this matter can be regarded as a little secret between the two of us, okay? The long-legged girl continued to rub her face, but sister, I still have a condition. After the matter is completed, you must let me unconditionally. How about pinching you for half an hour as a reward for helping you as my sister? Bly gritted his teeth and said, deal. Faced with the long-legged girl's shameless bidding, Bly gave in. Huh, sooner or later, I'm going to pinch it back with my own hands. Bly swore in his heart. Fortunately, his surrender was not fruitless. The next day, the long-legged girl found him with a golden sword and took him to a temporary warehouse where the Sea Kings had been divided. Here, this is what you want. Sister, I will do what I say. Also, I'll put it down in my account for half an hour. Sister, I suddenly have something to do and I have to go out. I'll ask you to collect the bill when I get back. Don't even think about defaulting on the bill. After the long-legged girl finished speaking, she carried the golden sword and left with a happy expression. Only the bitter-faced Bly is left. No matter what, it's important to complete the task first. Bly looked at the Sea Kings that was cut into pieces of meat, his eyes shining. In the evening, after Bly cooked 2 different kinds of Sea Kings meat into 2 dishes, he ate a few bites of each of the 2 dishes in one breath with great anticipation. At this moment, the golden words appeared in my mind again. Ding dong. Detected that the host successfully tasted the delicious food. Initial task completion level 2/3. Ding dong. Detected that host successfully tasted delicious food. Initial task completion level 3/3. Host has successfully completed the initial mission. The food system has been initialized. The primary level detection function has been successfully activated, and the initial mission rewards will begin. Drawing in progress. Drawing in progress. Ding dong. The rewards have been drawn. The reward for this initial mission is a low-level food skill, sound wave manipulation, beginner level. Tip. Cultivation and food are the fastest ways to increase the awakening of food cells. Tip. System tasks will be triggered randomly. The more contact events there are, the more tasks that can be triggered. For specific situations, the host can explore by himself. It's done. Bly waved his fist fiercely, excited. Isn't it just for this result that I have been busy for so many days and endured the humiliation and debt of being pinched? This time I finally got my wish. At the same time, some information suddenly appeared in his mind. Basic sonic manipulation. Weakness sonic. Sound punch. Sonic laser. Bly murmured to himself as he savored the extra information in his mind. Ha! Bly suddenly turned around and punched the wall beside him. Suddenly, there was a fist mark on the wooden wall. Although it was not too deep, there was indeed an extra fist mark, which completely matched Bly's small fist. 8. The gathering is complete. 1. Haiyingquan compresses sound waves into the fist. When the fist is swung out, it can instantly release the high-frequency vibration of the sound wave to increase the power of the attack. When it is used to the limit, it can even make the attack use the high-frequency vibration in an instant. Frequency vibration causes all-round indiscriminate damage to the enemy's body, both inside and outside are hit equally. Bly pondered the name of this move silently. Eating technique. Sound wave manipulation is the unique eating technique of Zebra, one of the 4 gourmet Uranus in the captive world of gourmet food. As Zebra, the most violent character among the 4 Uranus, his eating skills are as violent as his character, with terrible destructive power and the destructive power to destroy everything. Bly was actually prepared for the fact that the first eating technique he obtained might not be as good as he hoped. But when he discovered that the first eating technique actually belonged to Zebra's sound wave manipulation, he was excited. The ground almost jumped. However, what we got this time is only the elementary level of sound wave manipulation, which is far from the effect of Zebra's heyday. Moreover, the method of use is relatively simple. Many of Zebra's signature attacks, with this elementary level sonic manipulation, is far from being usable. More than that, just now I simply punched a sound wave, which is the simplest use of sound wave manipulation, but even so, it made me feel a little tired. This should be the consumption of food cell energy. Like with the simple use just now, I can only hit it 2 or 3 times now. If I don't increase the awakening level of my food cells, even if I master a higher level of food skills, I still won't have the ability to use them in combat. Bly silently summarized his current situation in his mind. He was very clear-headed and was not dazzled by this sudden surprise. Because he knew very well that this low-level eating skill alone, as well as his poor food cell awakening level, was far from enough for him to gain a foothold in this world. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Patting his belly, Bly looked at the remaining Sea King's dishes. There was no waste, and he continued to clean up. Because he remembered the tips of the Gourmet System, practice and food, both of which are one of the fastest ways to increase the awakening of food cells. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. The Sea Kings that Bly asked the long-legged girl, Momosugi, Gion to help hunt have been wiped out by him, and his food cell awakening level has also increased from the initial 0.01% to 0.2%. In other words, his current level of food cell awakening is 20 times that of half a month ago. This improvement is nothing short of amazing. Because the increase in the arousal level of gourmet cells not only means an increase in the energy of gourmet cells, but will also comprehensively improve the host's physical fitness in all aspects. Of course, this does not mean that Bly's physical fitness is now 20 times stronger than half a month ago. The strengthening of gourmet cells cannot simply increase the arousal level by the same multiple as the physical fitness enhancement multiple. But Bly can clearly feel that compared to him half a month ago, in terms of physical fitness, he is at least 2 to 3 times stronger now. Half a month ago, his physical fitness was not much different from that of an ordinary 7-year-old child, because he had never exercised. If we simply calculated his strength half a month ago, he could probably lift 5 kilograms, which is almost what he had. The limit. But now that he has tried it, lifting more than 10 kilograms is completely within his tolerance. In other words, in terms of strength alone, he seems to have improved 2 or 3 times. As for other aspects, he hasn't had time to test and compare them one by one. However, he didn't have time to test it yet, because just now, Hina came to see him and informed him that the youth training camp would start training and teaching tomorrow. Previously, Bly had asked Hina to sign up for him, so naturally he would not miss it now. The only thing that made him feel a little uncomfortable was that after the youth training camp started, all the Marine kids who participated in training and teaching had to move to the arranged dormitories. It is said that it is to facilitate unified management and to cultivate their collective consciousness. The next day, the genius had just dawned. Bly has already arrived at the designated position in the youth training camp without any delay. Looking from a distance, this is a concave teaching building. The buildings on 3 sides are connected together and form an unsealed rectangle. The open space in the center of the rectangle is a playground. When Bly arrived, many little kids had already arrived. According to the regulations of the youth training camp, everyone must arrive before 7 o'clock. Anyone who is late will be directly disqualified from participating in the training. But now it is about 6:30, and most of the people have already arrived. Brother Bly, Hina's voice came from far away. I have to say, this little loli's eyes are really sharp. Bly didn't notice her before, but she saw Bly who had just arrived from such a distance. Good morning, Hina. Bly smiled and waved. Brother Bly, you are finally here. I was worried that you overslept. Hina complained. 9 The gathering is complete. 2 How could I oversleep on such an important matter? You underestimate me, you little girl. Bly shook his head and smiled. I'm not a stinky girl, so I'll ignore you. The little loli muttered. Okay, I'm wrong, okay. Anyway, I want to thank you for signing up for me this time. When the training is over, I'll treat you to a big dinner. This is what you said, don't go back on it. Don't worry, when have you ever seen me default on a bill? Okay, I forgive you. Hina's sullen face instantly broke into a smile. Bly patted her head lovingly, smiled and shook his head. Not long after Bly arrived at the youth training camp, a column of Marine soldiers suddenly ran out of the teaching building in unison, ran to the entrance, and blocked the entrance. What's going on? Why is the entrance blocked? Aren't we going to let people in? They shouldn't have arrived yet. Why did they block the entrance? It's only 10 minutes until 7 o'clock. This scene made the children gathered on the playground start to whisper. Some of them had pocket watches. They even took out their watches to check the time and found that it was not yet 7 o'clock. Brother Bly. Hina also looked at Bly with a confused look. Don't worry, I'll understand soon. Bly frowned slightly, not understanding what the fuss was about. But as he said to Hina, it will be clear soon. Because he had already seen Marine officers sending children over in the distance, but the entrance was blocked by these Marine soldiers, which would inevitably cause a conflict. To find out what's going on, just keep reading. Sure enough, several Marine officers hurried over with their children soon. When they arrived at the entrance, they found that the entrance was blocked and they could not come in. A lieutenant colonel immediately yelled at those Marine soldiers, "You guys, why are you blocking the entrance? Get out of the way. Sir, the youth training camp has been assembled. No one is allowed to enter it now, please forgive me." A man who looked like a soldier leader saluted Kaido. "The assembly is over. Are you kidding?" The lieutenant colonel glared. The last assembly time is obviously 7 o'clock, but there are still 10 minutes left before 7 o'clock. Don't you have a watch? As he spoke, the lieutenant colonel took out a pocket watch and showed it to the soldier leader. "Sir, this is an order from above. Please go back." The soldier leader did not look at the pocket watch at all. Although his tone was very respectful, his attitude was very firm and he would not give in. "What's wrong with you? Isn't this unreasonable? Get out of the way." Another major with a child had a hot temper. Seeing that the soldier leader was so unreasonable, he became furious. The lieutenant colonel didn't say anything, but he looked very unhappy. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "What's going on?" Several people looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the person who spoke was a Marine Rear Admiral who came with a child. Seeing a group of people gathered around and refusing to go in, the Marine Rear Admiral was very puzzled. "See Lord Morris." Several officers recognized the Rear Admiral. There are a lot of general officers in Marine, especially the general officers in the headquarters. There are very few people below who have never seen them at all. After all, Marineford is so big that you can't see them without looking up. "Jim, what's going on?" The Rear Admiral asked the lieutenant colonel who spoke first. "That's it, Lord Morris." Lieutenant Colonel Jim quickly summarized the matter. "Nonsense." Maurice Rear Admiral shouted with some dissatisfaction, then looked at the soldier leader and said, "Since we agreed to gather before 7 o'clock, it is 7 o'clock. It's obviously not time yet, why not let me in? It's just nonsense." "But my lord," facing Morris Rear Admiral, the soldier leader softened his attitude a little and did not dare to be as tough as before, but he still tried to explain. But Morris Rear Admiral suddenly interrupted, "Nothing, just get out of my way." The soldier leader looked struggling, but he did not dare to disobey Morris Rear Admiral's order. After much hesitation, he finally decided to give in. However, just when he was about to let his men disperse, a lazy voice sounded. "Don't get out of the way. Didn't you understand what I told you before? No matter who is coming, rush back to me. The youth training camp has been assembled. It's useless for anyone to come." The appearance of this lazy voice cheered up the soldier leader, and he immediately gave up his plan to retreat. But this undoubtedly made Morris Rear Admiral a little embarrassed. However, after seeing the owner of the lazy voice, he gave up the idea of getting angry. Because the person who spoke was also a Rear Admiral like him, and this guy was famous for being a ruthless person. He was not afraid of anything. Even several vice admirals had been humiliated by him. The most important thing is that this guy is also very strong and very difficult to mess with. If he gets angry, he will definitely be embarrassed in the end, not the other party. So he suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, Dalmesia, even if you are not allowed in, you still have to give a reasonable explanation. You can't just take whatever you say. 10 brilliant means. The Rear Admiral of Dalmesia, who was named by Maurice Rear Admiral, wore a black and white Madara scarf around his neck and Marine's iconic justice cloak on his back. He was stretching while he walked lazily this way with a lazy expression. Hearing Maurice Rear Admiral's question, he spoke slowly. Explain. He picked his ears and said nonchalantly, why should I give you an explanation? I was given the responsibility to manage the youth training camp. Naturally, I have the final say. If I say the gathering is over, then it is gathering. It's over, why should I give you an explanation? Please tell me loudly, why do I have to explain to you? At the end of the sentence, the Dalmatian Rear Admiral almost roared. Maurice Rear Admiral was so angry that his face turned red. It was not that he didn't know that Dalmesia was a jerk, but he didn't expect that she would be such a jerk, not even giving him any face. In front of so many people, even his children, he was so aggressive that he didn't give his fellow Rear Admiral any face at all. Dalmesia walked slowly to the entrance. When the Marine soldiers who were blocking the entrance saw him approaching, they consciously made a way for him to pass through. Arriving in front of Maurice Rear Admiral, Dalmesia did not look at the colleague who was so angry that he was blushing. Instead, he squatted down and looked at Maurice Rear Admiral, who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. Son. The little guy looked like he was frightened by Dalmesia, clinging tightly to his father's leg. Dalmesia, what on earth do you want to do? Maurice Rear Admiral asked angrily. Dalmesia didn't seem to hear Maurice Rear Admiral's angry shouts at all. He just looked at the little boy in front of him quietly. Suddenly, he made an exaggerated grimace to the little boy. The little boy immediately laughed out loud, forgetting his previous nervousness. At this time, Dalmesia also showed a smile and said in a gentle tone, Little guy, tell me, what is your name? Jason Morris. The little boy dared Kaido. Jason, right, nice to meet you. My name is Dalmesia. If you don't mind me, we will be friends from now on. Friend. The little boy was a little confused. Since we are friends, I won't hide it from you. I'm afraid you won't be able to participate in this youth training camp, little Jason. Dalmesia spread her hands. Actually, this is not your fault. If I guessed correctly, if so, the reason why you came now is because your father said there is no need to worry, right? The little boy glanced at his father and didn't answer. Indeed, the last gathering time announced by the youth training camp was 7 o'clock, and I was the one who set this time, but I asked them to block the entrance at 6:50, which went against what I said. You know why? The little boy shook his head rapidly. Because, I want to tell you through this incident, never be the last person to arrive. What others ask of you is just a bottom line, and your requirements for yourself must never be lower than this bottom line. As a target. You must always tell yourself that no matter what you do, you must try your best to do it well, and never let yourself become a person just to complete the so-called task. Dalmesia patted the little boy on the shoulder and smiled gently. Whether you can participate in the youth training camp or not, I believe you will become a great person in the future. As a friend, I will teach you this lesson for free today. Yes, remember, little Jason. Yes. Although the little boy seemed to understand, he still nodded thoughtfully. Go home, come and play with me when you have time. Dalmesia touched the little boy's head, and then said to the other little guys who were also excluded, what I just said, not only I am saying to him, and I am also saying to you who have been eliminated. Remember what happened today and keep it firmly in your mind. I don't care if you will hate me because of this, but even if you really do, please also remember the reason for this disgust. After saying this, Dalmesia turned around and left without looking back. From beginning to end, he never said a single word to the parents of these eliminated children. Maurice Rear Admiral had calmed down by this time, and his face that was originally flushed with anger gradually dissipated while Dalmesia was talking to her son. He took a deep look at Dalmesia's back, then took his son's hand, turned and left, and stopped asking further questions. The other officers also looked quite ashamed at this time. Seeing Morris, the rear admiral, turn around and leave, they quickly took the children and left. Not far away, the little ones who had gathered had seen this scene completely, and most of them showed thoughtful expressions. Even the little Lolita Hina next to Bly was no exception. What a powerful method, what a Dalmasha. He is indeed an elite vice admiral who will be able to stand alone in the future. He is so famous that it is better to meet him. Bly has the soul of an adult, and it is not because of this Dalmasha rear admiral. A few words changed his outlook, but he was deeply shocked by the way this man took the opportunity to educate a group of children. 11A lively session. Just now, the Dalmatian rear admiral taught these children a crucial lesson. This lesson will more or less have an impact on these children's outlook on life. Moreover, his classes were not only for the children who had already gathered, but also for the children who had been eliminated by his temporary change of rules. This is why the last Maurice Rear Admiral left without any complaints. Because he also realized that this lesson had a profound impact on his son. It is very difficult to instill an idea into a child, because a child has no ability to judge right from wrong. If you tell him a truth, he will most likely reject what you say because of rebelliousness or various psychological reasons. Far less effective than Dalmasha. Maurice Rear Admiral understood this and did not continue to fight with Dalmasha. If not, even if Dalmasia's strength is higher than him, he can't just let it go. You know, the two are at the same level after all, and there's no telling who will suffer if they really get into trouble. This is also the brilliance of Dalmatia. Although he looked down on Maurice Rear Admiral and did not want to talk nonsense with him, he insisted on letting Maurice Rear Admiral accept his love. He could no longer do it because of this incident. To get angry with him because of something happened also shows the brilliance of his methods. Bly saw through this and was shocked by the Dalmatian Rear Admiral's methods. In addition, while the Dalmatian Rear Admiral was giving this lesson to a group of children, Bly finally matched it with an image in his mind and recognized the Rear Admiral. Compared with the name Dalmasha, this one also has a title that is more well known to outsiders, Dalmatian. Dalmasha, the Zone Dog Fruit ability user, will become one of the backbone of Marine in the future. She is a top physical expert, the shaving and finger pistol in the Grandmaster Marine 6 styles. At the same time, Grandmaster has most of the powers related to physical skills, and he is also very knowledgeable in Kendo. Although he cannot compare with the real top swordsman, he can still be regarded as a master of Kendo. All of you here are Marine children. Many of you may already know me, but in order to take care of those who don't know me, I think it is necessary to introduce myself. My name is Dalmasha, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, and is also the host of this youth training camp. After the burly Dalmasha walked back from the entrance, he came to the crowd gathered on the playground. I don't care whether you came here voluntarily or by someone, but since you are here, you must abide by the rules here. Dalmasha said lightly, I will say something ugly in front of you, no matter what you are outside. No matter what your status is, no matter who your parents are, even if you are Marshal Marine, there is no difference in my eyes. When you get here, you are just a newcomer in the youth training camp. Everything outside will not give you any preferential treatment here. You don't have to try to get close to me. I know some of you have parents who know me and are even good friends of mine. But if anyone tries to use this to get close to me, hey, I guarantee you will regret this move. Dalmasha's words made many children look bitter. Because among these children, there are indeed some who have known Dalmasha before. Again, Marineford is so old, and the children present are all Marine children, so it is impossible that they have nothing to do with Dalmasha. However, the reason why the headquarters chose Dalmasha to host this youth training camp must have been because of his drive to do things that even his relatives would not recognize. It doesn't matter who your parents are, when you get to their territory, if it's a dragon, you have to hide it, if it's a tiger, you have to lie down. Of course, I can also assure you that when you successfully come out of my youth training camp, you will definitely gain a lot and your trip will not be in vain. Carrots and sticks are applicable everywhere. After hearing this, Bly began to admire the Dalmatian Rear Admiral even more, because it was obvious that this person was really powerful. Dalmasha glanced around at the children and asked, Here, I can give you a chance to quit. My training is to enable you to become elites in Marine in the future, so that's for sure yes, it will be very painful, tiring, and painful, and you may want to quit midway, but by then it will be too late. If you are afraid of hardship, tiredness, or pain, you can stand up now. I will allow you to withdraw, but if you don't withdraw now, there will be no second chance to withdraw. Most of the people who come to participate in the youth training camp are children. The youngest is about 5 or 6 years old, and the oldest is no more than 10 years old. However, children also have self-esteem, and it is impossible to quit at this time. Dalmesh's question was tantamount to cutting off these children's last escape route. Very good, it seems that none of you are cowards. Dalmesia nodded with satisfaction, took a large booklet from the assistant next to her, and opened it. Next, I will roll over the names to confirm that everyone is present. Anyone, when I call your name, remember to say, yes. 12 They are all old acquaintances. John, arrive. Benjamin, arrive. Very good, Hina, arrived. The little loli responded angrily. Shun, here. A cool-looking kid responded. Hanks, arrive, Bly. When Dalmesha read this name, she glanced down from the corner of her eyes very covertly. If she didn't stare directly at him, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. Arrived, Bly responded. When he heard his name being called, Bly agreed, but he didn't notice Dalmesha's unusual reaction because he was also observing the surroundings. In the previous roll call, he heard several names that interested him. Like a kid with silver hair named Smoker. Another example is a kid with a hooked nose named Drake. And a particularly precocious-looking girl named Sadie, White Hunter, Smoker, Red Flag. If you add the little lowly Hina next to Bly, it will undoubtedly be more lively. In the next 20 years or so, these names will gradually become dazzling one by one, come to the stage and become the new generation of influential figures. In addition to these most well-known people, there are actually some names that should not be underestimated, such as the Rust Fruit ability user, Shun, the undoubted swordsman's nemesis, and the Lush Fruit ability user, Binzi, the future Neo-Marine cadre, and Berry Good, the Bean Fruit ability user, etc., etc. These are all Marine children with great potential. In the world Bly knows, these guys have proven their potential. Bly will not really treat these people as supporting characters just because they seem to be unimportant supporting characters in the comic book world. He is in this world now, and it is impossible to look at this like a comic again. World. The information he learned from the comic world can only be used as a way for him to understand the world, rather than becoming a reason for his arrogance. However, if I can't suppress you, why should I make a name for myself in this world? Bly narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Just because you're not conceited doesn't mean you don't have ambition. Bly didn't come here just to play around. He almost broke his leg before. He just wanted to be able to stand firm in this youth training camp and not be suppressed by these little monsters with terrible potential. He could even become a blockbuster and become the most dazzling player in his class. The one. Okay, the roll call is over. I have memorized all your names. Just when Bly was secretly determined to convince everyone, Dalmesha had already closed the book and said to everyone. In the next 1-year youth training camp, the only thing you need to remember is to obey orders. Dalmesha said solemnly, there will definitely be more people who don't know how to obey orders than those who do. You will suffer a lot, I can tell you this in advance. Today is your first day to enter the youth training camp. There will be no training arrangements for the time being. Soldiers will arrange accommodation and other matters for you later. Training will not officially begin until tomorrow. Do you all understand? Clear. Louder. I can't hear what you're saying. Clear. Very good. That's it. Then, let's disband. After Dalmesha finished speaking, she put her hands behind her back and turned to leave. After a while, the Marine soldiers followed the request of the Dalmatian Rear Admiral and led the students to the teaching building on the left. The teaching building on this side was used as a dormitory. Bly probably noticed that, excluding those who were eliminated early, there were about 90 people participating in the youth training camp this time, and the dormitory arrangement was for 4 people in a room. As a result, the more than 30 rooms in the teaching building on the left alone are not full. Soon, under the arrangements of the soldiers, the students were arranged one after another. Since Hina is a girl, she and some other female students were arranged on the second floor of the teaching building in advance. The little loli was extremely dissatisfied with this because she wanted to stay with Bly. There is no distinction between men and women in her mind, but the youth training camp will take this into consideration. But after all, the little loli was also a marine kid, so she knew this was not a place for petty behavior, so she didn't do anything ridiculous. She just looked at Bly with that reluctant look in her eyes when she left, looking pitiful. Bly was placed in a room on the edge of the third floor. However, what makes Bly quite incredible is that he actually knows all three people placed in the same room with him. It's just that they don't know Bly. If he wasn't absolutely certain that no one would know that he knew these three people, Bly would have wondered if there was someone deliberately manipulating him behind this. Hi, hello, my name is Very Good. The last of the four to walk into the room was a round-headed boy, but he was the first to speak to break the silence. It seems that the four of us will be roommates in the next year. Don't you want to introduce yourself? 13. Let me tell you a story. 1. My name is Bly, nice to meet you. Seeing Very Good speak first, Bly naturally did not have stage fright, and introduced himself for the second time with a smile. Shun. The third person to speak was the young man who looked a little cold, and his words were consistent with his impression. Just call me Drake, and I will ask for your advice in the future. The boy who looked to be the oldest among the four, with a hooked nose, performed a strange etiquette to the other three. Hey, Drake, are you from North Blue? Very Good asked curiously as if he had discovered a new world after seeing Drake's salute. Did you notice? The hook-nosed Drake was slightly startled, then smiled and nodded. Yes, I was born in North Blue, and I came to Marineford because my father was transferred to the headquarters. I remember correctly. I once read about the etiquette just now in a book. It is indeed more popular in North Blue. Very Good looked very happy when he saw that he had hit the mark. You guys chat. The cold-hearted boy Shun just said a brief sentence and walked to the bed on his own, not intending to communicate too much with Bly and the other three. Bly and the others didn't show any dissatisfaction with this, because they all could see that Shun's character was just like that, and he didn't mean to target anyone. Then you must have just arrived at Marineford not long ago, right? I remember that the youth training camp will have a few days of vacation every once in a while. Then I will take you around Marineford. There may not be much else here, but the only food is pork belly. 8 Gate has all kinds of delicacies from all over the world. Bly said with a smile. Okay, thank you in advance. Drake thanked him very politely. Eat delicious food, I like it. Very Good became excited when he heard it, and quickly said to Bly, you have to invite me to come with you, don't forget it. Little things, all together. Bly said with a smile. The three of them exchanged words with each other and quickly became familiar with each other. After getting acquainted with each other, the image of these two roommates that Bly already knew truly became fleshed out in his mind, instead of just having an idea of their identities and powers like before. Very Good's personality is extroverted and he likes to talk very much. From his words, it is not difficult for Bly to find that he should be knowledgeable. He also likes to read books. This can be seen from the fact that he recognized at a glance that the etiquette performed by Drake at the beginning was popular in North Blue. Of course, this is just one example. Drake is a little more mature. If you didn't look at his appearance and only listen to his words, you would never guess that he is only 8 or 9 years old. Perhaps because of the environment in which he grew up, Drake pays great attention to politeness and makes people feel comfortable in every word and deed. As for Shun, he is not very familiar with the three of them yet. In this way, the first day's adaptation period passed quickly. The next day, early in the morning, a hint of fish belly white just appeared on the horizon. Beep. A shrill whistle, like some kind of wailing sound, suddenly sounded and spread throughout the youth training camp. Get up and gather. Dalmesh's roar reached everyone's ears. Crackling. There was a commotion from the teaching building on the left. After a while, a group of students filed out, quickly ran downstairs, and gathered in the direction of the playground. Bly's roommate was very fast. The four of them basically left the dormitory at the same time and were among the first to arrive at the playground. Not long after, the rest of the people also came downstairs and gathered together. Bly saw that the little Lolita Hina still looked sleepy, but she came over not too slowly, and she should be considered one of the people in the middle group. The last batch to arrive at the playground were only a few scattered people. Dalmasha stopped those people alone and said with a smile, "You guys seem to be really sleep-deprived. You must be very sleepy, right? In that case, let me run around the playground first. After 10 laps, I'll wake up and feel better, and then I'll return to the team after finishing the race." When Dalmasha said the first half of the sentence, his expression gave people a kind feeling, but the second half of the sentence directly reminded everyone of his true face. The last few students who arrived were all on the verge of tears when they heard Dalmasha's words. But they didn't dare not listen and immediately started running around the playground. The outer circle of this playground is about 400 to 500 meters, and 10 circles are 4 or 5 kilometers. This is really not an easy task for these teenagers, most of whom are only 6 or 7 years old. Dalmasha did not wait for them and continued to lecture. "Today is the first day of training. I remember what I said yesterday, never be the last person to arrive, but those few people just didn't seem to listen. I hope don't learn from them. Okay, let's not talk nonsense anymore. Let's talk about today's class first." Hearing this, the students below all concentrated their attention. There will be a total of 5 classes today, 3 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Dalmasha glanced at the students and said, "The 3 classes in the morning are tracking and anti-tracking classes, physical training classes and shooting classes, and the 2 classes in the afternoon are a brief world history class and a navigation theory class. 14 Let me tell you a story too. That's about it. Do you have any questions?" Dalmasha paused for a moment after speaking. At this time, someone suddenly raised their hand. "Patrick, say it." Dalmasha saw someone raising his hand, looked over there, and called out the student's name. Did he really remember everyone's names in the short period of time yesterday? Bly was slightly surprised when he saw Dalmasha's reaction. At this time, the student named Patrick started to ask questions. "As far as I know, to become a true elite of Marine, doesn't it depend on combat power? Just like you, Mr. Dalmasha, when you fight against the big pirate group, you no longer rely on firearms, right?" "Patrick," he said slowly, "a brief history of the world and navigation theory have nothing to do with combat effectiveness. I don't understand why we should spend time learning these." "Good question." Dalmasha was not unhappy because she was questioned. Instead, she clapped her hands with some relief, and then said, "Let me ask you, should one of your parents be an officer of the headquarters?" "My father is Randolph Vice Admiral." Hearing Dalmasha's question, Patrick said with a little pride. It can be seen that he is really proud of his father and is not taking the opportunity to show off. "So it was Randolph Vice Admiral." Dalmasha nodded and said, "Well, let me answer your question with an incident that your father experienced. Have you ever heard him talk about it? About the Black Mamba pirates?" After Patrick thought for a moment, he nodded and said, "Yes, my father mentioned it more than once at home. It seemed to be an evil pirate group that my father encountered when he was a colonel. My father was responsible for annihilating the Black Mantomo pirates, and he only stepped into the rank of general from colonel." "Then do you know how Vice Admiral Randolph annihilated the Black Mamba pirates?" Dalmasha asked calmly. I'm not sure." Patrick hesitated. "It doesn't matter if you don't know. I happen to know this, so let me tell you." Dalmasha said, "The captain of the Black Mamba pirates is Zone Demon Fruit Power, and his devil fruit is Snake Fruit. Black Mamba form is good at defeating many in battle. The number of ordinary Marines is completely meaningless in front of him. His battles with Marines often kill a large number of ordinary Marines, which also makes his the reward as high as 68 million belly. 68 million baileys." Upon hearing this number, the students were in an uproar. Generally speaking, pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million belly are already ferocious pirates that only Marine general-level officers can deal with. However, Patrick's father was just a Marine colonel at the time, and he was actually able to annihilate a man with such a talent. A pirate group with a ferocious pirate. This Captain Black Mamba's combat prowess is actually far from the level of other pirates who have a bounty of 50 to 60 million, but his level of trouble and cruelty is still higher than this bounty. Dalmasha continued, "If you want to eliminate the Black Mamba pirates, it is meaningless to rely on numbers, because even if most of the pirates are killed, the Black Mamba captain can still, his ability alone can defeat a large number of Marines. Therefore, beheading is the only option. But for some reason, Captain Black Mamba has very good intelligence. As long as there are general-level officers in the Marine to hunt him down, he will disappear for a long time and will not reappear on the sea until the storm has passed. Relying on this, his keen awareness and ability to cause trouble gave Marine a lot of headaches until your father, the then Colonel Randolph, confronted him. Hearing this, not only Patrick, but also the other students, including Bly, were curious and wanted to find out what was going on. The Black Mamba captain naturally avoided it when he met a general officer, but Colonel Randolph was not within the scope of his fear at that time. Therefore, the conflict was inevitable. Moreover, at the beginning in the collision, the men led by Colonel Randolph suffered heavy losses. When faced with Captain Black Mamba's troublesome abilities, a large number of ordinary Marines were killed by his abilities, and Colonel Randolph's men were almost wiped out. More than half of it. Faced with this situation, the normal approach is to return to the headquarters to report the matter, increase the reward for the Black Mamba captain, and request the general officers of the headquarters to arrest him. But Colonel Randolph knew better than anyone at the time that this seemingly correct approach did not pose much threat to the Black Mamba captain. When he returned to headquarters and reported the matter, he would then go back to headquarters, and if a general-level officer goes to hunt him down, the Black Mamba captain will definitely hide in some quiet place again until the limelight passes and then come out again. The chances of killing the Black Mamba captain in this way are really slim. Dalmisia said this with a hint of admiration in her tone. She continued to look at Patrick and said, "I have to say, your father is really courageous." When he realized that reporting the matter back to his headquarters would not pose a threat to the Black Mamba captain, nor could he avenge the heavy casualties of his subordinates, he made a very bold decision, chasing the Black Mamba pirates alone. 15 Let me tell you a story 3. What? Patrick was shocked. When he listened to this story, he had completely assumed the role of his father, Randolph Vice Admiral. To single-handedly hunt down a pirate group captained by a ruthless pirate with a bounty of 68 million Baileys was absolutely impossible. This is not something a mere Colonel Marine should do. Not only Patrick, but all the students present were shocked by Dalmesia's description. Going alone to hunt down a pirate group that many generals have been unable to do anything about, just to avenge his subordinates, no matter how you look at it, it seems like an act of committing suicide. But judging from the fact that Randolph is still alive and has become Vice Admiral, his seemingly crazy move must have been successful in the end. The question is, how on earth did he do it? Could it be that he has strength far beyond the level of a colonel? But if that were the case, more than half of his subordinates would not have been killed in the initial collision. This was simply unreasonable. Yes, you must have guessed the final result. Randolph Vice Admiral finally accomplished something that many generals have not been able to accomplish. He took the head of Captain Black Mamba and brought it back to Marineford to comfort many people. The spirits of my subordinates are in heaven, Dalmesia said calmly. But the question is, how did father do it? Patrick asked impatiently. This question can be said to be the voice of other students. Indeed, it is not difficult for them to deduce the fate of the Black Mamba pirates from the current status of Randolph Vice Admiral. But the most interesting part of this story is not the final result, but how Patrick's father, Vice Admiral Randolph, accomplished this while still at the rank of colonel. Don't be anxious. I will tell you how Randolph Vice Admiral did it. Dalmesia said calmly. After he made this crazy decision, he found an excuse and talked to his subordinates. We temporarily separated and asked his subordinates to return to Marineford to report the situation, while he drove a small boat alone to pursue the Black Mamba pirates. He disguised himself as a lone pirate who wanted to join the Black Mamba pirates and traveled to different islands several times. He quickly tracked the whereabouts of the Black Mamba pirates and did not let the Black Mamba pirates. The Mamba pirates noticed something was wrong. You know, if the Black Mamba pirates were to learn that Marine was secretly inquiring about their whereabouts, the Black Mamba captain would be cautious, will definitely move again immediately and will not stay in the same place. So from this point of view, Colonel Randolph was very thoughtful at the time. Dalmesia said in a praising tone, and after finding and following the Black Mamba pirates, Colonel Randolph started patiently carrying out his plan. He first secretly killed some ordinary members of the Black Mamba pirates with firearms, pretending to be a bounty hunter, and then spread fake news to let the Black Mamba pirates people regard him as a bounty hunter who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth and understands how terrifying the Black Mamba pirates are. In this way, he used this disguised identity to encroach on and anger the Black Mamba pirates step by step, but without making the Black Mamba captain feel a sense of crisis, lest he run away. After months of planning, he succeeded in getting Captain Black Mamba to make the decision to personally deal with him, a bounty hunter who knows nothing about the world. Dalmesha shrugged. You can guess what happens next even if I don't tell you, because the one-on-one combat effectiveness of Captain Black Mamba is actually not too exaggerated. Although Colonel Randolph at that time was not as strong as he is now, but after a hard battle, we finally killed the Black Mamba captain and brought back his head. It was precisely because of this incident that Vice Admiral Randolph stepped from the rank of colonel to the rank of general, and later achieved his current achievements. After hearing this story, Patrick couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He never thought that the majestic and steady father in front of him would still have such a crazy period. Now, do you have a different view on the question you just raised? Dalmesha asked. Yes. Patrick stood up straight and replied, if my father had never learned sailing at all, he would never have been able to drive a small boat alone to catch up with the Black Mamba pirates. He could disguise becoming a pirate and pretending to be a bounty hunter without being discovered must be due to his study of various seemingly useless geography and humanities. Finally, if it weren't for his Grandmaster firearm, he would probably be able to disguise himself as a bounty hunter. It's more troublesome. That's right. Dalmesha nodded happily. If you want to become an elite member of Marine, strength is naturally the most important thing, because if you want to deal with countless terrifying pirates on the sea, you must have the combat power to fight against them. But this doesn't mean that you don't need to learn these things that seem to be useless at first glance. These things may very well become the last straw to crush the enemy at a critical moment. Do you understand? Dalmesha asked with a roar. 16 Black Arm, Zephyr. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. After this episode, the students really became more active in learning these courses. Even Bly had to admit that although he had thought about learning all these aspects of knowledge before so that he could have a deeper understanding of the world, even so, he did not pay enough attention to this aspect. Under Dalmesha's kindness and power, the students studied very hard. Even the students who liked to be lazy could only force themselves to move forward in this environment. Just like that, the youth training camp has started for a month in a blink of an eye. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Bly was sitting with one hand behind his back and the other in front of him, doing push-ups with one hand with great difficulty. His whole body was soaked with sweat and dripping on the ground. 497, 498, 499. 500. Call. Taking a deep breath, Bly got up from the ground as smoothly as possible and did stretching exercises to avoid straining his muscles. System. Display my body data. He muttered silently in his mind. Host's physical data are as follows. Gourmet Cell Awakening Degree. 0.32%. Strength. 1.71 for an average adult man. Physique. 1.3. The average adult male is 1. Speed. 1.41 for an average adult man. Ability. Sonic Manipulation Basic Marine 6 Styles Finger Pistol Basic. The self-checking function of Food System was only recently explored by Bly, which allows him to clearly grasp his current situation so that he can practice and exercise in a targeted manner. After this month of study and practice, he not only mastered the finger pistol in Marine 6 styles, but also increased the Food Cell Awakening level to 0.32%. In terms of physical fitness, due to exercise and the Food Cell Awakening level, due to the improvement, the growth is also very impressive. A month ago, apart from the eating skill of sound wave manipulation, although his physical fitness was far superior to that of an ordinary teenager of the same age, it had not yet reached the level of a normal adult man. But now, he has surpassed the level of an ordinary adult man in terms of strength, physique, and speed. Especially in terms of strength, it has reached 1.7 times that of an ordinary adult man. If combined with Marine's fighting skills, against ordinary people, one can fight 10. Not to mention if he uses the entry-level, finger pistol, that he has just mastered, and the basic sound wave manipulation obtained from the Gourmet System, if all are counted, his current combat effectiveness is probably no less than a sergeant-level Marine, and this is only the result of 1 month of practice. During this period, you have to learn many aspects of knowledge at the same time, and you are not fully focused on practice. It should be very exciting to be able to go from starting out worse than an ordinary person to having the strength equivalent to a sergeant-level Marine in just 1 month. But Bly wasn't very excited. Because, in this month, he is not the only one who has made a leap, especially those few little monsters who have proven themselves in the direction of the world that Bly knows. One by one, after training and digging in the youth training camp, all made amazing progress. Among them, Smoker and Drake are the most dazzling. Needless to say, Smoker is invincible as a Logia demon fruit power unless you use armament hockey or sea stone to deal with him. If you want to master armament hockey, you also have high requirements for strength. Take Marine as an example. Of course, those at the general level all have the strength to master armament hockey, but below the general level, they must at least be only the elite among school-level officers can master armament hockey. In other words, unless the sea stone is prepared in advance, no matter whether you are a non-commissioned officer or a lieutenant-level officer, you cannot even touch it, even most of the school-level officers. Under this premise, Smoker did not have to consider defensive issues at all in the early stages of his practice. He could focus entirely on practicing attacks. This is an advantage that no one else has. And Bly's roommate Drake is also shining as brightly as Smoker. Possessing the dinosaur fruit, an ancient species of zone that is even rarer than Logia, Drake's advantage is equally astonishing. In terms of strength alone, he has actually reached a level close to the school level. According to Bly's estimation, Drake's power is at least 5 times his own. If Bly hadn't believed that he could catch up with the help of the food system, he would have been really discouraged by this huge disparity. In addition to Smoker and Drake, the two most dazzling new stars, there are also some surprises among the other students, far more than just the few people Bly knows. Hey, Bly, did you hear that Mr. Dalmasha will invite former Marine Admiral Zephyr to teach us today? Very Good walked quickly from the other side of the aisle and asked in a low voice. 17 Zephyr's Test 1. Black Arm. Zephyr. Bly frowned slightly. Aren't you excited? Your Majesty Admiral is here to teach us in person. Very Good said excitedly. It's the former Admiral. Bly corrected. Just a few years ago, Zephyr applied for resignation because his family was killed by pirates. The current Marine Marshal Kong could not stop him, but he retained him as a Marine instructor. That's right. Very Good said nonchalantly. Hurry up and change your clothes. Class will start soon. You are covered in stinky sweat. How rude. After Very Good finished speaking, he went back to inform others of the news. Bly looked at his sweat-soaked clothes and pants, and decided to follow Very Good's suggestion and change his clothes. Former Marine Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr. At the same time, Bly also began to recall specific information about this person. Speaking of which, since Bly came to this world, he has never seen the Black Arm, Zephyr, who was once Marine Admiral with Cheap Dad Sengoku, but before he arrived, the original owner of this body had seen him. Zephyr's, and it's not just once or twice, it should be very familiar. After all, Sengoku, Suru, and Zephyr are all Marines in the same class. They have been friends with each other for decades. It is normal for them to know each other's family members. Moreover, Zephyr's dead son should be about the same age as Bly. If he had not been killed by the pirates, he might appear in the youth training camp with Bly now. Alas, he is also a poor man. Bly sighed. Bly still has great respect for this former Marine Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr, who has never killed anyone in his life and can be called a true, benevolent man. However, respect, but that does not mean that Bly agrees with his point of view. Even before he came to this world, he knew very well that this was a chaotic world, at least much more chaotic than the Earth in his previous life. Especially in the Great Pirate Age, in the near future, this kind of disordered chaos will become more and more intense, with beasts everywhere and extremely cruel. In this chaotic and disorderly world, and in this era, Zephyr is unwilling to kill anyone, which Bly thinks is very stupid. Especially since Zephyr's identity was once a Marine Admiral, this is even more unreasonable. However, this Black Arm Zephyr Admiral has indeed been very successful in training his juniors. The 3 future admirals will all be his students, and there are also many of his students in the Vice Admiral. Not to mention, even this one, the host of the youth training camp, Dalmatian Dalmatia, is also one of his students. Bly's thoughts changed and he became more and more curious about the Black Arm Zephyr. The Zephyr recognized from the body's original memory is ultimately one-sided. Even if he saw it in the comics in his previous life, it may not be true that everything is missing. If you want to understand this person, you still have to get in touch with him personally. Stand at attention. Dalmatia gave an order and all the students stood up straight. Next, it will be your last class of the month. After this class, you will have 2 days of free time. Dalmatia said with a smile, looking at what you have been doing this month, for the sake of serious training, I specially invited a great person for you to be your teacher in the last class this month, which can be regarded as a reward. After hearing this, many people started whispering. Because many people have heard the news in advance, including a few people in Bly's dormitory, who made Very Good famous as the Little Prince of 8 trigrams. Next, I'd like to invite my teacher, the former Marine Admiral, Instructor Zephyr. Dalmatia turned sideways and made an inviting gesture towards the direction of the teaching building behind her. The next moment, a stalwart middle-aged man with short purple hair and big sunglasses appeared from the direction Dalmatia was pointing, slowly walking towards this side. Really, Zephyr Admiral, the legendary Black Arm Zephyr, the man with the strongest armament hockey. I didn't expect to have such close contact with Lord Zephyr and play the role of Lord Zephyr's student. Oh my God, if my father knew about it, he would definitely envy me. Regardless of whether they had known about the former Admiral Black Arm's arrival, at this moment, they were all excited, and only a few people could remain calm. For example, Shun has always had a cold face, Smoker has a very high self-esteem, and Bly has a father who is also an admiral. Quiet, Dalmatia growled. It suddenly became quiet down there. You are all Marine children, so I think you have heard my name more or less, so I won't introduce myself here. Zephyr grinned, like the uncle next door, and there was no trace of the fact that he was a former the all-powerful Marine Admiral. Here, there is no Marine Admiral of the past. If you are willing, you can call me Teacher Zephyr like Dalmatia. Zephyr clapped his hands and said, okay, no more gossiping, let's start class. 18 Zephyr's Test 2. Well, it's no different from how I remember it. Bly looked at the Uncle Zephyr, who used to be a frequent visitor in the crowd, and compared it with his memory. From the appearance point of view, there is not much difference. But Bly discovered something. This was once the most powerful Marine. Although he has not aged yet, he is still in his prime. But from his words, deeds and eyes, there is no trace of the aura of a strong man. A true strong man, no matter his personality, no matter what, we will never lose that momentum of going forward and overcoming obstacles, and at most we will just hide it. But this former Zephyr Admiral really doesn't have that kind of momentum anymore. He has completely lost his enterprising spirit. Bly sighed to himself. Perhaps his heart died from the moment his family members died because of him. If people knew that a rookie like Bly was actually commenting on Zephyr, a former legend, they would probably laugh out loud, so Bly didn't show any emotion. Then, let me first test the results of your practice in the past month, and also see if this boy from Dalmatia has trained you carefully. Zephyr smiled. Dalmatia was quite embarrassed when Zephyr called her a name, but it was hard to say anything. Zephyr was his teacher, so calling him a boy was not a matter of a day or two. Next, I will divide you into groups of 2, and each group will fight in pairs to judge your cultivation progress. While Zephyr was speaking, a Marine soldier next to him handed over a huge booklet. He looked the same as the one in the booklet when Dalmatia's first call was called. When you hear my call, please stand together. As he spoke, Zephyr began to name names. Glinton and Patrick, come forward, you 2 team up. The 2 people who heard the name immediately stood out from the crowd and stood aside. Shun and Sadie, you are a team. Stephen and Faraday, you are a team. Smoker and Hina, you are a team. Bly and Drake, you too. It didn't take long for Zephyr to group all the students into groups. This grouping is interesting, but I'm afraid it wasn't Mr. Zephyr who assigned it himself. After Bly heard that he and Drake were assigned to a group, and there were other groups, he thought thoughtfully. Although this group is not an absolute equal performance group, there is no big difference in the strength of any group. Grouping to ultimate, such as the situation where Smoker and Drake are grouped with the worst performing students. Bly is quite confident about his previous performance. Among the students, although he is not the most eye-catching, he is definitely in the middle and upper ranks. The same goes for Hina. So there should be some truth to this grouping. It seems that it was probably Mr. Dalmesha who divided it. Bly glanced in the direction of Dalmesha with his peripheral vision, but he didn't expect to be seen by Dalmesha. He immediately gave Bly a look that said, "You kid, don't look around." Bly immediately looked away, looking at his nose and his heart, pretending to be nonchalant. After the grouping was completed, the battle quickly began. Group after group of battles were carried out under Zephyr's gaze, and while watching, he would write down the mistakes the two people made during the battle and what their weaknesses were, and he would correct them and teach them, and tell the other side of the battle. What areas do both parties need to work hard on? Zephyr's guidance method is undoubtedly very practical. Obviously it is just to test the results of practice, but it has a more significant effect than direct teaching. He is indeed the Black Arm, Zephyr who has trained so many strong men. Bly thought to himself, since the students' fighting methods are relatively immature, it is impossible for them to fight for days and nights like the real strong ones. Even if they are evenly matched, their physical strength cannot support such an intense battle. Therefore, each group's battle it was all over very quickly. Soon, it was the turn of a group that attracted Bly's great attention. Smoker versus Hina. This pair, who had a very close relationship in the world that Bly was originally familiar with, is now just an ordinary classmate. Although Hina is also a demon fruit power, she is just Paramesh's cage fruit. In the early stages of practice, it was far from comparable to Smoker and Logia's smoke fruit. The two were not on the same starting line. Although Hina is very talented and is among the best among the many students, the possibility of defeating Smoker is almost zero. Sure enough, the battle between the two lasted less than a minute and ended. And this was because Smoker let Hina attack unscrupulously for a while, until he realized that her attacks were in vain, and then he killed her in one fell swoop. This made the little girl so aggrieved that she almost cried with her lips pursed. When Bly saw this scene, his sense of Smoker suddenly became worse. The two had nothing to do with each other, and there was no grudge between them, but Smoker had to show off his Logia characteristics even though he could easily win. This was a bit much. 19 Spoiler. Hina is sometimes too clingy and makes Bly feel dumbfounded, but this doesn't mean that Bly wants to see her bullied. Smoker did a little too much. Drake beside Bly also frowned, also not liking Smoker's actions just now. Hina, please come back to the team. You are very good, there is no problem. Zephyr said to Hina first. Hina thought it was Zephyr comforting herself, bowed politely to Zephyr, and then retreated to the crowd. Bly didn't care what the occasion was at this time, and walked straight to Hina, came to her side, patted her head, and asked with concern, "Stinky girl, are you okay?" Hina blushed when she saw Bly calling her a stinky girl in front of so many people. She quickly said to Bly, "I'm fine. Brother Bly, go back quickly. You have to fight later." She was afraid that Bly would be punished by Zephyr or Dalmesha for his unusual behavior. However, what she didn't expect was that both Zephyr and Dalmesha seemed to have completely ignored Bly's actions and ignored him. Especially Zephyr, who suddenly looked at Smoker seriously. "Do you know what your problem is, Smoker? What's wrong?" Smoker, who was feeling proud of his easy victory, looked at Zephyr in shock after hearing Zephyr's words, and then emphasized, "Teacher Zephyr, I won." "Of course I know you won. Do you think I can't tell the difference between winning and losing?" Zephyr looked at Smoker solemnly. "Judging from the result of the battle, you did win, but I saw her in Hina. The harvest of this month of training, but in you. I don't see this. I only see your over-reliance on Devil Fruit's ability, and your unnecessary arrogance." Smoker couldn't accept it for a moment when he heard Zephyr's comment. He didn't understand why he clearly defeated his opponent, but in exchange for criticism from the big man in front of him, Hina, who lost to him, was praised. He can't accept this result, and he doesn't want to accept this criticism. But I won after all, didn't I, Teacher Zephyr? Smoker said unconvinced. Logia is indeed uniquely endowed. She can take advantage of her in the early stages of practice, but relying too much on Logia's ability will only lead her to go further and further down the path of practice. Smoker, you should understand that Logia is not invincible, right? Zephyr was not angry. Just said very solemnly. When Smoker heard Zephyr's words, he already felt a little aggrieved. Just as he was about to lower his head and admit his mistake, he was suddenly interrupted by a slightly obscene voice. Hey, Mr. Zephyr, I don't really agree with this statement. The sound came from the second floor of the teaching building behind Zephyr. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a man wearing a yellow and white striped suit appearing on the second floor of the teaching building at some point. He was sitting on the second floor. On the corridor wall, he held his chin with his hand and looked this way. Kizaru. Borsellino. Bly in the crowd immediately recognized the sudden appearance and was slightly startled. One of the 3 future admirals, the top powerhouse with Logia sparkling fruit. Why did you suddenly appear here? Bly vaguely remembered that Kizaru was also one of Zephyr's students, but the relationship between the teacher and student had never been harmonious. Now it seems that this is not groundless. But now Marshal Kong Sora has not been promoted, and Father Sengoku has not yet taken the position of Marine Marshal. This, Kizaru, should be just Vice Admiral now. Bly thought. While Bly was recalling the information about Kizaru, Zephyr spoke. Porcellino, what are you doing here? Zephyr's face looked a little ugly. Zephyr, who never showed any dissatisfaction even when he was contradicted by Smoker, showed such negative emotions in front of everyone for the first time. Didn't I hear that Teacher Zephyr was invited by junior brother Dalmesha to teach these little guys? I happened to have nothing to do, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived, I heard Teacher Zephyr's comments about this little smoke guy. Criticism. Kizaru, whose identity was revealed by Zephyr, continued to speak in his slow and unique accent. Do you have any opinion on this? Zephyr asked coldly. Don't dare. Don't dare. How dare I have an opinion against you, Mr. Zephyr, you are my teacher. Kizaru waved his hands repeatedly, looking very scared. The look of Kizaru made Bly quite speechless, because he knew that Kizaru had this bad taste of pretending to be scared or frightened, but it was never true. He said he didn't dare to have any objections to Zephyr. What he really meant was probably a bit worth pondering. It's rare that you still remember that I am your teacher. Zephyr sneered. Look at what you said, how could you forget this? Kizaru said slowly. However, although I dare not forget your kindness to Teacher Zephyr, I still have to say that your rhetoric is probably. It's too late. Why can't Logia rely on fruit abilities? 20 Show your talents for the first time. What you think is your business, don't disturb my teaching. Zephyr said. You can't say that. As your student, I feel it is necessary for me to correct your mistakes. This is the greatest respect for you, isn't it? Kizaru said aggressively. This sentence is actually very strong. It directly defines Zephyr's words as a mistake rather than a difference of opinion. Even a fool can hear that Kizaru comes with bad intentions. Brother Kizaru, please give me some respect and stop talking. Dalmesha said helplessly. One of these 2 people is his teacher and the other is his senior brother. Even if he knows that they don't get along, it is a bit difficult for him to be caught in the middle. But this is a youth training camp after all. Normally he could pretend not to hear what the 2 of them were saying, but he couldn't do that here. And Zephyr is the elder. He can't let Zephyr give him face, so he can only persuade Kizaru. Junior brother, I'm not here to mess with you. Kizaru spread his hands and said, this youth training camp was set up by the headquarters to train these marine children into future elites. I believe that no matter who it is, I hope it will be better, but Mr. Zephyr's wrong guidance may very well lead a Logia with great potential to go astray. Am I wrong to point this out? That's enough. Shut up. Zephyr shouted loudly and glared at Kizaru. Porcellino, I don't care if you have any objections to me as a teacher, but this is not the place for you to act wild. Teacher Zephyr, don't be angry, it will hurt you. Facing the furious Zephyr, Kizaru still looked that vulgar and said slowly, I just said it, I'm not here to target Teacher Zephyr. Yours is just to correct your wrong guidance. Teacher Zephyr, don't you even have the courage to admit your mistakes? You made one mistake on the left and another on the right. You just blame me for criticizing your poor physical skills all the time. Stop pretending to be upright and upright here. Zephyr said angrily. Teacher Zephyr, I'm not blaming you, I just think your views are a bit outdated. You also talked about me like this little smoke guy back then, saying that I shouldn't rely too much on Logia's fruit ability, but I don't agree with your statement, but I still went my own way and got to this point. Kizaru said calmly, facts have proved that if you develop Logia's power deeply enough, you can also have powerful power, and you don't have to be distracted at all. Being distracted by some boring physical arts or something like that. The veins on Zephyr's hands popped out because he was so angry with Kizaru. Although Zephyr was already very angry, Kizaru still had no intention of stopping and continued, just like this smoke boy, he obviously defeated that little girl with his own strength. Teacher Zephyr, not only did you not praise him, instead, they criticized him. On the contrary, the little girl who is weak and only knows how to cry is praised by you. Is this your way of education? Kizaru said in a slightly mocking tone. Kizaru's words made Smoker, who was about to bow his head and admit his mistake, suddenly change his mind. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and he immediately put the idea of admitting his mistake behind him. As for the little girl Hina, her eyes turned red when Kizaru said this, and she covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying. After all, she is just a little girl of 5 or 6 years old, and her mental endurance is very poor. Girl, hold back, don't cry. A hand was placed on the little girl's shoulder, comforting. What he said does not mean it is the truth. Why are you sad? Of course it was Bly who comforted Hina. He was just watching with the intention of watching the excitement. Although he felt that Kizaru was a bit aggressive, Zephyr was not related to him, so it was not his turn to be filled with indignation. But in order to criticize Zephyr, Kizaru actually slandered the girl Hina for no reason, and it was very likely that the little girl's self-esteem would be severely damaged, which made Bly suddenly unacceptable. Although he is not a hero, he is not timid either. If someone close to him is slandered in front of him for no reason, it would be a shame if there is no reaction at all. Therefore, after Bly comforted Hina, he stepped forward without hesitation. I think Teacher Zephyr is right. The battle just now fully demonstrated Smoker's incompetence. An idiot like him who doesn't want to make progress but thinks highly of himself, so what if he is Logia? Idiots will always be idiots. Bly said with a sneer. Both Zephyr and Kizaru immediately looked at Bly, who suddenly spoke. Even Dalmesha and the other students who were watching helplessly looked at Bly, because no one expected that someone would dare to stand up and interrupt at this time, and he was just a student. Even Dalmesha, he didn't persuade the two of them. What's even more incredible is that Bly's words were not to stop the fight, but to add fuel to the fire, directly siding with Zephyr and firing at Kizaru. 21 Arrogant. 1. Smoker is the tool used by Kizaru to prove that the law is wrong. Bly stepping on Smoker so mercilessly is undoubtedly a fierce counterattack against Kizaru's previous words. A young student actually dares to attack Kizaru, a man who has been in the limelight in recent years and is vaguely expected to be selected as the next Marine Admiral. Isn't this too audacious? Is this Bly crazy? How dare he speak to Lord Kizaru like that? Even if you want to flatter Teacher Zephyr, you don't have to do it in this way, right? Although Teacher Zephyr is the former admiral, he has retired after all, and Lord Kizaru is very likely to become the future Marine Admiral. This is too messy. The students below were having a noisy discussion. Is Bly this guy crazy? As Bly's roommate, Berrygood was shocked. Drake was also shocked by Bly's move and could not speak for a long time. Brother Bly. The one who was the most panicked was the little girl Hina. She never expected that Lay **** would suddenly stand up and fire at Smoker at this time. It was not difficult for her to figure out why Bly behaved like this. It must be because she saw that she was being bullied and wanted to kick her out. However, this made her more and more uneasy, fearing that Bly would be punished for this. Admittedly, she knew that Bly's father was Sengoku Admiral, and that Kizaru, Vice Admiral, wouldn't really do anything to Bly because of this matter, but it was still easy to make Bly suffer. Marine is a very disciplined group. It's true that Bly's father is an admiral, but he is not. He does the following for no reason. No one will say anything if he really suffers a loss, even Sengoku has nothing to say. Bly, this is not the time for you to show off, go back. Dalmatia's face changed slightly after seeing Bly's actions, and she immediately scolded him. Because he knew that although this senior brother, Kizaru, looked very wretched, and coupled with his seemingly harmless and slow speech, it was difficult for people to feel awe, but in fact he was always ruthless in his actions, and he is extremely vengeful and will surely retaliate. This can be seen from his repeated tit-for-tat confrontations with Zephyr, the teacher. The reason is that Zephyr often used him as a negative example to educate him. And Bly actually stepped on Smoker, who had just been praised by Kizaru, in front of so many people. This was no different from directly slapping Kizaru in the face. It's strange that Kizaru didn't care. However, Dalmatia's obstruction obviously didn't make much sense, firstly because Bly had no intention of listening to him, and secondly, Kizaru's eyes had already moved to Bly. Yo, what a terrifying young man, what a terrifying momentum. Kizaru made a very scared expression. Zephyr also noticed the person who spoke at this time. After discovering that the person who suddenly stood up to stand on his side was actually Bly, whom he knew, he looked a little uncomfortable and hurriedly scolded, "You have no place to speak here. Return to." Zephyr and Dalmatia said the same thing, obviously wanting to protect Bly. But Bly was unwilling to accept the favor at this time and said to himself, "Am I wrong? I completely agree with Teacher Zephyr's point of view. A fool like Smoker who only relies on Logia's ability has nothing to do with trash. The difference, if Kizaru-sama feels that what I said is wrong, you can ask Smoker to fight with me. First of all, I must declare that I am not demon fruit power. Therefore, if he can beat me, I am willing to admit that what I just said is nonsense, and accept the punishment for my rudeness. But if he loses, losing to me is not any demon fruit power, and someone of the same age who has only received 1 month of training, it proves that I am not wrong, and Teacher Zephyr is absolutely right when he criticizes him." Having said this, Bly paused and looked directly at Kizaru, on the second floor. "I wonder what you think of Kizaru-sama. Do you agree with my simple and clear method?" Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Bly without saying a word. This made Bly suddenly feel like he was being stared at by a peerless beast, and goosebumps spread all over his body. For a long time, until Bly was stared at with some horror, he suddenly smiled. "Okay, then I'll do as you say." No one knows what Kizaru is thinking in his heart. Even Bly, who has long been prepared to bear his anger, is a little unpredictable at this time. Normally, Kizaru would be furious because of being provoked, but he didn't. He agreed to Bly's proposal so simply, which actually made Bly feel like he punched cotton in the face. Bly and Kizaru settled the rules in just a few words. Even if Zephyr and Dalmatia needed to stop them, it was already too late. Seeing the situation, the two knew that there was no point in blocking him. Considering that Bly and Smoker's strength was limited, there wouldn't be any big problems in front of them, so they no longer insisted on blocking Bly. Too arrogant. 2. Why didn't I see that this kid has such a personality before? Dalmatia shook her head helplessly and thought, it's okay to take this opportunity to let this kid suffer. Anyway, there won't be much danger, and it will avoid future dangers. It will not end well if it causes a bigger mess. Zephyr was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. "Come here, get 2 sea-stone weapons." Dalmatia suddenly ordered the soldiers. Kizaru heard Dalmatia's words and showed an expression as if he had known it would be like this, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Although sea-stone is the nemesis of demon fruit power, it depends on whose hand it is, and it doesn't matter who it is. You can use sea-stone to damage demon fruit power. No need to bother. Bly interrupted suddenly, Oh, Kizaru looked slightly surprised for the first time and looked at Bly with a strange look. Bly, you can't even try to do this. Dalmesia looked a little displeased and frowned. You are not demon fruit power. You are inherently disadvantaged when fighting against demon fruit power. Even if you get a seastone weapon, no one can say anything to you. I don't think you don't understand Logia's power. Even if you have confidence in yourself, it's not like this. Dalmesia actually admires Bly for standing up for Hina and contradicting Kizaru. Although it seems irrational, who doesn't have a young and frivolous moment? However, Bly's current behavior has gone beyond the scope of youth and frivolity, and has even become a bit arrogant, which makes Dalmesia extremely unhappy. Of course I understand the power of Logia. If it were another Logia, I wouldn't be able to win even with Seastone, but what he said. Bly chuckled twice and said nothing more. I said you, do as he says, Zephyr suddenly said with finality. Teacher. Dalmesia didn't expect Z***** to follow Bly and make mischief. That's it, don't worry about it. Zephyr didn't want to say more and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Dalmesia had no choice but to stop the soldiers he sent to get the seastone weapons. At this time, Smoker had also come out of his previous aggrieved mood. Bly had used words such as idiot and waste to describe him several times before, which had made him furious. He even transferred all his dissatisfaction with Zephyr to Bly. Come on. He took a few steps forward, looked at Bly and asked word for word, did you just call me a waste? You bully a little girl with your devil fruit ability, and you are so proud of it. If I were you, I would kill myself long ago. Calling you a loser is just flattering you. Bly bullied. Kizaru. I don't have any good impressions of Shao, and I have even less favorable impressions of Smoker. Therefore, the words he spoke did not save any face for Smoker, and were completely insulting in person. You asked for this. Smoker's character is inherently arrogant, and arrogant people always have strong self-esteem. It's strange that he can't bear it when Bly insults him in person like this. He immediately took action with anger. White fist. His right hand was clenched into a fist and suddenly detached from his wrist. The entire fist gradually turned into a giant smoke fist, which was blasted directly in the direction of Bly. However, Bly seemed to have expected it. He took a step to the left in advance and easily avoided Smoker's angry blow. Huh, the three big figures who were watching said softly at the same time. Because in just the first move of this fight, they could already see something unusual. In the eyes of the students, the battle scene was that Smoker was angered by Bly, and then launched an attack in a rage, and then Zephyr narrowly avoided it. But what the three of them saw was a completely different picture. What they saw was that Bly had already moved a step aside before Smoker took action, but Smoker seemed to have made an agreement with Bly and launched an attack at the position vacated by Bly, impartially. The subtle difference was only reflected in a short moment, so although the three of them felt a little strange, they were not sure whether it was a coincidence, so they could only continue to watch before judging. Seeing that the blow missed, Smoker quickly retracted his fist. Then he turned around and punched out with two fists at the same time, attacking Bly from different directions, one from the left and one from the right, with a stern look on his face. I'll see how you hide this time. Bly first took a step back to the left, narrowly dodging Smoker's left fist, and then turned slightly to the side, avoiding another fist again without moving his feet. How can it be? Smoker's face was full of disbelief. His two fists obviously struck at almost the same time. How could Bly avoid them one by one so smoothly? I don't believe it's such a coincidence every time. Come again. Smoker actually felt something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell what was wrong specifically, so he had to continue attacking crazily to suppress the discomfort in his heart. A feeling of 23. Bly's intention. Turn around, take steps, and avoid the third wave of attacks. Back up, bend down, and avoid the fourth wave of attacks. Move forward, jump up, and avoid the fifth wave of attacks. Bly didn't fire a single move from beginning to end, but it seemed like he was able to avoid Smoker's attacks again and again by coincidence. Now even the students could see that something was wrong. Look, Bly's eyes seemed to be closed. How could that happen? A sharp-eyed student suddenly pointed at Bly, who was avoiding Smoker's attack, and said to the people next to him. After his reminder, The people around him quickly noticed this. It's actually true. Bly closed his eyes at some point, and just kept dodging Smoker's attacks with his eyes closed, without any pause in sight. Hell ears. It is part of the food technique, sound wave manipulation. When the sound wave control is strengthened, it is also strengthened. If it evolves to a high level, it can even be like the wind ear in myths and legends, and can hear the sounds you want to hear on the other side of the world. It's just that Bly's hell ears, like sonic manipulation, are still in the early stages and don't have such exaggerated effects. But in combat, it can exert a more rapid and direct effect than vision. Just like now, Bly doesn't have to see Smoker with his eyes at all. Through the stereo sound wave hearing of hell ears, Smoker's every move, even a tiny movement, will be presented in Bly's mind like a three-dimensional image. That's why Bly can predict the enemy's opportunity every time and always seems to be one step ahead in dodge. Of course, this is also related to the speed of Smoker itself. If the opponent is replaced by Kizaru, Bly's trick will not work because the speed of Kizaru is too exaggerated. But despite this scene is extremely incredible to the students. The three big men also noticed this. Observation color. Kizaru's first reaction was that Bly had mastered observation hockey, because observation hockey could also do this, but he quickly lost it. It's impossible, there is no sense of observation hockey, the fluctuation of color is not the color of seeing and hearing. It turns out it's hearing. Zephyr was obviously more experienced. He quickly discovered the secret, because Bly's ears would twitch slightly from time to time during the battle, which was obviously abnormal. What's wrong with this kid's hearing? To be so pervert, do you have special training? Smoker is undoubtedly one of the most talented people in this class, but his weakness lies in his excessive self-esteem. He can indeed perform well when things go smoothly, but once he encounters a setback, he will lose his mind to a certain extent. In addition, he is still too young and does not know how to control his emotions. This weakness will make him full of flaws. Dalmesha shook his head and sighed. No wonder Bly doesn't want Seastone anymore. That was his original intention. Although Dalmesha didn't see the whole story, he saw Bly's intention. Indeed, apart from taking advantage of Logia's innate attribute weaknesses, the only ones that can restrain Logia are Seastone and Hockey. Other than that, other attacks are simply ineffective against Logia. But is Logia really invincible? Not necessarily. If you can become invincible by eating Logia devil fruit, then there is no need to practice or anything. You can just search the world for Logia devil fruit. However, like all devil fruit, Logia also has an unavoidable flaw, which is the persistence of abilities. Even Logia has different destructive power and durability. There is a huge difference between the effects it can exert before it has been practiced and after it has been practiced. For example, in the Battle of the New Marshals, many years later, Akainu and Aokiji fought for 10 days and 10 nights before the winner was decided. With the strength of the two of them, as long as they fought, it would be who was the winner. There is no way to stop, because if either party has reservations, the other party will instantly seize the opportunity and eliminate the other party. Therefore, in that battle, the two of them fought with all their strength for 10 days and 10 nights. But is it possible for the current Smoker to continue to explode for 10 days and 10 nights? The answer is of course unquestionable, impossible. Whether it was Bly, Smoker, or Drake, they were just kids at this time, and it was impossible to be as exaggerated as those top players in their heyday. Once exhausted, even Logia can only be at the mercy of others. I wonder why this kid's words are so irritating. He's a fool and a loser when he opens and shuts his mouth. It turns out he's setting the stage. Dalmesha looked at Bly with a rather strange look. Even if it were me who was being treated like this. Even repeated insults would make you very angry, let alone that kid Smoker. What Dalmesha could see, it was impossible for Kizaru, sitting on the second floor, not to see. His brows frowned slightly unconsciously, a little dissatisfied with Smoker's reaction, but he couldn't remind Smoker at this time, because that would be tantamount to off-field interference. If he did that, even if Smoker won in the end, this battle is meaningless. 24 Aborted battle, is this what you are capable of, Smoker? Is your Logia really just a power that can only bully little girls? While dodging, Bly continued to stimulate Smoker. In fact, when he decided to stand up and vent his anger on Hina, he already had a plan. This is the reason why he didn't save any face for Smoker at the first moment and directly insulted him, just to completely anger the proud Smoker and make him lose his mind. There is nothing that can be done about it. Bly's current strength is indeed far from enough to master armament hockey, and even with seastone weapons, he may not be able to defeat Smoker reliably. Logia's innate advantages are no joke. Although you can encounter Logia with a seastone weapon, Bly's sonic manipulation and other abilities will also be weakened. Therefore, Bly simply gave up using seastone weapons and used this to further anger Smoker. Including deliberately closing his eyes later, it is also to deepen the stimulation of Smoker. In fact, he doesn't have to close his eyes at all. Although the effect of the hell ears is very good, if vision is added, it may increase his reaction. But compared to further irritating Smoker, this bonus is worth noting. Obviously, this plan is very successful so far. After all, Smoker is still just a child of 6 or 7 years old. Once his emotions rise, his reason is not enough to suppress his emotions. If it were Smoker more than 10 or 20 years later, Bly's plan would not be successful, but now, it is a piece of cake. Of course, if it were really 10 or 20 years later, Bly wouldn't need to rely on this kind of left-field opportunism. In fact, his training time is too short, not enough for him to speak with his fists. Death. Die. White snake. Smoker stared at Bly with red eyes, especially when he saw that Bly didn't even bother to open his eyes when he was fighting. He couldn't hold back his anger at all. Now there is only one thought in his mind. Beat the arrogant guy in front of you into a pig's head. Beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy. However, the more impatient Smoker became, the more flaws his attacks became. If Bly had to concentrate completely to dodge the attack at first, now it is effortless to dodge, and Smoker's speed is getting slower and slower. Snort. Kizaru snorted coldly and turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Zephyr did not gloat. He just sighed and said to Dalmesha, "Let them stop. There is no need to fight anymore." The departure of Kizaru has already pronounced the outcome of this battle. From the perspective of Kizaru, it is impossible for Smoker to leave suddenly when there is still a chance to win, because his departure means that he has given up. That's it for now. Dalmesha appeared directly between the two fighting people, neutralizing Smoker's attack, and at the same time made a stop gesture to Bly with his hand. "Why did you stop me?" Smoker's eyes were already red and he was breathing heavily. "Why did I stop you?" "That's a good question." Dalmesha looked at Smoker. "Your vacation is cancelled. Just stand here and calm down. When you figure out why, come to me again and tell me why I stopped you. Everyone else, please disperse where you are. This class ends here today. The unfinished battles will be made up after the break. Bly, follow me." Dalmesha first announced the end of Get Out of Class and told everyone to take 2 days off in advance. The last words were spoken to Bly alone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Soon after, Bly arrived at Dalmesha's temporary office. When he came in, he took a quick glance around and found that the black arm, Zephyr, was not here. Dalmesha was the only one in the office. Boom. "Do you know how daring you are today?" Dalmesha sat at the desk, slammed the table, and raised her voice by at least 2 octaves. "Are you daring?" Bly chuckled. "Teacher Dalmesha, when I first stood up, you didn't mean to be angry. It's just the 2 of us here, so there's no need to pretend. It's just you, you brat." When Dalmesha heard this, the anger on her face suddenly disappeared. She shook her head and smiled. The relationship between my Kizaru, senior brother, and Mr. Zephyr has always been tense, although it has not become an enemy yet. The situation, but 2 people have to fight if they have the chance. "Mr. Dalmesha, do you want to help Instructor Zephyr?" Bly asked. "Teacher Zephyr has been kind to me, and I naturally don't want to see him being targeted, but senior brother, Kizaru, has always been very kind to me. I can only pretend to be confused between them. You just F'd me today. What this teacher wants to do but can't do is not bad, not bad." Dalmesha smiled. "Thank you, teacher, for the compliment," Bly said modestly. 25 An opportunity. 1. But you have also offended my senior brother, Kizaru. If you officially join Marine in the future, although he will not attack you personally, he will inevitably give you some obstacles. You must be mentally prepared. Ah, Dalmesha sighed. In fact, there was something he didn't say clearly, but it was not difficult for Bly to understand the meaning. That is, Kizaru was by no means a generous person. If Bly offended him, he would not forget it easily. Hey, teacher, don't tell me you don't know my dad. Bly suddenly laughed. Hey, I really forgot if you didn't tell me. Dalmesha was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. It seems that I wasted my time and worried about you for nothing. That's not the case. Bly shook his head. My father has a rather old-fashioned personality. Even if first join Marine, he won't be able to take extra care of me. And if that, Kizaru-sama is just making things difficult within the rules. If I say 1 or 2, my father will probably not interfere at will. Well, it's not impossible. Dalmesha thought about it for a moment and found that things were exactly as Bly said. Thinking of this, he laughed. But you kid thinks about things better than me. This teacher is quite considerate. My senior brother, Kizaru, wants to make things difficult for you within the rules, but I'm afraid it's not that easy. Teacher, thank you very much. If I really have nothing to do, I will have to ask you to support me. You can't just ignore me. Bly said with a smile. Please forgive me. When I see you now, I feel like you are planning some conspiracy. Look what you did to Smoker. If he doesn't think about it, he will most likely become self-confident. He suffered a setback and has been unable to recover since then. Dalmesha laughed and scolded. Hey, it all depends on your ability, teacher. Isn't that why you kept him? Bly said nonchalantly. You kid, after all your cleverness, you still need me, the teacher, to wipe your butt. Who are you? Get out of here, I'll get angry when I see you. Dalmesha looked disgusted. Then I'll leave first. Teacher, please take your time. After hearing this, Bly quickly borrowed the donkey from the slope and retreated. Just after he left, the door on the left side of the office was opened. Are you taking this opportunity to show your loyalty to me? Zephyr walked out of the room and looked at Dalmesha's disciple with a half-smile. Obviously, he heard all the previous conversations between Dalmesha and Bly verbatim. Ahem, no, teacher. You are overthinking. Dalmesha quickly denied. It doesn't matter if it is. Anyway, my old bones have already faded. Even if you please me, I can't help you. Zephyr smiled and shook his head. Teacher, what are you talking about? If you can give me the face to teach these little guys, you have already helped me a lot. Dalmesha said quickly. Yeah, Zephyr responded, not continuing to be modest, and there was no need for it. Teacher, can't you and senior brother, Kizaru, sit down and have a good chat? It's not like we have any deep grudges. Why would we do this? Dalmesha said again at this time. Are you here to be his lobbyist? Zephyr's face turned serious and his voice became colder. No, absolutely not. I can swear to God. Dalmesha was too familiar with Zephyr's expression and knew that it was a sign of Zephyr's anger. She quickly explained, with all conscience, I am on your side, teacher. I just feel that between you two. Okay, stop talking. Zephyr interrupted Dalmesha and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, mind your own business, you don't need to worry about mine. Don't mention him in front of me again. If so, don't call me teacher, I can't afford it. Dalmesha realized that Zephyr was not joking and said helplessly, I know. After walking out of Dalmesha's office, Bly was a little confused. There were clearly 2 cups of tea on the table, and they were both steaming. Most likely, the Zephyr instructor was still there. But why did he avoid it, even if I saw him? It doesn't matter until he's there, right? As early as the first time he entered the office, Bly glanced around and found no other person, but he noticed the 2 steaming teacups on Dalmesha's desk. If he guessed correctly, the second cup of tea should belong to the black arm, Zephyr. But he couldn't figure out why Zephyr would avoid it if he was really there. Was it just to let Dalmesha educate him? Bly thought about it and couldn't find any very reasonable explanation, so he could only put the matter behind him for the time being. There were so many things that he couldn't figure out anyway, so there was no need to worry about it. When Bly walked out of the youth training camp, he immediately saw the eagerly awaited little girl Hina, looking over here. When she saw Bly coming out safe and sound, she rushed over in surprise. "Brother Bly, are you okay?" Bly patted her little head and said with a smile, "Of course it's okay." 26 An opportunity. 2. I thought Teacher Dalmesha would punish you. Hina said embarrassedly. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Bly smiled. At this time, several more people walked quickly towards this direction. "Bly, you are so brave. Why didn't I see that you were so crazy?" Very Good stopped in front of Bly and looked at him up and down like a monster. "It's okay." Drake, who followed closely behind, also breathed a sigh of relief. Bly was not surprised that these two roommates would wait for him, but Bly did not expect that the other person who stayed behind to wait for him was the other person who usually hardly spoke to him and always looked cold. Roommate, Shun. Seeing Bly coming out, Shun nodded to him. Bly also nodded back to him, and then said with a smile, "Sorry for worrying about me, it's a holiday, let's go, I'm treating you today and I'll take you to a nice meal." "I've been waiting for your words." Very Good beamed. "I'm not familiar with where to find delicious food in Marineford, so I just want to familiarize myself with it." Drake agreed with a smile. As for the little girl Hina, she continues to play the role of a little follower, so how can she refuse? "Shun, why don't you come too? It's just a meal. It'll be quick." Seeing Shun's expression of hesitation, Bly said directly to him. "Okay." Shun thought for a while and did not continue to decline. As a result, several people quickly followed Bly's footsteps. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The vacation time passed quickly, and soon the Youth Academy entered its second month of training and teaching. Compared to the first month, the training in the second month was obviously more intensive. However, the students have gradually adapted to this rhythm. Although it is difficult and tiring, the rewards are also great, so no one chooses to give up midway. On the other hand, Dalmesha not only invited Zephyr to give one class per week, but also invited many marine generals to teach these teenagers some special lessons. For example, the first swordsmanship class in this youth training camp was taught by Dalmesha's senior brother, now the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Ghost Spider. Like Dalmesha, Ghost Spider is also a disciple of Zephyr, but he is much better at using a sword than Dalmesha, while Dalmesha is more knowledgeable in close combat. And this is just one example. It can be said that Dalmesha has indeed put a lot of thought into this group of teenagers. Time always flies very fast during training. In the blink of an eye, almost half a year has passed since the youth training camp started, and only half a year is left before it ends. This morning, Dalmesha blew the wake-up whistle as usual. The teenagers quickly came to the playground. It only took less than 2 minutes for them to all gather on the playground and start counting one by one. Compared to when I first entered the youth training camp, it was like a completely different person. Seeing this scene, Dalmesha nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "From today on, you no longer have to go to class, because at this stage, you have basically learned what you need to learn in the past 6 months. Once you have mastered it, the next thing you need is your own practice and hard work. I can't tell exactly where you will go in the future." Dalmesha's words immediately caused an uproar. No one would have thought that he would suddenly announce that all courses were over at this time, because according to what they learned when they joined the youth training camp, the complete cycle of the youth training camp should be one the year is right. Therefore, it didn't take long for someone to ask. Dalmesha had already expected this, explaining, "The complete cycle of the youth training camp is indeed 1 year, and completing all the courses now does not mean a temporary change of mind. This has been done long before you joined. Arranged process. Because in the next 6 months, you will be assigned to various branches and garrison areas as Marine miscellaneous soldiers for a period of 6 months. After half a year, if you are safe and sound, you will be reunited here again, and I will evaluate your performance in the past 6 months on behalf of this department, and give you corresponding military ranks based on your merit." Yes, you heard it right. When you walk out of this youth training camp, it means that you are already a glorious Marine, and the rank you will receive depends entirely on your performance in the next 6 months. After hearing Dalmesha's words, many people below became excited. After half a year of hard work and exhaustion, isn't it just for the sake of being able to make a big splash in the future? Of course they are excited to have such an opportunity to prove themselves in advance. Teacher, what does this performance mean specifically? Bly asked suddenly. Dalmisia was well prepared for this question and answered without hesitation. Of course it is a comprehensive consideration of many aspects, such as the evaluation of you by the heads of each branch or resident, and the contributions you have made during this period, etc. 27 Bly's whereabouts. So, arresting the criminal with a reward can also be considered. Bly rubbed his chin with his hand and asked thoughtfully. This is natural. Dalmisia first confirmed Bly's question, but then glared. However, I want to remind you that the reward is not a joke. I know that some of you are very confident in your own strength, but if you really want to arrest the criminal with a reward, it will be different from your usual discussions with each other. If you are not careful, you will be ignored by those people. Kill without hesitation. I don't want you to get hot-headed and do things beyond your capabilities for the sake of meritorious deeds, do you understand? When Dalmisia said this last sentence, his eyes mainly lingered on the most active people in the youth training camp. After a while, under Dalmesia's instructions, the soldiers distributed the envelopes they had prepared to everyone, and then announced the disbandment. Bly and the others gathered together and each opened their envelopes to see where they were assigned. Drake opened it first, pulled out a piece of paper from the envelope, showed it to the others, and saw that it read, G8 branch. Hina was assigned to G11 branch and Shun showed up as Gaia Island. Bly had already torn open the envelope at this time. After pulling out the white paper, he saw that it read, Islands of Sabaody, Sabaody land. Bly's eyelids twitched, slightly surprised by the result. Bly is naturally familiar with the Sabaody Islands, which are known as the Bubble Islands, because this is an extremely special place. It is special not only because it is very close to the naval headquarters, but also because it is the last stop on the first half of the Grand Line, close to the Red Line. It is precisely because of its particularity that on this Sabaody Islands Marine can only stick to justice, within a limited scope, while the rest of the area is filled with various black and gray forces. Even Marine is not willing to provoke conflicts easily. As a Marine child born in Marineford, it is impossible not to know about this island group that is very close to Marineford, not to mention that Bly has seen its true appearance in another way. In general, Sabaody Islands is a very chaotic area, no better than the areas where some branches are located. Marine has almost absolute control. This is unimaginable in Sabaody. Hey, Bly, were you also assigned to the Sabaody land? Me too. Very Good was pleasantly surprised when he saw where Bly was assigned. This is really fate. We were actually assigned together. This don't worry if you go there and you won't even have acquaintances. When Bly took a look, he saw that Very Good was also assigned to the Sabaody Islands. Hina was fine at first, but when she saw that Very Good was assigned to Bly, she suddenly felt a little bit snacky and tried to kill Very Good with her eyes several times. Seeing this made Very Good break into a cold sweat. If the arranged itinerary hadn't been unable to change, Very Good would definitely have chosen to switch with Hina. After a few people briefly communicated, they went home to prepare. Bly didn't have much preparation when he returned home. His cheap dad Sengoku was out chasing Whitebeard all year round. Even his eldest brother Corazon was on missions more than half the time. Now he was the only one back home at this time. But it doesn't matter to him. It's only been there for half a year anyway, so this is normal. Bly is actually very happy about this half-year period that is similar to an internship, because he really needs an opportunity to verify his progress over the past 6 months. In fact, in the latter half of the past 6 months, in order not to be the one who was shot to death, he had been suppressing his own strength and not letting himself stand out too much. This is also inevitable. As a person with gourmet cells, while practicing, he not only strengthens the body through practice itself, but at the same time, he is constantly improving the awakening of gourmet cells through practice. While the gourmet cells increase in arousal, they will feed him back, making his physical fitness rapidly improve in all aspects. This can no longer be described as simply getting twice the result with half the effort. Originally, the talent of this body can only be regarded as a little above average. Among all the Marine children, it is only ordinary. Not to mention compared with Drake and Smoker, even at Very Good's level, is also incomparable. If not, the original Bly would not have remained unknown for more than 20 years. However, Bly now has a gourmet system in his body, and he is also carrying the gourmet cells of the ancient gourmet demon. In this case, his improvement speed has more than doubled, and he is no longer as good as the most monster in the sea. That group of people is different. In fact, the current session that Bly is in is inferior to the previous 2 sessions. You know, Marine's last class had super monsters such as Momosugi, Gionin, Aokiji, Kuzan. And if we go back 1 generation, there are also top players such as Kizaru, Borsellino, Akainu, Sakazuki, and Chi-Dolphin Shirjaji who have already emerged. 28 First arrival in Sabaody land. Although Smoker and Drake are considered geniuses, if you really want to compare them with these people, they are still a bit too forced. As for Bly, who has the bonus of gourmet cells, in terms of the speed of improvement in practice alone, he is definitely not weaker than those monster-level geniuses from the previous 2 sessions. However, Bly himself is still not satisfied with this. If he continues at this speed, indeed, maybe in 10 or 20 years, he will become one of the top few people in the sea. No matter how bad it is, at least he can climb to the position of Vice Admiral and have the strength of an elite Vice Admiral. This actually sounds pretty good. But is it really so? No, he doesn't think so. Because in the next 10 or 20 years, the situation on the sea was turbulent and ever-changing. Even Naval Headquarters Marineford was almost destroyed. What else could not happen? Who can guarantee that they will not be involved in a certain storm? Indeed, the geniuses he knew well like Bly's contemporaries all passed through the following years safely, but he also noticed another thing. In the youth training camp of his contemporaries, the talents there are many who are no lower than Very Good and Shun, and there are even those who are on par with Smoker, Drake and others. But the problem is, Bly has never heard of these people's names. What does this mean? Yes, maybe it's just because the characters seen in comics are limited, and it's impossible for everyone to appear, but at the same time, there is another possibility, right? Another possibility is that these people will die in the next 10 or 20 years. The Marine is a violent organization, and it has never been a secret that in the process of capturing and killing pirates, it will also suffer heavy casualties. From Marines to generals, people sacrifice their lives every year. Bly doesn't want to leave his life to illusory luck. Therefore, he needs to improve his strength. You need to make yourself stronger as quickly as possible, strong enough not to be killed by any accident, and have the minimum ability to protect yourself. Currently, the fastest way Bly can think of to become stronger is naturally to rely on the food system. If he relied solely on practice, he had already tried it. Although the speed of improvement was enough to stun many people, it was still too difficult to have the ability to protect himself before the storm came. Therefore, if Bly wanted to speed up his pace again, he could only think of the food system. But what is embarrassing is that since activating the food system for the first time, Bly has only accepted and completed one initial task, which was the task of tasting 3 kinds of delicious food. Since then, he has never received a mission from the gourmet system again. But after thinking about it for a moment, he figured out what was going on. Food system. After initialization, it was prompted that system tasks will be triggered randomly. The more contact events, the more tasks that can be triggered. However, he spent almost all of the past 6 months in this youth training camp. The people he comes into contact with are all the same people, and the things he does every day are the same. Where can he come into contact with any events, and naturally there is no way to talk about tasks. He originally planned to wait for this year's youth training camp to end before finding a way to go out, but he didn't expect that the second half of the youth training camp would give him an unexpected surprise. I hope this Sabaody land won't disappoint me. Bly had some expectations in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few days later, Bly, Very Good, and another student who was also assigned to the Sabaody Islands followed a warship to the outskirts of Sabaody. I came to Sabaody once with my father when I was young, but I don't have much memory anymore. I just remember that there seemed to be a big amusement park here. The one who was assigned here like Bly and Very Good, the student recalled looking into the distance. Although this third person was not very familiar with Bly and his small group, Bly still had a deep impression on him. Well, to be more precise, he had a deep impression on his father. His name is Patrick, and he is the student who was taught a lesson by Dalmatia when the youth training camp just started. His father is one of the current naval headquarters vice admirals. Call Randolph. Bly still clearly remembers that when he was a colonel, Randolph Vice Admiral single-handedly hunted down a pirate group whose captain had a bounty of more than 60 million belly. It's not an exaggeration to call him a lone hero. It should be said that the people in the youth training camp have deep memories of this. It is precisely because of this that Bly has a deep impression of Patrick. Moreover, Patrick's talent is not low. He is one of the people Bly noticed who has not appeared in any major events in the future, but whose talent is vaguely higher than very good. You remember correctly, there is a huge amusement park on this Sabaody Islands which is named after Sabaody Island. It is one of the largest amusement parks on the Grand Line. Bly at this time said to Patrick with a smile, 29 passionate Commodore 1. Although it was his first time to come to Sabaody, in the world he was familiar with, the group of protagonists had already given him a taste of the Sabaody Islands. Yes, I have also seen records in a travel diary written by a Marine Rear Admiral. This amusement park in Sabaody is said to be very exciting. You must try it if you have the chance. Very Good was also there. He said enthusiastically, looking very expectant. Okay, we're almost there, we have to pack our things. Looking at the islands that were gradually becoming clearer, Bly was the first to walk towards the cabin, and their salutes were still in the cabin. Half an hour later, the warship had docked at the dock of Island No. 69. After being introduced by Marine who was accompanying him, Bly also gradually recalled that these Sabaody Islands are composed of 79 largest mangroves in the world. Each mangrove is an island, and they are numbered 79 islands. The islands directly controlled by Marine are actually only islands number 60 to No. 69. The other islands each have different functions. Islands No 1 foot to No 29 feet are the most chaotic and disorderly areas of the Sabaody Islands. They are also known as lawless places. Pirates and bounty hunters mostly gather here. There is the famous Human Auction Hall. Islands 30 feet to 39 are where the Sabaody amusement park that Patrick and Very Good envisioned just now is located. One amusement park occupies the entire area of 10 islands, which shows the scale of this amusement park. What an exaggeration. The islands from No 40 feet to No 49 feet act as tourist attractions, with shops, restaurants, etc. at 8 Gate, where tourists usually hang out. The islands from No 50 feet to No 59 feet are the territory of the boatmen and are also the location of the coating. As we all know, you must cross the red line from the first half to the second half of the Grand Line, and there are only two ways to cross the red line. The first is to abandon the ship and pass by Mariajoy, the holy place on top of the red line, where the world government is located and where the world's noble celestial dragons live. The second is to come here, Sabaody Islands, to coat the ship so that the ship can sail under the sea until it crosses a huge hole at the bottom of the red line. There is also a deep sea island in the entrance of the cave called the Fishmen Island, where the mermaids and fishmen live together. After passing there, you can go to the second half of the Grand Line. Of course, there is only one way for the pirates, and that is coating, because asking the pirates to abandon the ship and go to the holy land of Mariajoy is tantamount to throwing themselves into a trap. Needless to say, the islands from No 60 feet to No 69 feet belong to the Marine Station and are not accessible to anyone else. The last island from No 70 feet to No 79 feet is a hotel street. Whether it is tourists who come to play, or pirates and bounty hunters with ulterior motives, they will come here to rest in the end. This is the situation of Sabaody Islands, which can be described as complicated. There is no doubt that among the 6 artificially divided areas, the most complex and dangerous area is undoubtedly the first area. That is where the islands from No 1 foot to No 29 feet are located. This can be seen just from the area occupied by this area. Even the people from Marine and World Government only control 10 islands in this Sabaody Islands, but this area occupies a total of 29 islands. This is enough to explain a lot of problems. Bly had roughly guessed some reasons from the limited information he knew, but he couldn't make a conclusion until he went to see it himself. You three are the trainee soldiers this time, right? In an office on the island of 69 feet, a Commodore-level general personally met the three Bly people and asked them pleasantly. This Commodore's name is Pearson, and like Bly and the others, he is also from Marineford. It sounds a bit ridiculous that a Commodore officer from his headquarters would solemnly condescend to receive three trainee miscellaneous soldiers who have not yet officially joined the Marine Corps. However, Bly is not surprised by this, because he knows that no matter where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and even Marine is not immune. The parents of students who can be admitted to the youth training camp are at least school-level officers, and there are also many general-level officers. According to the previous life, all students are actually second generation worthy of the name. Moreover, the fact that the Youth Academy is eligible to be directly admitted to Marine in advance is also because of the special status of this group of students. This may indeed be unfair to ordinary people, but even on the Earth in Bly's previous life, there was never any real fairness, let alone in this world of One Piece where big fists are justified. It should be noted that in this world, there are superiors like the celestial dragons, the world's nobles, who are inhumane. In comparison, the privileges of the youth training camp are not worth mentioning at all. 30 Enthusiastic Commodore 2. Judging from the attitude of the Pearson Commodore towards the three of them, he has most likely inquired about the backgrounds of the three Blys in advance. Otherwise, if the parents of the three Blys were just ordinary school-level officers, they would not be worthy of his attention. A Commodore is so polite. Needless to say, Bly has an admiral father, who can be said to have the most vigorous background in this youth training camp. However, he himself has no intention of making any publicity. He only has a few people such as his teacher Dalmesha and Hina. Just know this, Patrick's father, Randolph Vice Admiral, is also not to be underestimated. Even among the many Vice Admirals, the legendary Randolph Vice Admiral can definitely be ranked in the top 10. In other words, among Marine, he is also a powerful person who can be ranked at the forefront. Berrygood's father was a Rear Admiral, who was much inferior to Bly and Patrick, but also had a higher rank than Pearson Commodore. Therefore, facing the children of such three big men, this Pearson Commodore can be said to be extremely friendly. The top person in charge of this Sabaody Islands is a Vice Admiral of the headquarters, but that Vice Admiral is a spiritual maniac and does not take care of things all year round. In addition, although the power of Sabaody Island is complicated, it is relatively far away from Naval Headquarters Marineford. Due to the close proximity, no force dared to really anger Marine. That kind of consequences was something no force wanted to see. Therefore, there are only 2 Rear Admiral officers above Pearson's Rear Admiral status. Judging from the actual power he holds, he should be Marine's number 3 figure in Sabaody. The other 2 Rear Admirals were superior to the Pearson Rear Admiral in terms of strength and power. But they were reluctant to let down their stature and make friends with 3 teenagers who were less than 10 years old. Rear Admiral level officers are considered real generals in Marine. They are significantly different from the Pearson Commodore. There is no need for them to please anyone too much. So in the end this task fell into the hands of the Pearson Commodore. He himself was very happy to hear about it. Yes, sir. Bly and the other 3 responded in unison. In the past 6 months, Dalmesha helped them lay the foundation for everything, and this Marine etiquette is naturally one of them. Okay. Very good. Pearson Commodore looked at the 3 of them with a smile and said, "You all look good, even compared to veterans who have been in the army for many years. I have to admire Dalmesha Rear Admiral's teaching methods have indeed taught a group of elite teenagers." The praise of this Pearson Commodore made the 3 of Bly get goosebumps. "I just want to praise you as much as I want, without caring whether it sounds too outrageous or not." But Bly and the others had to listen. They couldn't just disgrace their boss as soon as they arrived, right? After all, they have to stay here for half a year, and it would be very troublesome to offend someone. And this Pearson Commodore had no consciousness at all about the fact that he praised himself too much. Although Bly and the others' answers were already very concise, he still took the trouble to praise him for nearly 10 minutes before he stopped without being satisfied. "You just arrived, so I won't say much more today. I'll have someone take you to settle in first, and you can have a good rest. Pearson Commodore said with a smile. Yes, isn't this enough to say? Bly resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The past 10 minutes were simply more difficult than the most painful and tiring training in the youth training camp. Judging from the looks of the other two people, they probably felt the same way as themselves. Soon, a Marine soldier knocked on the door and came in. Under Pearson Commodore's instructions, he took Bly and the other two people towards the dormitory in the station. Following the Marine soldier, Bly looked around at the environment of Sabaody. It's really much more spectacular than imagined. Bly thought to himself. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a giant tree that could form an island. On the surrounding ground and on the branches of trees, bubbles glowing with colorful light would appear from time to time and gradually float towards the sky. This is why Sabaody is also called the Bubble Islands. These 79 mangroves will continue to emit crystal bubbles like soap bubbles all year round. Some tourist attractions on the island, as well as the coating shipyard, actually rely on this characteristic of the mangroves. This is also the irreplaceable uniqueness of Sabaody. In addition, Bly also noticed that there were some strange snails with wide eyes on the surrounding treetops. When Bly and the others passed by, the eyes of these snails would move. Needless to say, this is naturally the surveillance phone bug that Marine often uses to monitor the situation of the station, so as to keep abreast of the latest situation of the station at any time. The function of these monitoring phone bugs is actually the same as the monitors on the Earth in the previous life. They can transmit the monitored pictures to the image phone bug in another place. Through the projection of the image phone bug, that person you can see the footage monitored here. While Bly was looking at the surrounding environment, his steps did not slow down. Therefore, under the leadership of the Marine soldiers, they quickly arrived at the dormitory. 31 Stealth. That Pearson Commodore deliberately arranged for 3 people to live in the same place. However, the dormitory here is the same as the youth training camp where 4 people live in a room, but Bly and the others only have 3 people. In other words, they will also have a roommate. When Bly and the others walked into the house, the 4th person was already waiting in the house. I've been waiting for you for a long time, why did you just come? The 4th person was lying on the lower bunk of the bunk bed on the left. When he saw Bly and the others walking in, he quickly sat up. You just got off the boat not long ago, right? Then we won't be here today. I'll take you out for a walk, I'll wait until you get some rest first. You haven't asked for advice yet. Bly asked first. Hi, look at me, I forgot to introduce myself. The 4th person slapped his forehead. My name is Joshua, I am your roommate and I am also a Marine seaman first class. I was born and raised in Sabaody, so I am very familiar with this place. I heard that you are from Marineford. I guess the higher-ups put me together with you because of this. His name is Yushu. The 4th person from Asia touched his chin and speculated. Obviously, he didn't know Bly's identity like Pearson Commodore, nor did he know about the youth training camp. He only knew that Bly and the others came from Marineford. He looks about 14 or 15 years old, older than Bly and the others, and has a much higher military rank than Bly and the others as miscellaneous soldiers, but that's about it. Although Bly's strength has not been verified yet, it cannot be measured by military rank at all. Arranging a local coward like Joshua to live in the same room with Bly and the others must have been the intention of the Pearson Commodore, so that Bly and the others could become familiar with Sabaody. He, the Commodore, couldn't accompany Bly and the others everywhere every day. That would be a bit too showy. Joshua's personality is somewhat similar to Barry Good's, they both talk a lot, so he soon became familiar with Bly and the other 3. I have never left Sabaody. I really envy you for actually going to Marineford. Joshua said enviously, and kept asking the 3 of them, are there many big shots there? Have you seen them? Marshal Sora, the resourceful general, Sengoku-sama. For Joshua, a Marine seaman first class who was born in Sabaody, even the Pearson Commodore was already a big shot, and those above the Commodore were ones he had only heard of in legends. But it is rare to have the opportunity to meet the big shots in real life. Bly and the others also patiently explained to him the situation in Marineford, which was normal because he would also take Bly and the others to get familiar with the situation in Sabaody later. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Half a month later, the three of Bly have completely settled down here. Under the arrangement of the Pearson Commodore, Bly and Joshua formed a patrol team. In the name of patrolling, they visited most of the Sabaody Islands. There is only the first area, which is the illegal area. It was getting dark that day, and as soon as it got dark, Bly found an excuse to leave the dormitory. Coming to a bush, Bly picked up a black package and walked quietly outside the station. Along the way, he changed directions several times, trying to avoid the monitoring of the monitoring phone bugs on the treetops. This was the route he had already studied in the past half-month. But the blind spots are limited after all. If you want to pass some places, you must be under the surveillance of the surveillance phone bug, and cannot be avoided, but Bly is also prepared for this. Standing in a blind spot, Bly closed his eyes. He pressed one hand on the trunk of the tree next to him. Echo sound wave, activate. Hell ears, activate. In an instant, all the scenes within a radius of 200 meters, centered on himself, appeared in its mind in the form of three-dimensional ripple images. Whether it is the grass on the ground or the branches on the tree trunks, they all clearly appear in the three-dimensional ripple image in his mind. Even the most inconspicuous ant in the grass clearly appears in the image. Naturally, there are also including watch phone bugs in the surrounding treetops. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Bly quickly found the location of the 8 monitoring phone bugs around him. It was these 8 monitoring phone bugs that monitored every blind spot in the area he was about to pass. If I want to pass through the area ahead, even if I am fast enough and take as many corners as possible, I will still be exposed to the surveillance of at least 3 surveillance phone bugs. Bly calculated the route in his mind. At his own speed, he came to a conclusion. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped hesitating. Weakness sonic. He suddenly opened his mouth. If there were people around at this time, they might find it strange, because after Bly opened his mouth and roared, no sound came out. Those who don't know may think he is crazy. However, this is the effect of weak sound waves. The low-frequency sound waves it emits are inaudible to normal humans. Only some animals can hear this sound wave. 32 Bounty Hunters Guild. When Bly purposefully emitted weak sound waves in a certain direction, several monitoring phone bugs in that direction suddenly became restless at the same time, twisted their bodies and moved to the other side of the tree, no longer facing this way. It's now. Bly's body suddenly moved and crossed the surveillance area without blind spots. The whole process was not filmed by any monitoring phone bug. More than 10 minutes later, Bly had left the 60 island where Marine was stationed to the 69 island, and came to the area where the shipyard and coating factory were located. However, this was not his final destination. The reason why he came here, just have to go through this and go to the next location. The first area, when Bly arrived at the first area, the black package in his hand had disappeared. In addition, the Marine uniform he was wearing had changed into a set of black ordinary clothes, plus a dark blue cape, a long-brimmed hat on his head, and a pale mask on his face. A weird smiling face, only revealing one pair of eyes. The only thing that hasn't changed is probably his height. Although he has grown much faster in this life than in the previous life, he is only about 1.3 meters tall now when he is only 7 or 8 years old. His mature appearance cannot hide this. But Bly never intended to cover up this from beginning to end. The world of One Piece has many strange races, many of which are short in stature, and even among humans, there are dwarfs, who are much more normal than fishmen and the like. Hello, may I ask how to get to the Bounty Hunters Guild? Bly walked to a vendor's stall and heard an unfamiliar hoarse voice coming from under the pale smiling mask. Combined with his attire, it really makes people feel scared. Of course, this voice is not Bly's original voice, but for him who has mastered basic sound wave manipulation, a trick like changing his voice is really not too easy. When Bly asked the question, the vendor was sorting things with his head down. When he heard someone talking, he thought he was here to buy something and was very happy, but he didn't expect that he was here to ask for directions. The vendor suddenly became unhappy. He was about to say that he didn't know, but when he looked up and saw Bly's current appearance, he was frightened and hurriedly pointed the way. Take the second intersection over there and walk a little way inside. There will be an intersection, turn right at the intersection and you will see it. Thank you, Bly said hoarsely, and then walked in the direction pointed by the vendor. Sure enough, following the route pointed by the vendor, Bly walked twice and soon saw a 3-story wooden building at the end of the road ahead. Above the front door of the wooden building was a plaque that read, Bounty Hunters Guild, a few words. When Bly walked into this small wooden building, a man dressed as a Western cowboy walked out. The man just glanced at Bly and passed by without any intention of communicating. It seems that bounty hunters are not very friendly to each other. Bly saw a hint of vigilance in the man's eyes. Walking inside, Bly found that the layout of the first floor of this small wooden building was very simple. There were only 2 windows on the left and right sides of the main entrance, and there was a staff member in each window. Since someone else was using the window on the left, Bly went directly to the right. Hello, how can I help you? There was a young woman in the window, plain looking, but very polite. I want to register as a bounty hunter and check information on nearby bounty prisoners. Bly said hoarsely. Do you want to register as a bounty hunter? Please go aside and fill out this form first, and then I can help you register. As for checking the bounty criminal information, I will help you with this after you complete the registration. You can see. The young woman handed Bly a piece of paper and a pen. Yeah, Bly responded, then went to the side to fill out the form. The content on the form is very simple and only requires some basic information. However, as far as Bly knows, many bounty hunters have made up even this basic information. Because the bounty hunter profession is very mixed. Although most of them are loners with some strength, there are also many shady people. Some bounty hunters are even criminals with bounties on their heads. This is really normal. Bly went to such great lengths to register as a bounty hunter in order not to reveal his identity. Therefore, it was certainly impossible for him to fill in real information. After thinking for a moment, he filled in the name column. Mr. V. After a while, Bly filled in all the information. After returning to the window, he handed the form to the young woman. The young woman took the form, said hello to Bly, then got up and walked to the back room. It took about 10 minutes before she walked out of the back room, and handed Bly a metal card with Mr. engraved on the front, V, and on the reverse side is a long series of numbered numbers. Then, congratulations on becoming a glorious bounty hunter, Mr. V, you are now a 1-star bounty hunter in our Bounty Hunter Guild. 33 Not a simple guild 1. The young woman handed the metal card to Bly and said with a smile. Just after the young woman finished saying this, long-lost golden words suddenly appeared in Bly's mind. Ding dong. Task triggered successfully. Task content. Successfully promote to a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months. Task reward. A. Shulin Temple. Entry-level practice card, which can be exchanged for the opportunity to practice in the Shulin Temple for 1 year. Tip. Mission rewards do not consume main world time. Comma. Hello. Is there anything wrong? The young woman saw that Mr. V fell into a state of stasis after taking over the identity plate. She thought there was something wrong with what she did and asked. Bly, who was stunned by the sudden happiness, finally came back to his senses. After calming down his emotions, he continued to say in a hoarse voice, "It's okay. I just heard you talk about 1-star bounty hunter. I didn't know this. Do you have any explanation?" In fact, based on what the young woman said just now and the mission information given by the Gourmet System, it is not difficult for Bly to deduce that this Bounty Hunter Guild has a specific level system, just like Marine's military rank, but the rules are just different. However, we still have to ask to find out what exactly happened. Are you talking about the star classification of bounty hunters? The young woman asked, and after seeing Bly nodding, she continued, "That's right, our Bounty Hunter Guild has divided bounty hunters into 7. The lowest level is a 1-star bounty hunter, and the highest level is a 7-star bounty hunter. Each level has different rights. The higher the level, the greater the rights." "Oh, can you tell me in detail?" "Of course." The young woman explained patiently without any impatience. Take intelligence channels as an example. 1-star bounty hunters can obtain bounty criminal information from the Bounty Hunter Guild in any location. There is information about recent criminals with bounty amounts of less than 10 million belly who have appeared nearby, and the information is limited to the simplest names and bounty information. The range of bounty criminal information that a 2-star bounty hunter can obtain is below 30 million belly. By analogy, the range of bounty criminal information that a 3-star bounty hunter can obtain is below 50 million berry, and the range of bounty criminal information that a 4-star bounty hunter can obtain is below 50 million berry. The range of information obtained on the bounties on criminals is less than 100 million belly. As for bounty hunters with 5 stars or above, including 5 stars, there is no such restriction. They can get a list of all bounty prisoners who have appeared nearby recently. The young woman paused after saying this. In addition, the intelligence information available at different levels is also different. For example, 1-star and 2-star bounty hunters can only obtain basic information. 3-star and 4-star bounty hunters can also obtain more detailed intelligence, such as what a target with a bounty has done recently. Those with 5 stars and above can fully share all the intelligence systems of the local guild, and can even command the guild's intelligence personnel to monitor the target. I see. Bly nodded in understanding. Actually, there are some different benefits at different levels. If you are interested in this matter, I can give you a list in a moment, which contains the rights that can be exercised by different levels and the benefits that can be enjoyed. Can you think of it? The young woman asked. Including promotion methods? Bly asked. Yes, it will be all there. Well, then I'll do as you say. Give me the list and I'll look at it myself. Bly had no objection. Half an hour later, Bly opened the dormitory door and quietly returned to his bed. When Bly came back, Berrygood and his new roommate Joshua had already fallen asleep. Only Patrick was still awake. Hearing Bly's return, he asked softly from the upper bunk, "A stomachache?" "Yeah, I wonder if it's because of the bad food," Bly said in a slightly weak voice. "Have a good rest, you have to go to work tomorrow." Patrick comforted with a smile. "Well, good night," Bly said. The room soon became quiet again, except for Berrygood's slight snoring. While snoring, Bly was still thinking about the star classification of bounty hunters that he had seen in the Bounty Hunters Guild. On the list that lists the different rights that bounty hunters of different levels can enjoy, there is also what Bly is most concerned about: how to improve the bounty hunter's star rating. He spent half a month preparing, sneaked out of the marine station, and secretly went to the first area to register as a bounty hunter. Of course, it wasn't because he was short of money. Although most bounty hunters are here to earn more Baileys, he is considered a second generation in this life, and he is not willing to take risks just for some money. The reason why he did this is very simple: just to trigger the task of Gourmet System. As early as when he learned that he was going to be assigned to the Sabaody Islands, Bly had already made a very detailed plan, and there were about 4 or 5 ways that might trigger the mission. Registering as a bounty hunter is one of the most likely possibilities. 34 Not a simple guild too. Therefore, after Bly became familiar with the terrain of Sabaody, he began to prepare to register as a bounty hunter, including getting a set of gear that could be used to conceal his identity. And the final result did not disappoint him. The mission was successfully triggered. To advance from 1 star to 2 stars, you need to kill 5 criminals with a bounty of more than 1 million Baileys and less than 5 million Baileys, plus 1 criminal with a bounty of more than 5 million and less than 10 million Baileys. A prisoner with a bounty on his head. From 2 stars to 3 stars, you need to kill 5 criminals with a bounty of more than 5 million Baileys and less than 10 million Baileys, and 1 criminal with a bounty of more than 10 million Baileys and less than 30 million Baileys. Bounties on criminals. For the final 3 to 4 stars, you need to kill 5 criminals with bounty amounts of more than 10 million belly and less than 30 million berry, and 1 criminal with a bounty of more than 30 million belly and 5,000 berry. A prisoner with a bounty on his head below 1 Bailey. Bly calculated in his mind. In other words, if I want to be promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months, I must kill 5 criminals with bounties between 1 million and 5 million belly. There are also 6 criminals with bounties on their heads ranging from 5 million to 10 million Baileys, and 6 criminals with bounties on their heads ranging from 10 million to 30 million Baileys. In addition, you must kill a criminal with a bounty of more than 30 million belly to finally advance to 4 stars. Thinking of this, he had a slight headache. He now completely ignored prisoners with bounties of less than 10 million belly, because the strength of prisoners with bounties at this level was at most similar to that of Marine lieutenants. Not to mention Bly, even Very Good today is not afraid of this level of bounty criminals. Therefore, what makes Bly feel a little troublesome is mainly the 6 targets with a bounty of 10 to 30 million Baileys, and the last target with a bounty of 30 to 50 million Baileys. If we judge the strength purely by the amount of the bounty, a prisoner with a bounty of 10 million Baileys would already have the strength of a Marine colonel, and a prisoner with a bounty of $30 million would be comparable to the vast majority of Marines with a colonel level. Officers stand shoulder to shoulder. Bly actually doesn't have a very clear idea of his current strength, because he has indeed improved a lot in the past 6 months, but even he himself is not sure how much he has improved. There is no chance for him to explode to his full potential. Strength. Through this mission, he also wanted to weigh his current strength and what level it was. It's the power of the Bounty Hunters Guild that makes people look at them with admiration. When Bly thought of this, his heart shuddered. Previously, his views on the Bounty Hunters Guild were actually somewhat disapproving. Because in the world scene in the comics of the previous life, it seems that only pirates and marines are the eternal protagonists. Apart from these two, other industries seem to be somewhat unworthy of mention. Bandits, killers, bounty hunters, they all sound like part-timers. But the world shown in comics is, after all, just to serve the story of the protagonist, and it is impossible to cover everything. This is not the first time that Bly has felt the difference between the world he knows in comics and being in it, and joining the Bounty Hunters Guild, this time has verified this again. From what Bly knows, the Bounty Hunters Guild, strictly speaking, is actually a private force with some official background. It is inextricably linked to the world government, but it does not take orders directly like Marine. World government only has cooperation in many aspects. Moreover, the Bounty Hunters Guild never pays attention to the bounties that bounty hunters deserve. The bounty hunters can redeem the bounties given by the world government completely from the guild, and the guild probably has different relations with the world government. Public agreements can be sponsored by world governments. In addition to world government, there are also many kingdoms and principalities that have intersections with the Bounty Hunters Guild, and are also one of the guild's sponsors. However, these are not the reasons why Bly came to the conclusion that the Bounty Hunters Guild is not simple. What really made him come to this conclusion was the star classification system of bounty hunters. The task given by Gourmet System is for him to become a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months. Judging from the promotion conditions for a 4-star bounty hunter, he must have at least a strength equivalent to the level of Colonel Marine. Colonel officers are indeed not considered high-level officers in the Marine Corps, but can only be considered middle-level officers. But don't forget, this is just a 4-star bounty hunter. On top of it, there are 5-star, 6-star and even 7-star bounty hunters. Bly remembers very clearly that the qualification for promotion to a 5-star bounty hunter is to kill 5 criminals with a bounty of 30 million to 50 million belly, and 1 with a bounty of 50 to 100 million belly. Commit. The promotion conditions for 6-star bounty hunters are simpler. Kill 3 criminals with a bounty of more than 100 million belly. The conditions for promotion to 7-star bounty hunter are simpler and rougher. Kill a big pirate. 35 expect. When Bly saw the promotion conditions for the last few stars, he couldn't help but take a breath. What is a big pirate? Famous in the Grand Line, this vicious pirate has strength that even the elite vice admiral cannot match. He is the great pirate. For example, the future 7 warlords of the sea, before they became Shichibukai, were all big pirates. In fact, the big pirate is just a concept, and it is far less straightforward than the amount of the reward. However, the amount of the reward often changes due to the events caused by the reward criminal. Although this method can also reflect the strength of the bounty criminal, it is not that accurate. For example, crocodile, the sand crocodile, in the future, 7 warlords of the sea, before reaching an agreement with the world government and becoming 7 warlords of the sea, had a bounty of only 80 million belly. If judged simply by the bounty amount, his strength is only at the level of an ordinary rear admiral. But in fact, ordinary newcomers with over 100 million yuan are simply not good enough in front of a veteran pirate like Crocodile. They are not at the same level of combat power. Therefore, although there is no clear standard, on this grand line, the big pirate is a more recognized standard than the reward amount. The promotion of a 7-star bounty hunter requires killing a big pirate, which means that the 7-star bounty hunter must also have this level of strength. Even a 6-star bounty hunter must have a level comparable to Vice Admiral level of strength, otherwise, it would be difficult to kill 3 criminals with a bounty of over 100 million. Bly thought silently. However, this is still a long way from Bly. If he really had the strength of a big pirate, he wouldn't have to work so hard to improve his strength. Although I dare not say that a character of the level of a great pirate is invincible to the grand line, it is not difficult if you just want to protect yourself. Let's find a way to quickly advance to a 4-star bounty hunter first. I can exchange it for a Shulin Temple entrance training card that will last for 1 year at the Shulin Temple. I'm really looking forward to it. Bly felt a little excited. How could he not know how precious the opportunity to practice for a year at Shulin Temple was? You must know that the owner of the Shulin Temple is Master Gen Junjun, one of the 4 gourmet human national treasures in the captive world of gourmet food. That was a super strong person on the same level as Granny Setsuno, and her strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the Shulin Temple, presided over by Master Gen Junjun, is best at cultivating younger generations. Even the protagonist of the captive world of gourmet food, Uru, one of the 4 Uranus of gourmet foods, has gone to Shulin Temple. Lin Si has practiced and benefited a lot, which shows how powerful it is. In addition, judging from the prompt information given by the food system, this opportunity to practice in the Shulin Temple for a year does not seem to consume the time of the main world. For Bly today, the main world is naturally the One Piece world. So to understand it literally, even if Bly went to the Shulin Temple to practice for a year and came back, it is very likely that only a moment has passed here. If that's the case, it would naturally be a coveted reward for Bly, who is eager to improve his strength quickly. Sleep first, start taking action tomorrow, and complete the simple goals first. After making the decision, Bly stopped thinking about it and quickly closed his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. More than half a month later, in the first area, there was a pirate ship on the shore of the No 19 Feet Island Pier. Ha 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 ha. Kids, come and have a drink. A bearded man with a sinewy face laughed. This vote is enough for us to live happily for a year or 2. I didn't expect that in such a small town. It's such an unexpected surprise to be so rich. Who says otherwise? We are really lucky this time, Captain. A loser next to him said with a smile. Where's the mayor's daughter? Bring it to me, the bearded man said suddenly. After a while, 2 men came in from outside the cabin, holding down a girl who was wearing handcuffs and anklets and looked to be no more than 16 or 17 years old. The girl's eyes were red and she stared at the bearded man as if she wanted to eat him alive. This girl is a beauty. She looks like she is still a baby, but her temper is a bit stronger. I will give you some pleasure after Lousy has trained her. The bearded man didn't care about the girl's hateful eyes, but became more and more excited. Interested and laughing. He has experienced too many things like this. If he can't bear this kind of gaze, how can he be the boss? Little girl, when Lousy opens the bud for you, you will know that Lousy is fine. Don't keep a dead face, as if Lousy killed your whole family. The bearded man looked at the girl and said, Boss, it seems that her whole family was indeed killed by you, the loser next to her reminded. FK, Lousy, do you want you to remind me? Get out of here. Seeing that he was being demolished by his subordinates, Big Beard became furious and kicked the subordinate aside. This scene made the other pirates burst into laughter, pointing at the guy who was kicked, and tears of laughter almost flowed out. Only the girl couldn't laugh. She still stared at the bearded captain and said through gritted teeth, You beast, you will get retribution sooner or later. Marine will not let you go. 36 Have you been discovered, Marine? Hearing this, the bearded man laughed disdainfully. Since Lousy went to sea, he has killed not only 1,000 but also 800 people. If Marine can catch Lousy, do you think Lousy can kill your whole family? Are you going to catch me on the boat? As for retribution, ha 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 ha, what is that? When the girl heard this, she was extremely angry, but she didn't know how to refute. Girl, our captain is a powerful pirate with a bounty of 18 million belly. Do you think anyone can hurt him? At this time, the B******************* D who spoke first looked at the girl and said, you know why? When we looted your town and killed your whole family, didn't the marine station near your town come to the rescue? That's because you ran away too fast. The girl said bitterly. Escape too fast. Ha 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 ha. The pirates burst into laughter again, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke. That BCH also laughed, but after laughing he continued to explain, it seems that you really don't know anymore, so I'll tell you. From receiving the request for help to rushing over from the marine station closest to your town, it probably only took less than half an hour, and we looted your town for more than 3 hours. The loser sneered, do you know what this means? When the girl heard this, her face turned pale. She already understood what Guzizi meant, but she couldn't believe it. The dogleg's next words shattered her fantasy. This means that they received your request for help, but they arrived late on purpose. They didn't rush there until after we left. Impossible. The girl bit her lip and said in a tone that even she could hear was a bit unconfident, you're talking nonsense. Why would Marine be late on purpose? Hee hee. Actually you already believe what I just said. The dog-legged man chuckled, heard the change in the girl's tone, and continued, but since you are curious, it doesn't hurt to tell you. The reason why they were late on purpose, it's because they know that even if they arrive in time, they won't be able to stop our boss, and he will only die if he comes. Speaking of this, the loser's tone became quite proud. Our boss is a powerful pirate with a bounty of 18 million belly. If Marine wants to deal with him, he has to send at least a colonel-level officer. As for the marine station near your town, the strongest person is just a marine captain. Even if he comes, he will not be the enemy of our boss. The D's words were actually meant to be flattering. The prisoner with a bounty of 18 million baileys was indeed equivalent to the level of a marine colonel. But if you want to compare with the rank of colonel, he is still far behind. If this bearded captain really encounters a marine colonel, he may not even have the courage to fight. If he immediately chooses to run away, what else can he do to deal with him? However, if it is just a captain officer, it is indeed impossible to be the opponent of the bearded captain. Generally speaking, a bounty of more than 10 million baileys is beyond the capabilities of a lieutenant officer. The girl is just an ordinary person and doesn't understand any comparison of strength. However, she still knows that the bounty of 18 million belly is very scary. You know, some bandits around the town who have left the town's security officer helpless have a bounty on their heads. The amount is only about 1 million belly. In fact, the girl already somewhat believed the bully's words. So she became even more desperate. The bearded captain was quite pleased with himself when he saw the change in the girl's demeanor. He didn't feel any shame when his subordinates boasted about him. Instead, he gave the BCH a thumbs up. At this moment, just as he was about to ask his men to push the girl over, a man wearing glasses hurriedly walked in from outside the cabin. Second brother, why are you back so soon? Didn't I ask you to go shopping? The bearded captain let out a light sigh when he saw the person coming and asked hurriedly. This man wearing glasses is the vice captain of this pirate group and the second in command on the ship. Because he is more sociable, he usually handles external affairs. The bespectacled man wiped his sweat, took a breath, and said, I just met an old friend, and he told me something. I think it is necessary to come back and remind you, brother. Oh, what's the matter? These days, a bounty hunter came from nowhere in the first area and was frantically hunting down the criminals with a bounty on his head. At first, he started hunting down the criminals with a bounty of 1 million baileys, and then targeted 5 million baileys. A high-level bounty criminal. And just yesterday, a lone pirate worth 12 million belly was hunted by him. The man with glasses said, so what, isn't it the job of a bounty hunter to hunt down criminals with bounties on them? Just like Marine chasing us all day long, what's so weird about this? The bearded captain said nonchalantly. The key is, judging from a series of events in recent days, my friend speculated that there should be a newly registered bounty hunter who is climbing up step by step. He should be trying to hit a higher star bounty hunter. Golden hunter. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses. The promotion rules of the Bounty Hunter Guild are not a secret. Judging from the bounty criminals that man recently killed, he should have graduated from the 1-star bounty hunter company. Upgrade 2 levels and become a 3-star bounty hunter. 37. I feel dirty. Are you saying that he might continue to hunt in order to continue to be promoted? The bearded captain asked. This possibility cannot be ruled out. The man with glasses nodded. What bad luck. The bearded captain's expression suddenly changed. All the looted materials on the ship had not yet been replaced by Bailey. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen to him? Ordinary bounty hunters would not hunt bounty criminals so crazily, because such an action would attract the attention of many people, but would instead make many bounty criminals prepare in advance. Those who do this are generally those who are very confident in their own strength and want to quickly advance to high-level bounty hunters. Generally speaking, these people are not easy to mess with, so you should try to avoid them if you can. This is why the man with glasses turned back halfway. The bearded captain also understood this truth, so after just cursing a few words, he ordered his men to prepare to sail the ship. When the men ran out to prepare to set sail, there were only a few people left in the cabin. After ordering the ship to sail, the bearded captain walked up to the girl he had robbed, caressed the girl's face with his hand, and said with a smile, "Hey, fortunately, there is still a girl like you on this ship. We will have more fun in the next few days. It's fun. But, Lousy warns you, that bullshit bounty hunter made Lousy feel very bad. If you don't know better, you won't just suffer a little." Just when the girl was about to yell at the bearded captain, she suddenly looked behind the bearded captain as if she was frightened. "Little girl, do you think Lousy is a 3-year-old child, and you will divert his attention at this moment?" The bearded captain sneered. "Are you saying there is someone behind Lousy? Have you been discovered?" An unfamiliar hoarse voice slowly came from behind the bearded captain, and his expression suddenly changed wildly. Because he was very sure that this voice did not come from someone on the ship. As the captain, he is familiar with everyone on the ship, and there is absolutely no one with a voice like this. Buzz. Who? The bearded captain pulled out his saber, turned around as if facing a formidable enemy, and looked in the direction of the sound. But in that direction, there was a strange figure, wearing a black cloak, a long-brimmed hat, and a pale mask with a strange smile on his face, only showing his eyes. In addition, there is another thing worth noting about this figure, and that is his height, which is only about 1.3 to 4 meters, making him look very short. "Are you Mr. V?" The bespectacled man, who also quickly became defensive, asked in shock and anger. "What, Mr. V?" The bearded captain was confused. "Brother, the bounty hunter I told you is called Mr. V. It is said that this person is short in stature and has a low and hoarse voice. Every time he appears, he wears a strange pale smiling face mask and kills his targets. After death, a huge, V-shaped mark will be left on the ground." The man in glasses reported to the bearded captain as fast as he could. Needless to say, the person who suddenly appeared was none other than Bly. After hearing the introduction from the bespectacled man, the vice captain, the bearded captain's face became even more ugly. He was already preparing to leave Sabaody Islands first to avoid this guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but he was unexpectedly slow. "You actually know me. Then it seems I don't need to introduce myself." The hoarse voice continued to come from under the pale smiling mask, and he took out a poster, "Captain of the Hurricane Pirates, Hawak, born in West Blue, with a bounty of 18 million belly, right?" After saying that, Bly threw the poster away. The poster slowly fell to the ground, and you could see that it was the bearded captain painted on it. After hearing Bly's question and the person painted on the poster, the bearded captain knew that denial was useless and simply admitted, "Yes, I am Hawak." "Well, it seems we found the right person," Bly said hoarsely. "Friend, if you have something to say, let's talk it over. There's no need to fight to the death, right?" This was not the first time the bearded captain had experienced a critical situation. Instead of losing his cool, he smiled and looked very friendly and said, "I know. You are a bounty hunter, and you came to me wanting to kill me in exchange for the reward, but if you just want Bailey, there is no need to go to all that trouble." "Huh, how do you say this?" Bly asked in a hoarse voice under the mask of a pale smile, as if he was somewhat interested in what the bearded captain said. Look, I just finished a big deal, and the total of the things I got can be exchanged for several million Baileys. If you don't mind it, my friend, I can give you all these things so as not to hurt your friendship. At this moment, the bearded captain seemed to suddenly remember something. He pulled the handcuffed girl next to him and said with a smile, I almost forgot, we also snatched this girl together. Look, how cool is she? If you are willing, you can take your friend with you, what do you think? 38 spread 1. As that's so, it's not that I can't think about it, but I have to inspect the goods first. If they are leftovers from your play, I have no interest in eating your leftovers. Bly said hoarsely. That's easy to talk about. The bearded captain smiled repeatedly when he saw Bly's move. The next moment, he pushed the girl hard and shouted, Get over here. The girl staggered when the bearded captain pushed her, almost losing her balance and falling to the ground. However, she did not show any anger about this. What the B************** D said about Marine earlier had shattered her faith and completely lost her hope. In her eyes, the bearded captain is a devil. And this pale smiling masked man who suddenly appeared looked a little scary, and he didn't look like a good person. She knew that her fate would probably be to become the plaything of one of them. In despair, the girl stumbled staggering towards the pale masked man with a smiling face. His eyes were dull. What the girl couldn't see was that just when she was about to approach Bly, the bearded captain behind her suddenly showed a fierce look in his eyes, and with a sudden sprint, he raised his knife and stabbed the girl's vest. The bearded captain has no intention of shaking hands with Bly. He simply didn't believe that the masked man would let him go, because for a bounty hunter, the criminal with a bounty on his head was a huge asset. Unless he was weak, how could he let him go so easily? And with this sudden blow, his target was naturally not a girl. The girl was just an ordinary person. How could she be worthy of his sneak attack? The reason why he stabbed the girl with a knife was because when the knife passed through the girl's body, he could sneak attack Bly, whose sight was covered by the girl. He doesn't want to sit still and wait for death. At the same time, a hoarse voice sounded in the girl's ears. Don't be afraid for a while, just watch carefully. The sound appeared very suddenly. The girl could tell that the sound belonged to the pale smiling masked person opposite, but the way the sound appeared was a bit strange. It seemed that it was not coming from the direction of the pale smiling masked person opposite, but from the direction of the pale smiling masked person opposite, appeared directly in her ears. As for the content of the words, she was even more confused. Don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? What does it mean to look good? The girl was confused. Before she could figure it out, the hoarse voice sounded again. Sonic shield. At the same moment, the girl heard a crisp collision sound from behind her, like the sound of a sword hitting something. Swish. The girl felt her whole body being pushed to the side and had already stepped aside. The bearded captain looked extremely ugly. The collision sound just now was the sound of his knife stabbing an almost empty barrier, causing his plan to fail. He didn't understand what was going on at all, but there were so many weird things on the sea that he didn't need to understand, but it was not difficult to guess that this was Bly's method. Hey, it seems you don't consider me a friend. Didn't you promise to be nice? The hoarse voice said with a sinister smile. Could it be demon fruit power? A thought flashed through the bearded captain's mind, and he roared, Come together. Lousy doesn't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. After hearing this, several people in the cabin, including the deputy captain and the man with glasses, raised their weapons and attacked Bly without hesitation. Captain Bearded is no exception. Facing this scene, Bly smiled instead of getting angry. That's good. It saves me the trouble of coming one by one. Echo blast. Roar. Under the mask, Bly suddenly let out a huge roar. Boom, boom, boom. Except for the bearded captain, all his men fell to the ground in an instant. The man with glasses, the vice captain, held on a little longer, but only for 2 seconds more. Moreover, he looked the most miserable, because the loud roar just now shattered his glasses in an instant and penetrated directly in his eyes. Although the bearded Captain Howker didn't just fall to the ground and didn't know whether he was alive or dead like his men, he didn't feel uncomfortable either. Blood was oozing from his nostrils and ears, and he looked very miserable. His attack had stopped due to the loud roar, and he used the knife as a crutch to stab himself on the deck of the cabin to stabilize his body. Friend, I admit that I made a mistake and it was my fault. As long as you let me go, I can share the treasure I have hidden with you, which is definitely worth much more than the bounty on me. The bearded captain could no longer hear his voice, but still spoke quickly. He just wants to save his life and wants nothing else. Really? Bly walked forward slowly. I swear to God, it's absolutely true. The bearded captain swore. Well, if that's the case, you'd better go to hell. I find a treasure like this a beast like you dirty. This was the last word the bearded captain heard. The strange thing was that the voice didn't sound right. No matter how hoarse it was, it sounded like a child's voice. But he no longer had the chance to think about this problem. After getting rid of the bearded Captain Hawk, Bly turned his attention to the girl who was cuffed. What came into view was the terrified look of the girl. 39 spread too. Apparently, Bly had just killed a group of people, including the bearded captain, and the girl was greatly stimulated. Previously, the bearded captain was no different from a devil in the eyes of the girl, but such a devil was killed in the hands of the pale smiling masked man in front of her without even the ability to resist. This made the girl feel sad, extremely terrified. If you want to leave here, come with me. Bly maintained the coldness of Mr. V, and said to the girl in a hoarse voice. Bly was quite sympathetic to the girl's plight. It was precisely because of this that he wasted half a day with the bearded Captain Howard in order to save the girl intact from the bearded captain. Come down, otherwise why would he talk useless nonsense to a dying man? Of course, this is also because of Bly's limited strength. Although the basic sound wave manipulation allows him to use sound waves as a shield to temporarily protect the girl, he wants to be able to create a sophisticated sonic armor like Zebra in for Uranus and accurately protect an object remotely. If so, it is completely impossible. Maybe mid-level or high-level sonic manipulation would be possible, but definitely not now. Therefore, it wasn't until the bearded captain pushed the girl over that Bly was ready to take action. As for the bearded captain's little plan, he didn't take it seriously. In the past half-month, he had hunted down a row of criminals with bounties on his head, and gradually had a clearer idea of his current strength. He wasn't sure what would happen to the criminals with a bounty of more than 30 million belly, but if the reward amount was only more than 10 million, which was only equivalent to the weakest people in the school, Bly could already crush them. Got it. The bearded Captain Howard was the second prisoner with a bounty of over 10 million that he had killed, and he was also the strongest among the people he had hunted so far, but Bly didn't feel anything. Now, the only thing that makes him a little uncertain is the last condition to advance to a 4-star bounty hunter, that is, the level with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. After leaving a V-shaped mark on the ground, Bly picked up the bearded captain's body and walked out of the cabin. Seeing this, the girl hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and followed. The remaining members of the Hurricane Pirates on the deck had long heard what was going on inside. They were originally guarding outside with weapons, but when they saw their leader being carried like a dead dog, when they got there, many people just threw away their weapons and jumped into the sea next to them. No one else dared to step forward and stop the man with a pale smiling mask who suddenly appeared. As for the girl following Bly, no one dared to touch her hair. After getting off the boat, Bly turned around and cut off the girl's handcuffs and shackles, and said, "You are free." After saying this, Bly flashed and appeared more than 10 meters away. He didn't know the girl at all, and he didn't intend to communicate with her too much. Saving people was just a matter of convenience. Now that the matter was over, there was no need to say more. The girl looked at Bly's leaving figure and had many thoughts for a moment. Mr. Versus. She kept the name in her mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The death of the bearded Captain Hawk did not have much impact on the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon land of Sabaody. Although the Big Pirate era has not yet come, there are still countless strong men on the sea. A prisoner with a bounty of 18 million Baileys might be able to rule the roost on a small island, but on this Sabaody Islands there is still not enough to see. However, the death of the bearded captain once again made the name, Mr. V, spread more widely. This newly minted bounty hunter appeared out of nowhere and became a 3-star bounty hunter in a short period of time. Judging from the fact that he is still hunting millions of criminals with bounties on his head, his ambitions are obviously not high. It will only be limited to Samsung. Anyone who knows the rules of the Bounty Hunters Guild knows that if this, Mr. a criminal with a bounty of more than 10 million Baileys, there is a huge difference between a criminal with a bounty of more than 30 million belly, compared to a pirate like Captain Bearded who is invisible to everyone. Even in the Sabaody Islands, he is considered a big figure. On this day, the 4 Bly people completed their duties and returned to the dormitory. Joshua suddenly asked the 3 of them mysteriously, "Have you heard that something interesting happened on the island these days?" "What's the matter?" Very Good asked quickly. "It's about a bounty hunter who has just emerged. I think his name is Mr. V." Joshua said as he recalled it. Hearing Joshua suddenly mention this name, Bly's heart tightened, and he thought he had revealed something, but looking at Joshua's appearance, it seemed that was not the case. Sure enough, just listen to him continue to say, "This, Mr. V, has been sprinting to higher levels since he registered as a bounty hunter. At first it was 1 star, then 2 stars, and now he is probably a 3-star bounty hunter. 40 attend a banquet, 3-star bounty hunter." Very Good touched his chin and thought, "I remember reading a book that had a lot of analysis on the Bounty Hunter Guild. If I remember correctly, Samsung a bounty hunter is about the same as an ordinary school-level marine, so this shouldn't be anything, right?" It's not that Very Good was loud, but it didn't sound that unusual. Not to mention bounty hunters, even marines have some who have been promoted exceptionally quickly, and some of them even reach the rank of general. It's just a newly registered bounty hunter. Even if he reaches 3 stars in one go, there doesn't seem to be anything noteworthy about him. 3-star bounty hunters alone don't have much to pay attention to. Let alone 3-star bounty hunters, even 4-star and 5-star bounty hunters are unlikely to attract much attention in Sabaody. Joshua nodded, agreeing with Very Good's statement. However, he did not intend to stop and continued, but the problem is that his promotion method is a bit taboo. Even if he does act according to the system of the Bounty Hunter Guild, it will still anger him. A lot of people. "Oh, how do you say this?" Bly asked calmly. It turns out that there were actually some very capable people who, after registering as bounty hunters, went crazy hunting and killing bounty criminals in order to advance, and everything went smoothly in the beginning. Joshua paused and continued to ask mysteriously, "But do you know what happened to them?" "Killed," Bly guessed. "That's right, without exception, they were all killed." Joshua nodded. "It is said that this, Mr. V, this time has made many prisoners with a reward dissatisfied, and they are ready to join forces to find an opportunity to give him a it looks good, but I don't know what the next result will be." Hey. People like Joshua who were born and raised in the Sabaody Islands actually don't have much contact with the outside world. Therefore, any attention-grabbing things that happen on the island will spread instantly. This can be regarded as another way of watching the news. This matter is not difficult to understand. Just like us Marines and pirates, we will maintain a certain degree of mutual compromise to a certain extent. For example, those big pirates will not massacre ordinary Marines for no reason, even if this can be achieved. Similarly, senior Marine officers will not go out to sea to chase ordinary pirates at will. This should be regarded as an unwritten tacit understanding, and no one will break it easily, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Patrick commented when he heard this. Indeed, such intensive hunting of bounty criminals in an area in a short period of time, no matter what the reason, will stir up the nerves of many people, and it is inevitable to be targeted. Bly pondered. Immediately afterwards, Very Good and the others asked Joshua about the bounty hunters that he mentioned just now, who appeared several times to hunt down criminals with bounties on their heads. And Bly, although he was participating in the topic on the surface, his mind was not on that. "Although I had long thought of the possibility of this happening, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I thought I would have to kill 2 more criminals with a 1,000,000-level bounty to attract attention." Bly thought to himself. In fact, it is reasonable for this situation to occur. So Bly had already expected this, but he was just not sure when. However, he actually had no choice in this matter. because the mission of the Gourmet System was to be promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months, and there was no way he could slow down. Even if it slows down, it won't slow down much, and it will still be eye-catching. In that case, it is better to be promoted as quickly as possible and try to end this matter before the other bounty criminals on the island notice him, but it seems that the speed is not fast enough. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Those criminals with bounties cannot all stay in one place waiting for him to kill. Even if the Bounty Hunters Guild gives some information, you still have to do it yourself when you really want to find the target, which is also very time-consuming. It seems I need to pay more attention, Bly thought solemnly. The bounty hunters who had acted in the same way as him before had definitely different purposes than him, but those who dared to do so and were able to do so were definitely not low in strength. But the final result was that all of them were killed without exception, which was enough for Bly to be more vigilant, because his current strength was not enough to ignore everything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After realizing that he might be targeted, Bly did not rush to find the next target. Anyway, there was still a long time before the March period. He is waiting for a chance to make a comeback, or for those who are targeting him to relax their vigilance. This wait lasted more than half a month. It's not easy for Bly to draw conclusions on whether those people have let down their guard, but he did wait for an excellent opportunity. Patrick, hurry up and stop dawdling. Berrygood complained. It's ready. Patrick, wearing a specially customized tuxedo, walked out of the dormitory, shook his head at Berrygood and said, "Of course you have to be well prepared for the banquet." "You are so rude." 41 Who ambushed whom? Bly looked Patrick up and down and said with a smile, "You are too particular." Patrick also smiled and said, "No way, I'm used to it." "By the way, where is Joshua?" Bly asked. He knew we had something to do today, so he made an appointment with someone in advance and left early. Berrygood said, "Okay, let's set off, we can't let people wait for us." Bly nodded. With that said, the three of them headed towards island number 73 together. This, No 73 Feet Island belongs to the 6th area and is not a territory controlled by Marine. In this area, there are not many commercial things, basically hotels and residences. Bly and the others were going to a residential area this time. The person who invited them was Commodore Pearson, who had always been very enthusiastic towards them. It seemed that the dinner was specially held to celebrate his grandson's birthday. This is a relatively private banquet, attended by relatives and friends, so inviting Bly and the others won't seem awkward, because it has nothing to do with their positions. Not long after, the three of them arrived outside a villa. After reporting their identities to the doorman, the three of them entered smoothly. Since the dinner was held in the form of a party, it had already started, and subsequent guests could join in at any time. When Pearson Commodore saw the three people arriving, he came to entertain them enthusiastically and introduced his family to them. Pearson's Commodore didn't leave until the next batch of guests arrived. At this moment, Bly suddenly covered his stomach, made a painful expression and said, "I'm having the same old habit again. I'm a little upset. You guys eat first, and I'll be back soon." Berrygood and Patrick were used to Bly's stomach, so they were not surprised and didn't think much about it. They just responded and continued eating and drinking. Bly walked around the corner, but suddenly straightened up, feeling a stomachache somewhere. "We have to hurry up." After using his hell ears to confirm that no one was around, he jumped up, climbed over the wall, and disappeared into the night. About 5 minutes later, Bly, dressed as Mr. V, appeared on the 75th island. This place is very close to the 73 island where Pearson's Commodore is located. If Bly hadn't taken a detour to change his outfit, it wouldn't have taken 5 minutes to get here. After arriving at island number 75, he skillfully arrived at a house and sneaked in quietly. This house belongs to the property of a lone pirate, who has a bounty of 21 million belly, which is even higher than the bearded Captain Howark. But this is the most suitable criminal with a bounty on his head that Bly found after sorting out the information given by the Bounty Hunters Guild. A pirate is a lone pirate with no helpers around him, and he has often returned to this residence alone in the past 2 months. This is really suitable for hunting. Bly chuckled, shook his head, and said to himself, so how could I let go of a good opportunity so easily? When Bly sneaked into this house, the owner of the house, the lone pirate with a bounty of 21 million, was having a gut fight with a woman in the house. From time to time, the sound of was heard in the room, which was extremely lewd. Through the gap in the window, Bly could vaguely see what was going on inside. However, he was not fully developed yet. Forcing himself to look at such a scene was just asking for trouble, so he had no intention of continuing to enjoy it. Boom! One punch directly broke the window. Under the cover of black clothes and black robe, Bly rushed in and made a sneak attack towards the target's back. In this case, the lone pirate had no time to react and was unable to dodge or defend. He was about to be hit in the back by Bly. "Why don't you show up yet?" Under the mask of a pale smile, Bly showed no sign of joy at all. Instead, he used his hell ears to pay attention to the surrounding movements as if he were facing a formidable enemy. His attacks were getting closer and closer to the lone pirate. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just when he was about to hit the lone pirate, a sudden change occurred. The woman who was immersed in the battle with the lone pirate and kept moaning suddenly raised her head and showed a strange smile in Bly's direction. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Boom! The woman suddenly raised her hand, and 3 dark black shadows hit the oncoming Bly. Sonic shield. Bly was slightly startled. Although he was prepared for a change, he never expected that the change would come from the woman in the arms of the lone pirate. If he hadn't been extremely vigilant in his heart, he would have definitely been tricked. Ding! Ding! 2 of the 3 phantoms hit the sonic shield, and the second one shattered the shield. The third one actually broke through the shield and headed straight for Bly's face. Such power! Bly looked at him. He didn't expect this woman's hidden weapon to be able to break through his own sonic shield. You know, even the bearded Captain Howard, who had a bounty of 18 million Baileys on his head, failed to break through the sonic shield with a full-strength sneak attack. However, the 3 hidden weapons casually shot by the woman were actually the second one. The shield has been broken. 42 feet many-armed woman, Judy 1. In a hurry, Bly shifted the attack direction slightly and punched the incoming hidden weapon. Paiyinkwan. Ripples surged from the heart of the fist, causing Bly's fist to explode with power comparable to gold and iron in an instant. Boom! Under the collision, the hidden weapon was deflected by Bly and flew towards the ground beside him. His hands were also slightly numb under the impact of the hidden weapon. What an amazing strength! This woman is much stronger than the bearded captain. Bly was shocked. Just based on the move just now, Bly can be sure that this woman is definitely not at the level with a reward of 10 to 20 million, and she is probably still above him in terms of strength. As soon as he thought about this, Bly turned around and left without hesitation. "Want to run? Can you run?" the woman said in a conspiratorial tone. At this time, Bly had already backed away from the house and fled towards the outside of the house. Swish swish, several figures chased after him, led by the woman who just counter-attacked Bly. "Mr. Versus, right, you really made us wait for a long time. It took us so long to wait for you." A female voice came from behind. "That's really hard work, everyone, but I still have something to do, so you guys don't have to be so polite to come see me off, right?" Bly said in a hoarse voice. "Then what's going on? I'm already here, so I have to treat you well, otherwise it will be rude." The woman smiled with some evil intentions. "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for it." Bly's speed continued unabated. "HMPH, stop talking nonsense to me. If you stop now, you will suffer less. Otherwise, when we catch up with you, you will not be able to die even if you want to." The woman was too lazy to talk nonsense to Bly, and her voice suddenly became cold. "Come down. Haha, catch up with me first and then talk nonsense." Bly sneered. The woman was furious and sped up again, getting closer and closer to Bly. At this moment, Bly suddenly turned around and ran into a house. Seeing this, the woman waved behind her and shouted coldly, "Split up and double team, we must not let him escape." However, when they chased into the house, they found that Bly had disappeared. "Search for me, he must be hiding inside. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to dig him out," the woman ordered. A group of people surrounded and chased in all directions of the house. The woman was the fastest and rushed to the front. What's the sound? The woman suddenly frowned when she heard the noisy sound coming from the front of the house. There were obviously many people in front of her, which made the woman feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't find out what the problem was for a while. Who? The moment the woman stepped into the front yard, a furious roar reached her ears. The woman looked in the direction where the roar came from, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she finally realized that something was wrong. Although Mr. V ran away in a panic, his escape route was a bit weird, especially the last one, which was extremely weird. The woman didn't think about it at first because she couldn't see the point of doing so, but when she saw the roaring man's appearance, she suddenly understood. When she realized that something was wrong and wanted to stop the group of people behind her, she was still a step too slow. But I heard a subordinate behind me shouting, "Everyone hold their heads and kneel down, otherwise they will be killed without mercy." As soon as these words came out, the woman almost ran out of breath and fainted. What happened? The woman's heart sank. Sure enough, the roaring man became furious after hearing what the woman's men said. "Presumptuous," the roaring man said angrily. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the person who shouted. One arm had turned into a dark green and black color, and he punched the person in the stomach, hitting the person directly. The man flew backward violently, vomiting blood. "Escape separately," the woman shouted sternly. She once again confirmed the identity of the roaring man. One of the leaders of Marine stationed in Sabaody, headquarters Commodore Pearson. At the same time as Pearson took action, several people attending the party in the front yard also took action at the same time. Judging from the movements when they took action, they were all of school official level strength without exception. When the woman saw this scene, she knew that she had fallen into a trap this time, and she hated that Mr. V in her heart. After waiting for more than half a month, I wanted to kill the unruly Mr. V in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect to be tricked. When I catch you, I will make you understand what it means to regret the past. The woman thought bitterly as she ran away. A bold thief came to my house to cause trouble, and he still wants to run away. After Commodore Pearson killed one of the woman's men with an armed punch, he saw that the woman was running away the fastest, so he chased after her. While he was chasing, he happened to pass by another henchman who followed the woman, and he killed him with another punch. Speaking of which, the woman's subordinates were all criminals with tens of millions of bounties on their heads, but in front of Pearson's headquarters, the Commodore, they were completely vulnerable, and none of them could even block a single move. The gap is too big. The death of this subordinate did not give the woman any extra time to escape, because the Pearson Commodore was also incredibly fast, much faster than the woman. 43 feet many armed woman, Judy too. The two soon left the Pearson Commodore's residence, and the distance gradually became closer. At this moment, the woman suddenly stopped, turned around and attacked Pearson Commodore. Want to fight back? That's exactly what I want. Pearson Commodore showed no fear at all and rushed forward with a big smile. When the two fists collided, there was a huge roar. The woman spurted blood, but Pearson's Commodore was unhurt. But just when Pearson Commodore's fist collided with the woman's fist, an arm suddenly grew out of the woman's abdomen and stabbed Pearson Commodore's abdomen with a triangular hidden weapon. Pearson Commodore was also shocked by this. He wanted to defend but was a step too late. He could only avoid it as much as possible, but was still scratched by the hidden weapon. Poisonous. Pearson Commodore didn't look very good. The woman took advantage of the moment when Pearson Commodore was checking the injury, suddenly accelerated and ran away again, and ran directly into a small forest, disappearing in an instant. Women, their bodies can grow arms. Could it be the multi-armed woman, Judy? Commodore Pearson didn't know the woman, but judging from the situation during the fight, he had a guess. The multi-armed woman is a well-known killer in Sabaody, with a bounty of 47 million belly. She is the demon fruit power of Paramesh's multi-armed fruit, and is quite powerful. Although there is still a big gap between him and him, he is not like those little minions who can't even withstand a move, and can even sneak attack him in turn. Moreover, what many people fear most about this multi-armed woman, Judy, is not her frontal combat ability, but her ability to lurk and attack. She has assassinated many people whose combat capabilities were far superior to hers. But why did she bring someone to my house? Did she want to assassinate me? Pearson Commodore frowned, but after thinking about it, he felt it was unreasonable and shook his head. Forget it, let's go deal with the injuries first. The attack of the many-armed woman didn't cause much damage to him. Even though the weapon was poisonous, ordinary poison didn't mean much to a person of his strength. He just needed to deal with it. On the other side, Judy, the multi-armed woman, whose identity was recognized by Pearson Commodore, was weaving back and forth in the woods and changing directions to avoid being overtaken by Pearson Commodore behind her. He didn't stop until he was sure he wasn't catching up, but he saw her holding herself against a small tree nearby and spitting out a mouthful of blood again. Ahem. Damn it, Commodore's strength is really beyond my ability to compete. Judy, the multi-armed woman, coughed awkwardly and gasped, "It's all that damn Mr. V, if it weren't for this guy, how could I have gone to Marine Commodore's house to cause trouble?" He was seriously injured by a blow, and a group of accomplices who were jointly preparing to ambush the Mr. V were probably in trouble. This time, they suffered heavy losses. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she even made up her mind that when she caught that Mr. V again, she would kill him to death and make him regret what he had done today. "Are you calling me?" A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the night sky. When Judy, the multi-armed woman, heard this voice, she turned pale in an instant. Because she recognized the owner of this voice, it was the Mr. V, whom she hated so much just now. However, she never wanted to meet this guy at this time. She was seriously injured by the Pearson Commodore, and now her strength is not even 20% of what it normally is. And although this Mr. V may not be as strong as her, she can easily kill the one with a bounty of 18 million Baileys on her head. The crime also proves that the strength is definitely not weak. In this case, she cannot be an opponent at all. Thinking of this, she had a thought and said, "Did you show up on purpose today?" "That's right." A hoarse voice came from one direction in the darkness. "Actually, I don't know exactly who will ambush me. I just heard the news that many people might attack me, and at this time, I got a piece of information from the Bounty Hunters Guild that was really suitable for me to start with, and I knew at that time that it was specially prepared for me." Is it too obvious? Judy, the multi-armed woman, also figured this out. If Mr. V didn't know that someone was going to ambush him, he might not notice anything was wrong, but when he knew this, the flaw would undoubtedly be too big. "Although I don't know you, your strength really makes me a little afraid. If we really fight to the death, I'm not sure I can defeat you, plus your accomplices are by my side. I can't defeat you with just 2 fists. I have no choice but to do a little trick. I hope you don't mind, haha." The hoarse voice said with a smile. "Since you know that there may be someone specifically ambushing you, why don't you just stop, and why do you have to take the risk and show up?" Judy, the multi-armed woman, asked again. "That's a good question because..." Poof. A soft sound. The multi-armed woman. Judy looked at her abdomen in disbelief, where a palm penetrated directly from her back, and the palm was full of blood. 44 Another storm. "I can understand that you want to delay time, but how could you naively think that I would give you time to recover?" Bly's hoarse voice came from behind. "You didn't try to ambush me before, do you think you can ask now casually? Can I be fooled by just a few questions?" You, Judy, the multi-armed woman, could not finish her sentence. "For the sake of your death, I will answer your last question and see you off." Bly withdrew his palm, wiped it on the clothes of the multi-armed woman, and then took out another picture. The white silk scarf continued to be wiped. "The reason why I showed up even though I knew someone was ambushing me is because I still need a target with a bounty of more than 30 million belly. To be honest, I am not completely sure that I can capture this level of bounty prisoners. In addition, most of the bounty prisoners in Sabaody recently have heard of me, so it is difficult for me to catch them by surprise. Rather than this, why not take this opportunity to give it a try? Although I don't know you, I think you should meet my requirements, right?" When Judy, the multi-armed woman, heard this, she felt extremely unwilling, but she couldn't hold on any longer and fell down, making no sound again. "Have you heard? Multiple armed woman. Judy was actually killed. That's the female assassin. multi-armed woman, Judy, who has a bounty of 47 million Baileys on her head. How is this possible? She has assassinated several Marine colonels, and there are other prisoners with bounties on their heads that are even higher than hers. How could he be killed? Who did it? It's the bounty hunter, Mr. V, who is in the spotlight recently. It is said that the multi-armed woman, Judy, wanted to deal with that Mr. V, but she was killed instead. What? It's him. Then this person is too terrifying. Even the multi-armed woman, Judy, is no match for him. If this continues, won't all the bounty criminals in Sabaody land be defeated soon? Something bad happened. That's not necessarily the case. The strength of multi-armed woman, Judy, is definitely above average among the many bounty prisoners in Sabaody. But this is Sabaody. Even some of the bounty criminals with a bounty of over 100 million are not necessarily he is the strongest. This, Mr. V, has caused public outrage this time, especially after the death of multi-armed woman, Judy. It is said that many ruthless characters are planning to attack him. Then there's going to be something fun to watch now. Who says it isn't? In a tavern, two customers were chatting quietly. This scene also happened in various locations in Sabaody Islands, and people of various identities were discussing this matter. Sabaody is actually not a small land, but the flow of information has always been very fast. Even ordinary islanders can quickly learn about many things, so there are often hot topics. The hot topic recently is undoubtedly surrounding the newly emerging bounty hunter, Mr. V. There is no credible statement about the strength of this Mr. V, but he broke the tacit understanding on the island. Such people often cause quite a stir. It's no surprise that it has become a hot topic. At the same time, on the 69 Island Marine Station. Sir, there is news about the matter you asked to help inquire about. A major officer walked into the office and respectfully reported to Pearson Commodore. Oh, let's hear it. Commodore Pearson put down the document in his hand. The bounty convict, multi-armed woman, Judy, you were about to inquire about died the day before yesterday, the major officer said. Died? Pearson Commodore was slightly stunned. He did not expect such a result. Did she get killed by my punch? No, that's probably not the case. My punch at most caused her some injuries, but it probably wasn't fatal. Commodore Pearson frowned and thought. At this time, the major officer continued, after investigation, it was found that she was killed by a bounty hunter named Mr. V, a bounty hunter who had just emerged. Mr. V. Pearson Commodore felt like he had some impression when he heard the name. After thinking about it for a while, he asked, is it the one who just registered as a bounty hunter and went crazy hunting for bounty criminals not long after? The guy who was quickly promoted to Samsung. Yes, it's him. It's interesting. Commodore Pearson touched his chin. Is there any other news? Yes. The major officer nodded. After further investigation, I found that the multi-armed woman, Judy, should have united a group of people to ambush the Mr. V, but in the end, somehow, he ran to your home, and was killed shortly afterwards. As that's so, Pearson Commodore thought thoughtfully. He quickly sorted out his thoughts in his mind and suddenly snorted. It seems that what happened that day was that Mr. V deliberately took advantage of me to deceive his opponent. He is so brave. Sir, please calm down. Keep an eye on his news and tell me if you find him. I will teach this guy a lesson and let him understand that not everyone can take advantage of him. Sir, I'm afraid he can't wait for you to teach him a lesson. The major officer said hesitantly. He was originally targeted by the multi-armed woman, Judy, because of breaking the tacit understanding, but this time not only was he fine, he actually killed the multi-armed woman instead. This once again stimulated the nerves of the bounty prisoners on the island. I'm afraid there will soon be some bounties that are far superior to the multi-armed woman. The criminal attacked him. 45 The Temple of Etiquette, Shulin Temple. When Pearson Commodore heard this, he waved his hands and said, then let's stop here. After hearing what the major officer said, he had no intention of pursuing it any further, because he knew clearly that what the major officer said was correct. On this Sabaody Islands there are some bounty criminals that even he dare not easily provoke, and this, Mr. V, hunts bounty criminals so fiercely, he is undoubtedly challenging all bounty criminals on this island. Nerves. As a result, the bounty criminals you encounter will become stronger and stronger. Even dealing with the multi-armed woman, Judy requires a strategy, which proves that the strength of that Mr. V is not too exaggerated. After this time, his outcome is probably doomed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. While the people on the island were waiting to watch the excitement, word soon spread from the Bounty Hunters Guild. Just a few days after the multi-armed woman, Judy was killed, the Mr. V made a big move. He has also solved several targets with bounties of more than 10 million Baileys and successfully promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter. As soon as this news came out, it once again ignited the anger of many people. It is said that several big shots with a bounty of more than 50 million Baileys have decided to take action themselves. As long as Mr. V dares to show up, they will personally kill him. However, to the disappointment of the spectators, since the news of being promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter came out, there has been no movement from Mr. V. Some people speculated that he chose to avoid the limelight temporarily because he learned that there were many powerful criminals with bounties on his head to deal with him. Of course, these speculations cannot be verified, because Mr. V always wears a mask when he acts. No one knows his true identity, only his general information, such as his height and his husky voice. Those who are secretly looking for him can only start from these two aspects, looking for short human dwarfs or short aliens everywhere on the island. However, their search direction was wrong from the beginning, so how could they possibly find the target? They would never have thought that the Mr. V who caused the commotion would be a boy less than 10 years old, and he was currently a Marine miscellaneous soldier. As the central figure in this turmoil, Bly had no such consciousness at this time, or in other words, he didn't care at all about those people who were looking for him everywhere. Because he knew that it was impossible for those people to find him. Besides, he has now completed the task of being promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter, and there is no need to continue frantically hunting down bounty criminals in a short period of time. Those people want to wait and see, so just wait, he is too lazy to care. Ding dong. It was detected that the host was successfully promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months and successfully completed the mission. The mission reward, the Shulin Temple entry-level practice card, has been automatically issued. When host needs to use it, he only needs to think about it in his mind. Ding dong. The Shulin Temple entry-level practice card is activated successfully, and host will start a 1-year practice journey at Shulin Temple. Tip: if you die in the practice plane, you will automatically return to the main world and your practice qualifications will be invalid. Tip: you are not allowed to leave the 100-mile radius centered on the Shulin Temple without permission, otherwise you will automatically return to the main world and your qualifications for practice will be invalidated. Tip: you are not allowed to inquire about information outside the Shulin Temple without permission, otherwise you will automatically return to the main world and your qualifications for practice will be invalidated. After experiencing a brief loss of senses, Bly gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes suddenly, and light appeared in front of him again. It was only then that he noticed the environment he was in. Directly in front of him was an ancient Oriental-style temple. There were 2 iconic huge stone sculptures on both sides of the temple's door, namely, dining knife and table knife, fork, and right above the gate, there is a mahogany plaque with elegant Huxia characters written on it, Shulin Temple. While Bly was observing the Shulin Temple, a voice suddenly came from behind. Are you Bly, the newcomer who came to exchange training this time? I have already arranged it for you. In the next year, you can practice here with peace of mind. The sound startled Bly, because he had never noticed anyone behind him before, and even Hell Ear didn't hear any sound. Whether it was footsteps, breathing, or heartbeat, it was as if they didn't exist. If this happened to his cheap brother Corazon, he might not be surprised, because the biggest function of Corazon's weird, silence fruit, is to silence people. But things are different here. This is not the world of One Piece, and Corazon cannot appear here. Under such circumstances, there are actually people who can completely avoid the hearing of Hell Ears. Suppressing his surprise, Bly turned around and saw the speaker. This is a man with slender eyebrows, who looks to be in his 20s. He wears a hat made of white cloth on his head and a long braid around his neck. It should be the braid he left himself. It was convenient to wrap it around my neck. In addition, this person is also wearing a red training uniform. On the chest of the training uniform, there are two conspicuous large characters. Food Yi, 46A Mess 1. However, what does this person mean by exchanging practice? In what capacity was he arranged to come here to practice? Bly was just about to ask a question when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Because if he asks this question, no matter what the other party's answer is, he is tantamount to inquiring about information outside the Shulin Temple, without authorization, and the consequence of doing so is to return directly to the main world and lose the qualification to practice for 1 year. This result is absolutely unacceptable to Bly. So close. Bly let out a long sigh of relief and thought with some fear. Thinking of this, he quickly ignored this point and changed the topic. Who are you? Although Bly didn't know what the person meant by exchange practice, he had some guesses about the person's identity, but he was not completely sure, so he asked anyway. My name is Joe, and I am one of the 3 acting masters of the Shulin Temple. I am also your guide for the next year of practice. The long-braided man named Joe said with a gentle smile. Welcome to the Temple of Etiquette, Shulin Temple. Sure enough, it was him. In the journey of the protagonist, Uru in the captive world of delicious food, he also came to the Shulin Temple for training. In the beginning, it was the acting master Joe who trained him. Bly has probably compared that Uru who first arrived at Shulin Temple was not necessarily stronger than he is now, and was most likely at the same level of strength. After training at the Shulin Temple, Uru's strength has undoubtedly taken a leap forward. This is why Bly has been looking forward to this reward, because if Uru can reach the same level of strength as him now, he might as well. Hello, Master Joe, please give me your advice in the next year. Bly said. You're welcome, this is my duty. Joe smiled and said, well, if you have no problem, we can start practicing now. Of course, if you want to rest for 2 days, you can, everything, random. I can start at any time without taking a break. Bly immediately expressed his position. Okay, let's start now. Joe nodded happily. Then he started to move his body, looking like he was doing preparatory exercises. Right here. Don't you need to go in? Bly was stunned. I have to first judge your understanding of food meaning. If you don't have a certain foundation, just walking in like this will kill people. Joe said while moving. Correct. After the acting master Joe said this, Bly suddenly remembered that this Shulin Temple itself is a very peculiar building. It seems to be alive, and everyone who enters it can feel the importance of Shulin Temple level of understanding. Anyone who does not understand the meaning of food, or who has impure thoughts and chaotic thoughts, will be rejected and attacked by the entire temple once they enter, and it will be a full-scale blow. Even Uru, who had just arrived, was tortured and bruised all over his body. Although Bly doesn't think he is much weaker than Uru when he first arrived at Shulin Temple, he doesn't think he is stronger than Uru at that stage either. Therefore, even Uru was so badly attacked by the Shulin Temple itself, and Bly didn't think he could withstand that level of repulsion. Will it be tested by fighting? After thinking about this, Bly asked without any intention of showing off. Yes, in addition to using special materials or ingredients to judge the level of understanding of food meaning, combat is the most suitable method to test. After Joe raised his hands above his head and made a stretch, he ended. Prepare to move, put your hands behind your back. Attack me. Don't hold back, just do your best. This scene felt very familiar to Bly, because Uru also experienced this when he first arrived at Shulin Temple. In addition, Bly also further thought of his battle with Smoker. He was in the role of the acting master Joe at that time, and Smoker was his role at the moment. Isn't this called, if you don't retaliate, the time has not yet come? Bly couldn't help but complain in his heart. But, I'm not the Smoker I was back then. At this moment, Bly was very calm, because he still had some confidence in his current strength. Suddenly, Bly moved. With a bow of his body, he suddenly accelerated towards acting master Joe. Paiyingquan. The essence of sonic manipulation in melee combat is to use ripple vibrations to increase the range of attacks, and Sound Fist is the summary of this combat technique. But he saw Bly punch himself in the front and lower left, and punch the acting master Joe's chest fiercely. This angle is no better than a direct attack. You can move left and right to avoid it. It is much more difficult to avoid an uppercut attack. However, the acting master Joe simply made a fan shape with his feet and made a semicircle with his body in an elusive arc, and easily dodged the uppercut. Bly didn't expect this attack to really hit the acting master, so after the first move didn't work, Bly continued to attack smoothly. 47 ms2. Sonic Bomb. But Bly suddenly turned his head and roared in the direction of acting master Joe. The next moment, a translucent energy ball condensed and formed in front of Bly's face, and suddenly accelerated and shot toward the acting master Joe. Needless to say, this translucent energy ball is a sonic bomb attack. I saw the sonic bomb shooting straight in the direction of acting master Joe at a very fast speed. When it was only 1 or 2 meters away from acting master Joe, it suddenly exploded. Accompanying the explosion was a harsh buzzing sound, and the shock wave caused by the explosion was all directed in the direction of acting master Joe. I may not be able to do anything against you in close combat, but with this kind of indiscriminate attack, I want to see what you do. Bly looked at acting master Joe. But what he didn't expect was that the acting master Joe still didn't have any panic when faced with this scene, as if he always had that calm and unmoving expression. When the sonic bomb exploded, the acting master Joe suddenly used his fingers as knives, stretched out 2 fingers, and feinted several times in front of him quickly. Boom, boom, boom. There were only a few roars coming from behind him, and several large craters appeared, but nothing happened to him. Not even a hair on his head was hit by the sonic bomb. What? Bly's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't even believe what he saw. Because he clearly saw that at the moment when the sonic bomb exploded and the shock wave swept in the direction of the acting master Joe, the acting master Joe made a few quick feint cuts in front of him with his 2 fingers in the shape of a knife. At the same moment, the shock wave that had just exploded and was concentrated in the direction of acting master Joe was split into several parts in a weird way. The divided shock waves all passed by the acting master Joe without any risk, without touching him. They only collided with the ground after passing over him. Those big craters were created by the shock wave after being divided. It didn't hit. Acting master Joe winked at Bly and said with a smile, "Come again." Bly really didn't believe in this evil today, because he clearly felt that the power used by the acting master Joe was not more powerful than his own attack. Sonic Barrier. Sonic Blade Slash. Bly first waved his hand in the direction of acting master Joe, and then saw a semicircular semi-illusory barrier appearing behind the acting master. It's the Sonic Barrier. This Sonic Barrier is an upgraded version of the Sonic Shield because it covers a much larger area and is usually used for defense. However, at this time, Bly was used to limit the range of activities of the acting master Joe, making him unable to retreat or dodge left and right. Immediately afterwards, Bly launched his third attack, only to see dozens of translucent illusory knife shadows as big as small daggers suddenly condensed, and then attacked in the direction of acting master Joe. All this sounds very long, but in fact it only happened in a short moment. It can be said that there was not much time left for the acting master Joe to dodge. Ding, 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 ding. A series of gold and iron clashing sounds sounded one after another, with almost no audible interval, so it sounded like a very long and crisp sound. 1 second, it seemed that acting master Joe had made some movement, but the next second, he didn't seem to have moved at all. He was still looking at Bly with a smile at his original position. The most important thing is that the sonic knife shot by Bly has completely disappeared. What's even more exaggerated this time than last time is that Bly didn't see clearly how the acting master Joe did it. He could only see that nothing happened to him in the end. On the other hand, Bly, because these attacks were all done with all his strength, they were also very taxing on himself. He could only stand there and half bent down, breathing heavily. Bly also noticed that after his several attacks had no effect at all, the acting master Joe's expression clearly showed a hint of disappointment. However, this expression only appeared for a short moment, and it would be difficult to detect it if you were not paying attention. Master Joe, is the result particularly bad? Bly asked with a wry smile. At your age, having such physical strength and mastering such a powerful food skill should be something worthy of praise. However, your understanding of food meaning is really a mess. No, I should say almost none. Acting Master Joe commented. In addition, your gourmet cells seem to be a little underactive. I think it may be that your appetite has not been truly satisfied for a long time, which leads to this situation. In your current state, if you enter the Shulin Temple directly, you may really die. Acting Master Joe shook his head and said, "Is it really that bad?" Bly asked in shock. He had thought that he would definitely not meet the requirements, but he never thought that his evaluation would be so low. To be fair, he felt that his thinking and training on sonic manipulation in the past 6 months had been very good, and his strength had improved quite a bit. Why was he rated so low? 48. The meaning of food meaning. You probably haven't learned anything about the use of food skills, or the strengthening and improvement of gourmet cells. Acting Master Joe Shenyan asked. Yes, indeed not. Bly shook his head. His sound wave manipulation was a reward for completing the initial mission of the system, and he didn't learn it from anyone. And where could he learn food skills from anyone in the main world? As for the knowledge about gourmet cells, it is impossible to talk about it. After hearing Bly's answer, Acting Master Joe looked at him suddenly with a strange look. You have such strength at this age, but you haven't studied it systematically. This is really surprising. Acting Master Joe was secretly surprised. After thinking about it, Acting Master Joe said, in order to prevent you from being bruised by the Shulin Temple itself, I will give you some basic teaching outside the temple in the past few days. Yes, Bly had no objection to this. Although his main combat power comes from this captive world of delicious food, he has to admit that he still knows very little about the practice system of this world. The purpose of coming to the Shulin Temple is to learn and exercise this aspect of power. He didn't care at all about studying. Well, let's start now. Acting Master Joe smiled slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10 days later, Bly stood at the bottom of the stairs directly in front of the gate of Shulin Temple. I thought back on the study and preliminary training of food yi over the past 10 days. Food meaning is actually a special kind of spiritual practice. It is like the Buddhist meditation and the Taoist quietness. They are both improvements and cultivation of the spiritual level. However, the spiritual practice of food meaning does not mean seeking tranquility and emptiness, but rather keeping oneself in a state of gratitude for food, life, and all things in nature. In the practice of food meaning, the higher the level, the deeper the understanding of the power of the soul, the greater the impact it can bring, and it can bring about earth-shaking changes in people. Looking back, it's actually very easy to understand what food meaning is all about. But understanding and practice are often far apart and are not the same thing at all. It only took Bly less than half a day to understand the meaning of food meaning. The remaining 9.5 days were spent on exercise, but the results achieved in these 9.5 days were pitiful. According to Acting Master Joe, the spiritual practice of Shi can be roughly divided into 5 stages, namely, initial enlightenment, small success, great success, perfection, and final transcendence. He himself is in the 3rd stage of these 5 levels, Dacheng, which is still a long way from perfection. And the owner of this Shulin Temple, the Junjun who was known as the national treasure of food humanity, Master Zhen, on the other hand, stands at the pinnacle of the practice of Shi, and has already entered transcendence. As for Bly, it took him 9.5 days, but he could barely reach the threshold of the initial enlightenment stage, and he was still unable to stabilize at this stage. This is not because Bly has poor understanding, but because spiritual practice is indeed extremely difficult. The practice of food meaning reminded Bly of the pink elephant theory that he had heard in his previous life. The latter perfectly explained the difficulty of the former. The example given by this theory is that when you are standing outside a room, someone tells you that there is a pink elephant in the room, and then asks you to imagine the scene inside the room without the pink elephant appearing in your mind. The concept of It is undoubtedly very difficult to do this, because when you try not to think about something, the thing you don't want to think about will pop up in your mind immediately. Therefore, when you don't want to think of a pink elephant, your subconscious mind will think of it for the first time. This is the phenomenon that this theory wants to express. The practice of food meaning is also the same. When you try every means to stabilize your heart and mind, and try to maintain a grateful heart for all things in nature, any thought may become an enemy that hinders you, even if you try to. The thought of success can also disturb you. Therefore, although Bly quickly understood the meaning of food meaning, it was still impossible to quickly reach a high level of cultivation in one go. Okay, let's get started. Remember the state you have realized, and try to put aside distracting thoughts. As long as you stay in that state, you will be fine. Acting Master Joe stood at the top of the stairs, with his hands behind his back, smiling. He looked at Bly, who was standing at the foot of the stairs hesitating. Yes, Bly responded, then raised his legs and walked up to the first step. When he stood on the steps, he found that nothing happened, just like walking up an ordinary staircase. Success. Bly was overjoyed. Not good. In just a moment, he realized that his joyful mood would affect his current state, but how fast was the change at the spiritual level? By the time he reacted and tried to regain his mood, it was too late. Boom. On the side of the fourth step, a stone pillar suddenly shot out and hit Bly in the stomach with lightning speed, sending him flying backwards. 49 Practice at Shulin Temple. 1. Bly turned somersaults in midair and finally landed on his feet. However, he still had to take several steps back before he could stand completely. Feeling the dull pain in his abdomen, he knew without looking that his abdomen must have been injured due to the blow just now. Continue. Ignoring the pain in his abdomen, Bly abandoned his distracting thoughts and walked towards the stairs again. This time, when he stepped onto the first step, he learned the lesson from last time and continued walking up without getting carried away. But when he reached the fourth step, his thoughts were suddenly confused and he was thrown away by the stairs again. Come again. Bly gritted his teeth and started trying again. This third time, when he reached the sixth staircase, he was knocked away. The fourth time, failed on the 13th square. The fifth time, failed at the 11th square. The sixth time, failed on the 15th square. In this way, Bly made nearly 100 attempts just to walk up this staircase. In these nearly 100 attempts, almost every part of his body was injured to varying degrees. If he hadn't consciously avoided key parts, he probably wouldn't have been able to persevere. However, even so, it was much stronger than when he first arrived. At least he can occasionally enter the state of mind in the initial stage of enlightenment, and continue to make progress through self-reflection and correction, climbing higher and higher on the stairs. If this were him 10 days ago, even if he tried 10,000 times, he would be hit by the most violent attack from the first step without exception. It's done. After more than half a day, Bly finally stepped onto the top step of the stairs and came to the side of Acting Master Joe. Moreover, this time, he did not lose his temper due to success and failed. Being able to walk up this staircase proves that you have been able to maintain the state of the initial enlightenment stage for a period of time, and have successfully taken the first step in the practice of food yi. Acting Master Joe nodded happily and smiled. Congratulations, Bly, these 10 days of hard work have paid off. I also want to thank you for your earnest teaching. Bly thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Then, come in with me. Acting Master Joe turned around and walked towards the door first. His voice came slowly. Walking up this staircase only represents the first step, and the subsequent practice of food righteousness. I'm afraid the difficulty is much higher than this. I hope you can complete it successfully. This rice vat contains a strange kind of rice called egg rice. It is a unique and delicious ingredient with a super mini egg wrapped inside each grain of rice. After cooking, it can be made into a variety of rice dishes rich in egg flavor. Taking Bly, Acting Master Joe took him to a shady yard. Under a big tree in the yard was a huge rice vat, which contained the egg rice. Your next practice is to prepare a meal for yourself that uses egg into rice as an ingredient. Acting Master Joe pointed to the rice vat and said to Bly, because every grain of this egg into rice, it is like a super mini egg, so it is very fragile and easy to break. Whether you scoop it with a spoon or use a container, it will be destroyed. So you have to use long chopsticks to pick them out one by one. Is it used to practice concentration? Bly thought thoughtfully. The protagonist, Uru in the comic, has also experienced this level, and Bly still has some impressions. Yes, it is used to train your concentration. Acting Master Joe smiled and said, you should also have noticed that in the early stages of practice, the most difficult thing to do is to concentrate and keep yourself from being distracted, interfered by external factors. Therefore, in the early stage, I will focus on arranging some practice for you to practice concentration to strengthen your ability in this area. In addition, this practice can also exercise your control, which is also a very important part of the practice of food meaning. People with strong control ability may not necessarily achieve success in food meaning, but if on the other hand, those who are highly accomplished in food meaning must have extremely strong control. I asked you to attack me earlier because I wanted to judge whether you have a grasp of food meaning by observing your control. Although this judgment is not 100% accurate, it is still a reasonable judgment method. Acting Master Joe keeps smiling. I understand. Bly nodded. Then you practice slowly, I'll come back later. After giving instructions, Acting Master Joe turned around and left. Upon seeing this, Bly did not hesitate and took out two slender chopsticks nearly 1 meter long from the bamboo tube next to him. These should have been specially prepared for this practice. So, let's get started. He picked up the chopsticks and began to put the first egg into the rice. Snap! It was just a very slight crunching sound, but it couldn't escape Bly's ears. He immediately realized that the first egg had failed. Throwing the broken egg into rice on the ground nearby so that we could clean it up together, Bly took a deep breath and pointed the long chopsticks in the direction of the rice vat again. 5 hours later, Bly finally filled a bowl with egg rice. 50 practice at Shulin Temple, too. But he himself was exhausted. Although this practice does not seem to be very physically demanding, it requires 5 hours of concentration to do the same thing over and over again, and one has to be very careful to control one's strength, not too hard, otherwise it will be pinched and broken. It can't be too light, otherwise it won't be able to be clamped. According to Bly, even if I exercise vigorously for 5 hours, I will never be as tired as I am now. However, fortunately it was successful. Very good. Acting Master Joe appeared not far away at some point, nodding happily. Bly was too tired to pay attention to this. What's next? Bly asked. Next, let me cook this dish for you. It's actually very simple, you just need to steam it and pay attention to the time. Acting Master Joe walked up to the front and filled the egg rice bowl, and waved to Bly, follow me. Bly hurriedly followed. Not long after the two left, they came to a kitchen. Acting Master Joe said at this time, pay attention to my operating time. Even if you are not a chef in the future and just want to be a food hunter, you still need to master some cooking skills. Understood. Bly cheered up. Immediately afterwards, the Acting Master Joe was seen playing with the steaming utensils smoothly. It's so fast. Bly stared at his movements intently. It only took less than 10 seconds for Acting Master Joe to have already set up the steaming utensils, made all preparations, and put the egg rice in it. The optimal steaming time for egg rice is about 12.5 minutes. The specific time also needs to take into account the temperature of the flame, the size of the steamer and the amount of rice. For a bowl like this one, it only takes about 11 minutes. Just a little more is enough. Acting Master Joe explained. I remember it. Bly noted it secretly. At this moment, something he didn't expect happened. Suddenly the golden words appeared in his mind again. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has successfully learned the egg into rice cooking method, and the basic cooking skills is turned on. As long as you successfully learn the cooking methods of 36 low-level ingredients, you can fully master the junior cooking skills and can teach yourself without a teacher. Master the best way to cook any low-level ingredients with a capture level below 100. Current completion level 136. This sudden reminder made Bly feel slightly happy, but he didn't show any abnormality on his face. He just waited quietly for the egg rice to be steamed. I originally had no basis in cooking. If I were to learn from scratch, whether I would be able to learn it well is aside from the discussion. To say the least, even if I could really learn something well, the time it would take would probably not be less than I have been practicing for a long time, and if I can master the elementary cooking skills, it will undoubtedly be much simpler. Bly thought with joy. While he was secretly happy, the steaming of the egg rice was almost completed. Acting Master Joe quickly took the steamer off the fire and said to Bly, "It's ready. It's just right to eat now. Do you remember clearly?" "Thank you, Master Joe. I've already written it down." Bly thanked him. "Well, then you can slowly enjoy the fruits of your hard work. I won't watch you eat, so as not to affect your appetite." Acting Master Joe smiled. "Today's practice ends here. After eating, you can go and rest. I will have someone come and arrange a place for you later. Get up early tomorrow and I will take you to the next practice." "Yes." Watching Acting Master Joe leave, Bly couldn't wait to pick up a bowl full of egg rice, took a spoon from the table nearby, and was ready to eat. This is the first time he has had the opportunity to taste food that truly comes from this captive world of gourmet food. He has been looking forward to it for a long time. You must know that this is a world with food as the rule background. Whether it is the Earth in the previous life or the world of One Piece, it is impossible to compare with this world in terms of food. And Bly himself is a true foodie, so it would be strange not to look forward to it. When the first spoonful of egg rice was put into his mouth, Bly was already conquered by this wonderful taste. How to describe this taste? In comparison, this egg rice is actually far less delicious than the many sea kings that Bly has eaten in Marineford. After all, this egg rice is not a high-end ingredient. The capture level is only level 2, so it's not that rare. Needless to say, in this world's gourmet world, even in the human world, it is definitely not considered a high-end ingredient. However, its taste still makes Bly addicted. If I have to describe it, it can probably be understood as feeling similar to egg fried rice. The only difference is that it is much more egg fried rice than egg fried rice. This may sound a bit confusing, but other than this way of describing Bly, there is no more appropriate way to describe Bly. Because this egg rice is many times richer than egg fried rice, both in terms of the egg fragrance and the sweet taste of the rice itself. 51 Practice at Shulin Temple. 3. If egg fried rice is also divided into a concentration level, and the concentration of ordinary egg fried rice is 1, then the concentration of egg fried rice contained in this egg fried rice is at least 5. What's even more amazing is that even though its taste is so rich, it doesn't taste greasy at all because its cooking method is the simplest, steaming. From beginning to end, not a single bit of oil was used. This rich yet elegant taste is undoubtedly very contradictory. But it is precisely this contradiction that gives it its unparalleled deliciousness. After savoring the taste, Bly swept away all the remaining eggs without wasting even one. And just after he wiped out the egg into rice, his body suddenly felt an indescribable pleasure, which gave him the urge to shout. This feeling was actually not unfamiliar to him, so he thought in his mind, "System, display my current body data." Host's physical data is as follows. Gourmet Cell Awakening Degree, 0.42%. Strength, 3.51 for an average adult man. Physique, 3.2, the average adult man is 1. Speed, 2.91 for an average adult man. Ability, Food Technique Sonic Manipulation, Beginner Level, Marine 6 Styles Finger Pistol, Beginner Level, Food Meaning, First Enlightenment. This. Seeing his body data, Bly was speechless for a moment. Compared with before he entered the Shulin Temple and started practicing, his physical data had undergone some changes. The most obvious one was that the ability column added the "she" in the initial stage of enlightenment. However, this was not what surprised Bly the most. What surprised him most was that his food cell awakening level actually increased by 0.03% in one breath. He remembered very clearly that his food cell awakening level had always been 0.39% before, and it had been stuck at this value for nearly a month without any change. I didn't expect that such an amazing improvement would happen just because I ate a bowl of egg rice. This is not Bly making a fuss. Indeed, This mere 0.03% awakening level seems inconspicuous, but you must know that after Bly joined the youth training camp, except for the first month when he made the fastest improvement, subsequent training and practice for the entire 5 months, it only increased the food cell awakening level from 0.32% to 0.39%, and the data remained unchanged in the last month. After 5 months of hard training, he only improved by 0.07% in total, but just now, he improved by 0.03% just because he ate a bowl of egg rice. What is this concept? How could he not be shocked by this? For gourmet cells, the best thing to improve is delicious food. Bly was filled with emotions for a while. Although training and practice can improve one's own strength, it is definitely not the fastest and most effective way to increase the awakening level of food cells. The rule of the captive world of food is that food is above all else, and the food cells themselves originate from this world, so they naturally follow the rules of this world. After eating the egg in rice, Bly was still immersed in the delicious food and could not recover for a long time. But this state did not last long, because soon, he came back to his senses because of the golden words that suddenly appeared in his mind again. Ding dong! It is detected that the host tastes the ingredients of the source world for the first time. The ingredients store function has been activated, and the host can purchase any tasted source world ingredients from the ingredients store. The current number of ingredients in the ingredients store, 1. Ingredients store. Source world. Bly found that today's surprises were coming one after another. He silently recited, ingredients store, in his mind, and then a table immediately appeared. There was currently only one thing in the table, eggs in rice, and the exchange price was 200 Baileys each. Actually, Bailey is used as the exchange unit. Bly was surprised to find that the exchange currency of this ingredient store was not the system's own system, but the Bailey currency system from the One Piece world. He roughly calculated that the bowl of egg rice he ate earlier was equivalent to the price of hundreds of thousands of belly. The source world should refer to the captive world of gourmet food, because the egg into rice is exactly the ingredients from this world. That is to say, as long as I eat any ingredients from this world in the future, I can use Bailey in the ingredient store, bought it. Bly thought deeply. The opening of this feature really makes Bly very happy. But after thinking about it, a bowl of rice costs hundreds of thousands of belly. Even though he hunted down many bounty criminals as Mr. After all, this egg into rice is only an ingredient with a capture level of 2. Whatever, it's better than nothing. Bly shook his head. Putting down the bowl and spoon, he licked his lips with unsatisfied intentions, thinking that after returning to the main world, he would exchange some more egg rice for a satisfying meal. 52 Practice at Shulin Temple, 4. At this time, there was already a young man wearing the training uniform waiting for Bly outside the door. Needless to say, this was naturally sent by Acting Master Joe to lead him. The next day, when Acting Master Joe came to see Bly, he was holding a flower pot in his hand. Ham Rose. The name came to Bly's mind. Acting Master Joe's next words also verified his guess. There is a ham rose seed in this flower pot. The flower it blooms is ham with a honey flavor, which is an ingredient with a capture level of 3. However, it has a characteristic, that is, only the idea of gratitude belonging to the food meaning can urge it to bloom. The stronger the idea, the faster it will bloom. With that said, Acting Master Joe handed the flower pot to Bly and said with a smile, same as yesterday, this will be your practice today and the only food you can enjoy. Come on. After saying this, Acting Master Joe left again. Bly looked at the flower pot in his hand, eager to try it. Just like yesterday's egg rice, this ham rose is also a strange ingredient that appears in comics and is used to practice food ethics, so Bly guessed the name in advance. However, knowing that he knew, he was still full of expectations. Especially after tasting the egg rice yesterday, he experienced the ingredients from this captive world for the first time, and deeply realized how incredible the ingredients in this world are. Let me see how long it takes for you to bloom. Bly placed the flower pot on the ground, sat down cross-legged, facing the direction of the flower pot, and then began to concentrate. When he got serious, he realized that he could concentrate much faster now. Apart from the practice of putting eggs into rice yesterday, he couldn't think of any other reason. Come on, bloom, ham rose. Bly concentrated. After half an hour, the soil in the center of the flower pot loosened slightly. But it's still not obvious. An hour later, a little green sprouted from the soil, breaking through the soil. 2 hours later, the branches of the ham rose had sprouted out of the ground, about 5 or 6 centimeters above the surface of the flower pot, and had several buds. 4 hours later, leaves have grown on the buds, and there is also a budding flower bud. 6 hours later, the light red flesh-colored ham flower buds had grown bigger and bigger, and they were already taking shape. In an instant, the entire ham flower opened. Ham rose. Grown. Call. Bly took a deep breath. He was as tired as he was when he finished putting eggs into rice yesterday. He was almost exhausted and his forehead was covered with sweat. It finally worked. A smile appeared on Bly's tired face. He is not afraid of being tired. As long as you see the harvest, there is nothing to be afraid of. This, ham rose, is the harvest he has been waiting for. Then let's have a taste. Who is more delicious than the egg in rice? Bly was too lazy to pick up the chopsticks, and just tore off a piece of the ham rose on the branch and put it in his mouth. Send it. The light red ham meat really melted in the mouth after being put into his mouth. Bly just took a sip, and the ham meat slices turned into gravy and slid down Bly's throat into his belly. Excellent. Bly's eyes lit up. Aha! He instantly tore off another piece of ham from the branch and threw it into his mouth again. Gudong. There was a surge in the throat, and the whole piece of ham disappeared into the mouth. Ham rose. This name is so appropriate. I thought it was named just because it looks like a rose and tastes like ham. But this ham is clearly filled with roses. The strange fragrance. The combination of the best ham meat and the fragrance of roses has such a great impact on the taste buds. Coupled with the alluring honey flavor, this does not require any cooking at all. Bly couldn't stop what he was doing. As soon as he finished eating one piece of ham, he tore off another piece of ham and put it into his mouth without stopping. Half a minute later, the entire ham rose plant was swept away by Bly. Not long after, that indescribable feeling of pleasure appeared in my body again, which was so refreshing that it reached the depths of my soul. After feeling the pleasure, Bly quickly checked his body data and found that his food cell arousal level had indeed increased again, from 0.42% to 0.43%, an increase of 0.01%. Why are there fewer this time? Bly frowned. Yesterday's eggs into rice only captured ingredients with level 2, which had already increased his food cell awakening by 0.03%, and today's ham rose had a higher capture level than yesterday's eggs into rice, one level higher, but the improvement is not as much as yesterday. Is it because egg rice is the first ingredient from this world that I have eaten, so it has such a good effect? And although this ham rose has a capture level higher than egg rice, yes, but it's not the first one after all. Bly guessed. 53 level unknown. After thinking about it, it seems that this is the only possibility that is higher. Open the ingredient store. Bly muttered silently. A golden table suddenly appeared in his mind. Now there are 2 ingredients in this golden table. One is yesterday's eggs with rice, and the second is naturally the ham and rose he just ate. Exchange price, 600,000 Baileys. Taking it all together, it's indeed much more expensive than egg and rice. Bly compared. At about this time, Acting Master Joe appeared again. When he saw that Bly had successfully made the ham rose bloom and had finished eating it, he smiled and asked Bly, "How is this ham rose? How do you feel?" "Delicious," Bly said concisely. "As long as you like it." Acting Master Joe smiled and nodded. In this Shulin Temple, practice, food meaning, is certainly the core of practice, but food is also indispensable. When Bly heard this, he couldn't wait to ask, "So, what is the content of tomorrow's practice?" "You'll know tomorrow. Don't be anxious. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Whether it's practice or dining, you have to do it step by step." Acting Master Joe Buji said unhurriedly. "Understood." Bly stopped asking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the dormitory, Bly sat on the bed, slightly in a trance. As this, coming back, he looked at his hands, looked around again, and murmured. Da 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 da. There was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the door, and then, 3 familiar figures appeared at the door. Seeing these 3 figures, Bly felt as if he was in another world. Hey, Bly, didn't you say you didn't feel well and came back to rest first? Why didn't you sleep? Very Good was the first to walk in and asked when he saw Bly sitting on the bed blankly. Following closely behind him were only Patrick and Joshua. I seem to be feeling better. Bly was still a little dazed, but he was still Kaido. Oh, that's good, I thought you were sick. Very Good said. Since it's okay, then don't sleep. We are chatting. Are you coming too? Joshua said with excitement. What are you talking about? Bly asked. It's still the mysterious bounty hunter, Mr. V. Joshua gestured for a while. Did you know that Mr. V seems to have been promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter, and he even killed people who came before the multi-armed woman, Judy, who ambushed him, is now being talked about everywhere on the island. What? Multi-armed woman, Judy? Bly asked, pretending to be confused. That's a well-known killer on this Sabaody Islands. The reward is 47 million berry, which is even less than some of the top marine colonels. Very Good replied, looking at I had already learned about the situation of the multi-armed woman, Judy, before I came here. Doesn't that mean that Mr. V is as powerful as a general? Bly looked shocked. That's not clear, but what is certain is that to be able to become a 4-star bounty hunter, the strength of Mr. this kind of criminal with a bounty of nearly 50 million belly. I'm afraid he might actually have general-level strength. Very Good analyzed. The reason why he said this was because criminals with a bounty of more than 50 million baileys usually required a general to deal with them. An ordinary colonel was too far behind. Of course, it is not ruled out that some pervert school officers have superior abilities, but that is an example after all and cannot be generalized. Generally speaking, the reward of 50 million baileys is a hurdle. World government and marine will also take this into consideration when setting bounty amounts. Even if he really has general-level strength, he is in danger this time. I heard that a murderer with a reward of over 100 million is already targeting him on the island. If he dares to show up again, he will face a violent attack. Joshua then answered, after all, bounty hunters are no better than our marines. If he were marine, those bounty criminals would not dare to deal with him so blatantly, but the Bounty Hunters Guild will not protect him unless one day he can become a real high-ranking member of the guild. Okay, stop talking about him. How long have we been talking and you haven't had enough? Patrick shrugged. This kind of thing is just for fun. It's too far away from us. Indeed. Bly agreed. Joshua and Very Good were actually very interested in this, but seeing that Bly and Patrick didn't look very interested, they didn't insist on talking about it. Patrick is not interested because he feels that this matter is too far away from him and the others. As the saying goes, it has nothing to do with him and just hangs up. Bly does not want to talk about this because it is really nothing interesting for him to talk about. Let me ask, who can know Mr. V better than him? If he really wanted to continue the conversation, he had to be careful not to say too much, lest he accidentally expose something. Rather than doing this, it would be better to end the topic directly. The most important thing is that he is still in a daze and has not been able to get over this weird time difference. He is afraid that he will say the wrong thing. 54 The largest intelligence organization. 1. Very Good and the others saw him, but they had only been separated for a short while, but to him, they had not seen them for a year, and even the words they said a few minutes ago in this world were already irrelevant to him. That was a year ago. This sense of trance made him unable to react for a while. Therefore, Bly didn't interrupt much and basically just listened to the next topic the three of them talked about, and they just thought it was because Bly was in a bad mental state and didn't pay much attention. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was already the second day when Bly completely adapted to the time difference between the Shulin Temple and the main world. Although the turmoil on the island started because of Bly, no one else knows about his other identity so far, so it cannot affect him at all. Therefore, in the following days, Bly just played his role as a marine miscellaneous soldier, until that night. He appeared again as Mr. V, in a tavern in the first area. "Hello, how can I help you?" The owner of the tavern is a short old man. When he saw Bly's appearance, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but only for a moment, and soon returned to normal. "Do you recognize me?" Bly asked with a hoarse smile. "How could I not recognize the most popular Mr. V, recently?" "Kaido," the little old man said with a smile. "Then you're not afraid of me?" Bly's voice was a bit sinister. "I don't have any other advantages, old man, except that I am brave. I have come into contact with many 5-star and 6-star characters, old man, and I am not so easily scared." The little old man shook his head and smiled. When Bly heard this, his heart moved. He calmly muttered to the little old man, "Level detection." The next moment, a row of golden characters appeared in my mind. Target data is as follows. Race: human. Age: 62 years old. Level: unknown. Unknown level. Bly was shocked when he saw this prompt. During this year in the Shulin Temple, he has become more proficient in the use of the Gourmet System, and has been able to skillfully use the various functions of the Gourmet System, at this stage, including this elementary level detective test function, which appears when the initial task is completed. However, it turned out that he didn't know how to use and judge it, because even if the capture level was detected, he could not correlate it with his strength. But during this year at Shulin Temple, he has gradually discovered some ways. Different from the detailed capture level positioning in the captive world of gourmet food, the level detection that comes with the food system is based on rank. After Bly's experiments and comparisons, he found that this rank level is still very closely related to the capture level of the captive world of gourmet food. For example, if the level detected by the Gourmet System is a segment, then the detailed capture level is probably 10 level or so. The second stage corresponds to about level 20, the third stage corresponds to about level 30, and so on. Bly's level when he first entered the Shulin Temple was level 7, which meant that his capture level was around level 70. In the world of One Piece, his strength at that time was roughly the same as that of an ordinary colonel, but slightly weaker than that multi-armed woman, Judy. Bly still remembers that his original level detection result for the multi-armed woman, Judy, was level 8, which was indeed one level higher than his own. Most of the criminals with multi-million belly level bounties he hunted before were only in the second or third level. Therefore, after combining these data, Bly can roughly draw a range of strength. The detection level of Colonel Marine's officer should be between level 5 and level 10. If you are below 5th Dan, you will not have the strength to reach the colonel level. If you are higher than 10th Dan, you should have entered the threshold of general level. In addition, Bly also figured out the detection range of this primary level detection. He is currently unable to detect levels more than 20 steps higher than himself. In other words, this little old man is at least 20 levels higher than him, which is really astonishing. How does the rank level above 10 levels correspond to the strength of the main world, and what is the concept of being above 20 levels? This Bly still needs time to verify, but what is certain is that it is undoubtedly already the realm of generals. At best, this tavern is just a dark spot on the Sabaody Islands of the Bounty Hunters Guild, just for members like Bly who are inconvenient to expose their whereabouts. I didn't expect it to be in such a place. The person in charge of the dark spot will be such an unfathomable strong man. This Bounty Hunters Guild is indeed what I thought. It's not that simple. I don't know how many huge forces like this are lurking in the dark. Bly was secretly shocked. If he hadn't been able to detect the level, he wouldn't have been able to know the strength of this little old man. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Bly asked calmly, "I wonder what the guild wants to do with me this time." 55 The largest intelligence organization. 2. Yes, Bly's visit this time was not just a whim. In fact, after successfully being promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter and obtaining the entry-level training card of the Shulin Temple, he really has no idea about continuing his promotion for the time being. Because when he was promoted to a 4-star bounty hunter, the system did not trigger new tasks, such as reaching a 5-star or 6-star level, so the level of the bounty hunter did not mean much to him. However, this time it was the Bounty Hunters Guild who took the initiative to contact him and passed the news to him through the code agreed in advance. That's why he came here specifically to see what they were doing. What kind of medicine are you selling? He is not too worried that the Bounty Hunters Guild will frame him, because this organization may be mysterious and powerful, but there has never been any murder of members. The reason is simple, because neutrality is the foundation of the Bounty Hunters Guild. I called you here this time because there is an unexpected temporary mission here in Sabaody. It requires members with 4 stars or above to take it. However, due to the proliferation of pirates in the second half of the Grand Line recently, many members of the guild the senior members have all gone over there, and there are not too many members in Sabaody who are strong enough to take on this task, so we have informed everyone. The little old man explained with a smile. Oh, what kind of mission requires such a big fight? Bly asked. Before you choose to accept the mission, I can only give you a rough idea. The little old man said slowly, this mission is to snatch a piece of information. After the little old man finished speaking, the tavern fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, Bly suddenly asked with a black line. Finished. It's over. The little old man said matter-of-factly. This is too rough, right? Bly was speechless. Even if you can't explain the mission in detail, at least give some specific information, such as the difficulties faced and mission rewards. Otherwise, how will I decide whether to accept it or not? Bly said. Didn't I tell you just now? The little old man said in surprise. What do you think? Hey, look at my memory, it's just like this when I get older. The little old man slapped his forehead. The difficulty I face is that there are naturally other people who also want to snatch this information. There are also people behind those people. There are figures from various major forces, and they will not be ordinary people. As for the rewards, as long as they can get the information, each member who takes the task will receive a reward of 100 million belly. In addition, the rewards will be increased according to the amount of their contribution. I see. Bly nodded. At the same time, ding dong. Task triggered successfully. Task content. Help the Bounty Hunters Guild obtain mysterious information. Task reward. Treasure Lottery X3. I knew it. This familiar scene did not exceed Bly's expectations. The Bounty Hunters Guild can take the initiative to summon him. Naturally, it cannot be for no reason. It is probably because of something, and the task triggering mechanism of the Gourmet System is to be exposed to as many events as possible. It is completely normal to be able to trigger tasks. However, this mission reward made Bly feel a little strange, because he had never seen such a treasure extraction reward before, and it seemed that there were 3 opportunities. I just want to take this opportunity to see the results of my practice this year. Bly did not resist this mission in his heart, and even felt a little expectant. Okay, this mission, I'll take it, Bly suddenly said firmly to the little old man. Have you decided so quickly? Don't you need to think about it again? The little old man asked. No need. Bly shook his head, paused and continued, but I have 2 questions I would like to ask. If it is convenient to answer them, please let me know. You say. The first question is that the enemies you mentioned before who will also come to compete for this mysterious information will also have various forces behind them. What forces do the various forces here refer to? Could it be that they refer to some of the forces on the island? A powerful pirate group? Bly asked after thinking for a while. Well, it's not that this question cannot be discussed. Anyway, you will know about it sooner or later if you accept the mission. The little old man pondered. The various forces referred to here may indeed include the existence of some powerful pirate groups, but they are just one of them. In addition to pirates, there will also be some terrifying gray forces that exist underground, such as the news agency. What is that? Bly's pupils shrank under the mask. Because this was the first time he heard this name. You don't know. The little old man glanced at Bly. Bly shook his head. It's no wonder. Not many people know the power of the news agency. Since you are about to face it, it doesn't hurt to tell you. The little old man shook his head and said, this news agency has nothing to do with us. Just like the Bounty Hunters Guild. It also has some world government background, but it is also an independent force, and it is also the largest intelligence organization on the Grand Line. 56 Region 6. The largest intelligence organization. Bly felt a little unbelievable. This kind of evaluation is indeed a bit high. Then why have I never heard of the existence of this force before? Haven't even seen traces of its existence. Bly asked. Haven't you seen traces of its existence? That's not necessarily the case. The little old man shook his head and said, haven't you noticed how every time a big event happens, the news spreads across the sea, and even the Grand Line can the news be received in all the 4 sea areas outside? You mean? Bly's voice suddenly rose a little higher, unable to conceal his shock. Are you saying that all this news came from the news agency? Although Bly already had a guess, he still asked in order to verify it. That's right. The little old man nodded. All the news spread on this sea is spread through the news agency. Those reporters everywhere, as well as the messenger seagulls, are all news under the command of the society. On the surface, they are the largest news group, but secretly, they are the largest intelligence group. In terms of intelligence, even Marine and world government are inferior. But how could the world government allow such a force to exist? Bly asked. What can we do if we don't allow it? Block it. The little old man sneered, not to mention whether it can be done. Even if it can be done, the world government will definitely be severely weakened by it. If it is not necessary, the world government will not the one who came up with this trick. You must know that world government is, in the final analysis, just an interest group. For a behemoth like the news agency, that can rival our Bounty Hunters Guild, the people behind the scenes must also be related to the world government. The government is inextricably linked, and if we want to get rid of it, the biggest resistance may come from the world government itself. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. These things will naturally become clear to you when you advance to a higher level. Knowing too much now may not be a good thing. The little old man stopped suddenly. My second question is, if that information is really so important, why don't you, a powerful person directly under the guild, do it yourself, instead of entrusting it to us? When Bly said this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and stared closely into the little old man's eyes. Because this is against the rules. The little old man didn't seem surprised because Bly saw that his strength was not simple. He just shook his head and said, if I take action, old man, then the matter will rise to another level. The consequences may be worse than not getting this information. I see. Any question? Temporarily unavailable. Well, old man, I will write down your name. This is the headset phone bug. After the mission starts, you can turn it on and hang it on your ear. When the time comes, people from the guild will pass through this headset phone bug. I'm passing on the latest information to you. The little old man said as he handed a phone bug that was only the size of his thumb to Bly. Well, Bly took the headset phone bug, said goodbye to the little old man, and then turned to leave. However, when he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped, turned his back to the little old man and asked, by the way, I forgot to ask, what is your name? The name has not been used for a long time, but everyone likes to call me Fisherman. If you don't mind, you can also call me that, came the laughing voice of the little old man. Receive. Bly responded and left the tavern without looking back. He disappeared into the night shortly after leaving the tavern. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One night a few days later, Bly found the right time, sneaked out of the marine station, put on the costume of Mr. V, and also put on the headset phone bug, given by the little old man, Fisherman. This is Mr. V. It's ready. What should we do next? Bly asked in a hoarse voice while standing on the top of a huge tree. Not long after he finished speaking, a turbulent sound came from the headset phone bug. Not long after, a sweet female voice appeared in the headset phone bug. Hello, Mr. V, my name is Nightingale, and I will be your contact person for the next period of time. Well, hello, Bly replied lukewarmly. The woman, Nightingale, on the other side of the headset phone bug, didn't pay much attention to Bly's attitude. She still smiled and said in a sweet voice, I just got the news that the data carrier has landed in Sabaody. At this time, he should be on the third on an island in Area 6. Don't you think this range is a bit too big? Hearing the words of Nightingale, Bly frowned and said, when I find the target, the others may have grabbed the things and ran away. The so-called 6th area refers to island number 70 to island No. 79. These 10 islands are the hotels and residential areas of Sabaody. Previously, Bly used the Pearson Commodore to murder the multi-armed woman, Judy. In this 6th area, but the 6th area consists of 10 islands.